Chapter 1030, Joint Operations. In Northborough, at St. Samuel Cathedral, the Cardinal of the Church of Storms, Archbishop Randall Valentinus, descended amidst the wind, landing inside the steeple. He donned a black robe with the storm symbol and had thick facial hair, his dark blue hair short and standing on end. This muscular demigod cast his gaze to the other side. "Horamic, do you know what happened? Why did Anthony suddenly invite us over here?" The person he spoke to was dressed in a white priest robe, with a genial and mild expression. He was none other than the Church of Steam's Divine Council member, Archbishop Horamic Hayden. He calmly replied, "I didn't arrive here much earlier than you. In fact, I only left the laboratory for a few minutes." Randall Valentinus was just about to say something when he saw a figure walk up the narrow spiral staircase. This figure was dressed in a black clergyman robe with red accents. He was clean-shaven, and his eyes were deep, dark, and tranquil. It was one of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernite, St. Anthony Stevenson. "Is there something that can't wait until daybreak, or do people from the Church of Evernite enjoy discussing matters at night?" Randall Valentinus asked. Anthony came to a stop. "A very pressing matter." "What is it?" Randall asked immediately. Horamic also cast his gaze at Anthony, awaiting his answer. He especially liked the presence of people from the Church of Storms in similar situations, as it meant they would take the initiative to ask questions. Anthony looked at them. "It's related to the royal family. I'll let Ma'am Ariana do the honors." Just as he said that, a barefoot, bun-haired female figure in a simple robe with tree bark for a belt quickly outlined itself out of the shadows. Upon seeing this figure, Randall and Horamic immediately bowed. "Good evening, Ma'am Ariana." Their expressions turned solemn at the same time, for they had a deep understanding of how important the matter happening tonight was. It was definitely not a small matter for a grounded angel to appear. Meanwhile, they couldn't help but be roused up. They realized that they had no idea when this matron of the Evernite cloister, the servant of concealment, Ma'am Ariana, had arrived in Backland. "Good evening, archbishops," Ariana answered without any signs of haughtiness. She then raised her right hand and grasped onto thin air. A faint light was emitted as it transformed into a scene along with the darkness. It was the entire conversation between Ariana and Conas Kilgore. As they watched, Randall Valentinus couldn't help but say, he actually advanced to sequence 4 and became a demigod. This archbishop knew Conas Kilgore. He originally believed that this deputy director of MI9 was only a sequence 5 and had relied on a sealed artifact to obtain combat strength at the demigod level. He never expected it to be a disguise. No one answered him. After the secret was fully revealed, Horamic said, "One involves a secret ruin of the Blood Emperor, and with large numbers of people sent in, these 2 points put together cannot be anything good." "Indeed," Randall nodded in agreement. "Let's head to the ruins now." Ariana looked around and calmly said, "This involves the royal family and the king. It's best if you seek permission from your own holy see." "All right," the 2 archbishops replied without any hesitation. After a while, Randall Valentinus and Horamic Hayden received feedback from the sealed artifacts they carried. Together with Anthony Stevenson and Ariana, they headed for the Blood Emperor ruins that Conas had previously entered. Ariana then took out an iron-black coat of arms with complicated symbols and tried to activate it. In the underground ruins, on a strange metal pedestal, a ghostly blue beam soared up and formed a door. 4 black-armored guards immediately observed the situation outside, but they didn't see anything. The area outside was empty. Just as they felt intense unease, a figure quickly outlined itself behind them. It was none other than Ariana. In the blink of an eye, the 4 guards fell into a deep sleep. Anthony, Randall, and Horamic entered the underground ruins one after another. They didn't directly follow the path down. Instead, they passed through the hall, floating in mid-air as they overlooked everything. This was a world ruled by darkness. Small amounts of light came from strange moss and flaming torches. With their illuminating light, even beyonders without night vision could grasp the overall appearance of the huge ruin. On one side was a grey rock wall that extended upwards without an end. On the other side, there was a bottomless dark valley, as if it were the abyss where devils lived. A road paved with stone slabs lay in the middle, connecting the halls and buildings together. From time to time, humans would come and go in silence. The archbishops of the three churches were just about to capture a few people to interrogate them when a figure flew out of the dark valley, heading straight for them. The figure had a long face and wore a white hairnet. He wore a gown and had a huge cloak over him. He was Prince of Sonia, Grove Augustus, one of the demigods of the royal family. "How did you enter?" Grove asked first, his expression a little surprised. They looked at each other, but Anthony took the initiative. "We've always been investigating the large number of mysterious disappearances, and we had locked onto MI9's Condensed Kilgore. Through him we found this place." Grove's expression changed slightly as he looked at the tranquil woman. "Ma'am Ariana?" "Yes, I was in charge of the disappearance case," Ariana answered succinctly. Prince Grove smiled bitterly. "We were too greedy. After discovering this ruin, we only thought of digging and retrieving the items inside. To keep it a secret, we even had certain connections with the Demoness sect. Through the people they gathered, we built a passageway and held certain rituals. No, it's not what you think. They were just normal rituals, and they're still alive deep within the ruins. If you don't believe me, I can lead you down to take a look. Apart from the unopened seals and buildings, there's nothing." Upon hearing his reply, Anthony, Horamic, and Randall exchanged looks, registering the puzzlement in each other's eyes. This was completely different from their expectations. At this moment, Ariana said, "You even created the Great Smog." "No," Prince Grove shook his head again. "That was a lesson we learned from cooperating with the Demonesses. They actually tried to control Adesak and used him to gain control over the kingdom. After it was seen through by us, they created the Great Smog. From that moment forth, we broke all contact with them." He then pointed below. "How could we do such a thing just to secretly dig up the Blood Emperor's ruins? As long as you head deep down and closely examine it, you will understand what I mean." "Ha, don't worry. With Ma'am Ariana around, no traps will work. Besides, even if we were able to secretly bury you in the ruins, the churches will discover a problem. I don't believe that you didn't report this matter to your respective holy sees before coming." Demigods like Randall and Anthony fell into thought as they cast their gazes at the simply dressed Ariana. She calmly nodded. "Okay." The angel and three saints then entered the depths of the ruins under the guidance of Prince Grove. They discovered that there was a ruin hidden in the darkness, as well as men and women who had been taught to form different rituals. Everything was orderly and serene. Ariana, Horamic, and the other demigods acted according to their own thoughts and separately investigated the different regions, but they failed to discover anything. After receiving Ariana's notice, Klein changed Condensed Kilgore into a servant inside the manor, making the MI9 deputy director vanish. Then, he unhurriedly held a sacrificial ritual, sending the items he received above the grey fog for further research, patiently awaiting daybreak. Chapter 1031, Possibility. As the sky lit up, the manors along the Tussock River's north bank began to wake up amidst the morning mist. The tall and portly Framis Cage came to the guest room where Condensed Kilgore slept last night. He knocked on the door and prepared to have breakfast with the MI9 deputy director. However, there was no response. Has the Brigadier General headed for the dining room? Framis Cage turned around in puzzlement and left for the first floor. After breakfast was over, everyone realized that Condensed Kilgore had vanished. Under Dwayne Dante's lead, they headed outside the guest room and watched the land steward, Richardson, open the door with his key. There was no one inside. Does Brigadier General Kilgore have a hobby of taking morning strolls? Mark asked curiously as he pinched the two ends of his cheekbones. Framis Cage shook his head without hesitation. No. Did you hear anything last night? The Chancellor of the Backlund University of Technology, Portland Moment, surveyed the area and asked. Macht recalled for a moment. No, it was very quiet, perfect for a vacation. Beside him, Hazel looked into the room curiously, but she couldn't think of any possibilities. At this moment, Framis Cage raised his theory. Brigadier Gen Kilgore is an important member of the military, and he often needs to handle unexpected matters. Perhaps he had long left the manor and returned to Backlund. This steam car tycoon was clearly trying his best to downplay the matter. He seems to know something. Klein listened to their conversation as he said to butler Walter and land steward Richardson with a heavy look, "Ask the servants in the manor if they had seen Brigadier General Kilgore last night or this morning. If they haven't, send someone back to Backland and visit his family. Inform them of this matter and let them decide whether we need to immediately make a police report." After giving his instructions, Klein stroked his white sideburns and said to his guests, "Things aren't clear yet. Perhaps he left because of an urgent matter. Let's continue with our hunting plans and return when the police arrive." As Conas Kilgore's companion, Framis Cage had raised a convincing excuse. Mucht and the others agreed with Dwayne Dantes' suggestion. Hazel walked right at the back and glanced at the guest room. She had a nagging feeling that something wasn't right, and subconsciously wanted to use her powers as a cryptologist to reconstruct the situation. However, an intense sense of fear emerged deep in her heart, and she eventually gave up on the idea. After the guests and servants left, a thick carpet inside the room beside Conas's began moving. Bit by bit, it pulled itself up from under the sofa and coffee table. Following that, the yellowish-brown carpet stood up and revealed its other side, solidified flesh. The flesh was squirming and reorganizing itself, soon transforming into a mixed-blood young man, Dwayne Dantes' valet, Enuni. And the one following Dwayne Dantes was Conas Kilgore, wearing the same face and build. To Klein, there was no need to disguise Enuni in such a manner, but acting remained important to a demigod. It was key to accelerating the potion's digestion and for resisting the inclinations of losing control. Therefore, he would deliberately try to be bizarre in his handling of many matters. The bizarre and eerie atmosphere was mainly for himself, to gain the approval of the potion inside him. This would undoubtedly accelerate the digestion rate, but without the feedback of a spectator, it meant that the acting wasn't complete enough. This made the speed at which he digested the Bizarro Sorcerer potion not as fast as he imagined. In East Borough, inside a 2-bedroom rental apartment, Shio sat on an unstable chair as she stared out of the window in a daze, her expression a little gloomy. Falls swallowed her saliva and sat opposite her, blocking her line of sight. "You seem to have lost all your motivation. Do you not know what to do after receiving that answer? It's because you have no access to the king?" Shio's eyes fluttered as she slowly came to her senses. "Whether it's to redeem my father's reputation or revenge, the chances are slim when facing the king. I can't think of a way to complete something like that." "That's because you're too weak. When you reach sequence 4 and become a demigod, you'll discover many solutions," Fours tried encouraging her. "In addition, you can still use others, just like the person monitoring Sherman." She too wanted to know who Viscount Stratford was loyal to. She must be interested in the king's secret. "Charmaine." Shio repeated the name as her state of mind suddenly recovered. Fours immediately nodded. "Yes, it's why she was instigated to investigate the king's secret and come into contact with the latent danger. Didn't you say that she might be able to monitor where we used to live? We can find an opportunity to return incognito, throw a letter into the mailbox, and write that Viscount Stratford is loyal to King George III and that he has a huge secret. This way, I believe she will be able to see it." Shio thought carefully and nodded solemnly. "Okay." At Mager Manor, it was another evening. The news sent back by Conas Kilgore's family was to wait. Therefore Mucht and the others didn't panic, making use of the animals they hunted and roasting them over a bonfire at a party on the lawn. Seeing the gentlemen busy themselves around the roasting rack and the children running around eagerly, Klein held a cup of sweet white wine and sat on a white wooden chair, a smile on his lips. Beside him was his mixed-blood valet Enuni, who stood upright. The evening breeze blew past. Just as Klein was about to get up, he suddenly saw a figure phase into existence in front of him. It was Ariana, who wore a simple robe and tree bark as a belt. This servant of concealment looked at Dwayne Dantes and said, "There was nothing special in the underground ruins." She then recounted the main points of what she and the 3 archbishops saw, as well as the explanation given by Prince of Sonia, Grove Augustus. "That doesn't make sense." The first thought that appeared in Klein's mind was suspicion. As Viscount Stratford had Saintess of White Caterina provide him with assistance, this clearly meant that the king's faction hadn't completely severed ties with the demoness sect. Under the premise that the Great Smog of Backlund had already happened, their continued relationship with the demoness sect meant that it wasn't something that could be explained as hoping to keep the Blood Emperor's ruins for themselves. With such in-depth cooperation, would the demoness sect and psychology alchemists not wish to split the spoils? In that case, why wouldn't they directly seek the help of the three churches? Klein instinctively believed that the problem with the ruins hadn't truly been discovered. He suspected that there had been a leak during the entire process, allowing the king to make preparations. With Mam Ariana around, the possibility of discovering something amiss via divination and prophecy can be eliminated. From my killing of Conas Kilgore to the three churches' joint operation, the number of people who know of it doesn't exceed 10. Furthermore, they all involve the high-ranking members of each church. How is it possible that there was a leak? Viscount Stratford's problem resulted in the people in the ruins deploying contingency plans? No, his standing wasn't at that level. Even Conas Kilgore didn't know the exact situation, much less him. As such, there were very few possibilities that could explain the situation. 1. A person who knew of the secret amidst this sequence of events had deliberately or unintentionally leaked the matter. 2. They had noticed something wrong with Conas Kilgore's seemingly ordinary state. But Klein didn't notice anything. The psychology alchemists are in cahoots as well. Could my thoughts be read and the secret revealed? But I have the grey fog augmenting me. The psychology alchemists originated from something Hermes left behind. Hermes is... As he thought about it, Klein's eyes suddenly widened. He instinctively stopped himself from thinking deeper as he shot a look at Ariana and relaxed. He asked, "Is this place concealed?" "Very," Ariana replied calmly. Klein exhaled. Emperor Roselle once said in his diary that the members of that ancient secret organization are all important figures. Then, could it be possible that one of the high-ranking members of the three churches is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order? And could it be that the ruins which Ariana and the Archbishop saw wasn't the real one, but one imagined by Adam? Chapter 1032, Forceful Purifier. Restraining his thoughts and looking at the angel of concealment across from him, Klein deliberated over his words. "Is there a possibility that the ruins you saw were actually imagined?" He didn't directly mention Adam or the Twilight Hermit Order, afraid that discussing such matters would still be heard by the Adam who wielded the Spectator Pathway's uniqueness and had recently obtained 008. "Imagined," Ariana repeated softly, as though she had figured out something. At her level, she was no stranger to ancient history and the main characteristics of the 22 pathways. A few seconds later she observed Dwayne Dantas. "Psychology alchemists?" From Conas Kilgore's statement, it was obvious that the king's faction was working with them. Klein first nodded and then added, "Their higher-ups likely do not have the ability of turning imagination into a reality. In this world, there are only 1 to 2 people who have such authority." Ariana nodded in thought. "I understand. Now that the underground ruins are open to us, I will find a chance to verify it. If it's true, it means that one or several archbishops of the Church of Steam and Storms are working for him." She didn't raise the possibility that the Church of Evernight's upper echelons were problematic, as the goddess wielded the authority of concealment. Klein couldn't help but ask in surprise, "The underground ruins will be left open to the three churches?" Yes, if it truly is imagined, it means that their cooperation is on the brink of success and that they just need to delay things a little longer. Ariana simply explained her theory. "This is also what I'm thinking. The tide of the times is coming. Thankfully, I'm a lot more prepared than before. Since I can't digest the Bizarro Sorcerer potion anytime soon, strengthening my marionette is also an effective measure to protect myself." Klein's thoughts instantly turned clear. He reined in his thoughts and casually asked, "Do all three churches doubt Prince Grove's explanation?" "They don't." Ariana frankly shook her head. Conas Kilgore had mentioned Katerina. "But you don't have evidence. They can explain that after they split with the demoness sect, Katerina was sent to make amends, but was rejected. Faced with an angel family that wields at least half the forces in the military, the three churches won't immediately lose decorum with them unless there's evidence. Klein quickly came up with an analysis of the present situation. He simply mentioned, "There were signs of Saintess of White Katerina appearing over at Viscount Stratford's side. I will try to find her." "I'll try to do so as well." Ariana indicated that she would investigate the clue. Ma'am Ariana's attitude when discussing matters with me is rather comforting. She completely treats me as an equal. Klein felt a baffling sense of poignancy. He instead asked, "Has Vin Rambis of the Psychology Alchemists been captured?" "He has gone missing," Ariana answered succinctly. "As expected. The possibility of a leak has increased again. When the time comes, Miss Justice has already hated him for some time. The only problem is whether Adam will appear in Backlund and imagine fake ruins. If that were the case, attacking Vin Rambis might mean he's being watched by this King of Angels." The more Klein thought, the more of a headache he had. It had to be said that in an era in which deities rarely descended, the two brothers, Adam and Amon, were the limits to one's level and strength. Compared to Amon, I'm more afraid of Adam. He might be sitting beside you, watching you smile while he reads your most truthful thoughts. At this thought, Klein couldn't help but look around. Noticing his reaction, Ariana calmly added, "He isn't here." "Phew. Thankfully, there's the blessings of an angel of concealment." Klein controlled his thoughts and nodded gently. "I will take note of Vin Rambis's whereabouts." Ariana nodded. "After this matter is over, you can attempt to pray to the goddess for a bestowment. That is to say that the goddess is very satisfied with my performance up to now. When the time comes, she will bestow me with the scholar of your potion formula." Klein roughly understood Ariana. He stood up and tapped his chest 4 times. "Praise the lady." Ariana also drew the crimson moon. "Praise the lady." Her figure disappeared bit by bit as though erased. The guests at the bonfire party didn't notice her arrival at all. Klein sat down again and continued analyzing his situation. Colonel Kilgore disappeared without any warning. This implies that the MI9 deputy director is in Ma'am Ariana's hands. In other words, the assault on him is definitely related to the Church of Evernite. He disappeared in Mega Manor, which belongs to Dwayne Dantes, a believer of the Evernite goddess. From what the King's faction and the Psychology Alchemists know, Dwayne Dantes can likely be confirmed to be a secret informant of the Church of Evernite. This way my safety can be guaranteed, but I can't avoid being observed. I have to be careful. I have to think of a reason to add a new servant. I can't keep having Conus or Inuni hide in this manner. As he thought, Klein stood up and placed his glass on the table. He then turned to walk to the main building of the manor and entered one of the bathrooms. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog, summoning the sea god's scepter. He used the prayer point he marked as Inuni to observe every corner of Mega Manor. During this process his mind was somewhat tense, worried that he would see a priest wearing simple clothes with a beard and golden eyes. Fortunately, after a series of inspections, he confirmed that there was nothing unusual. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his spirituality. He then cast his gaze at the bronze cross on the long mottled table. This was an item that the magician and judgment had recently sacrificed. It was to thank Mr. Fool for his blessings. It doesn't look like its level is low. Klein picked up the spiky cross and used divination to quickly figure out its powers and negative effects. Both were one and the same. The bronze cross could cleanse powers of degeneration, corruption, darkness, evil, and other domains, quickly causing them to dissipate. Due to this reason, it could also clear the mental corruption of Beyonder characteristics. It was precisely because of this potent purification that the bronze cross couldn't coexist with other mystical items or be in contact with other Beyonder characteristics. It couldn't exist on the same person. Furthermore, it also repelled the wielder's Beyonder characteristic, albeit not in an obvious manner. Over the passage of time, it would slowly cause a Beyonder's characteristic to seep out. This meant that if one were to carry the bronze cross for more than an hour, their sequence would drop by at least 1. Beyond 3 hours, non-demigods would definitely be reduced to an ordinary person. Exceeding 6 hours, sequence 4 and 3 saints would also lose their Beyonder powers. It was almost ineffective against angels because they had the ability to shatter Beyonder characteristics. It can be used to retrieve the characteristics of Beyonders who failed to advance without dying, or from those who lost control. This cross's powers resemble the sun pathways unshadowed. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 1033, Let There Be Light. Scrutinizing the bronze cross in hand, Klein was certain that it was at least a Grade 1 sealed artifact. Apart from its purifying effects, it also possessed flaring sun and other demigod-level spells of the sun domain. As for its negative effects, they weren't a problem to resolve if one used it properly. It could help people who stumbled into the Beyonder world become normal humans again, or it could be used for people who consumed additional potions to secrete the Beyonder characteristic. Of course, the body and soul that had been reconstructed by potions would definitely suffer from frequent conflicts with an ordinary human's essence. Beyonders who relied on this cross to retreat from this circle would undoubtedly suffer residual effects. This made Klein sigh. This was the most useful and valuable negative effect he had ever seen. To him, the only problem was that this cross couldn't be carried with him for extended periods, nor could he hand it to his marionette, as it would expel the marionette's characteristic and drop its sequence. I can only leave it above the grey fog and take it out when I need it. I'll later confirm if it corresponds to an unshadowed. If it does, I'll sell it to Little Sun after he finishes digesting his potion. I believe the chief wouldn't be miserly to not exchange it with a sealed artifact of equal value. The sun pathway is clearly more suitable for the forsaken land of the gods, Klein thought in a good mood. He didn't immediately make a confirmation, planning on leaving it until he returned to 160 Bokeland Street. As Mager Manor was too close to the underground ruins, he was afraid that the royal family's angel, or maybe even Adam, was observing the area. If his experiments were to trigger some change in the grey fog, his biggest secret might be exposed. Even if this sealed artifact doesn't correspond to an unshadowed, it's definitely from the sun pathway. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun's trademark has nothing to do with a cross. After eliminating this possibility, the only one related to the sun domain is the City of Silver's creator, the ancient sun god, Adam and Amon's dad. It appeared in the hands of Viscount Stratford. So does this mean that it's the Twilight Hermit Order who's cooperating with the royal family? Of course, there are too many other possibilities. If this sealed artifact really was provided by Adam, could it be part of his arrangements? Faced with Demoness Trissy, Viscount Stratford chose to use this purifying cross. That arrangement is very reasonable. Upon deciding to eliminate Sherman, he didn't use any direct offensive means, and instead wasted time activating this sealed artifact. That too is also very reasonable. Yes, it's all very reasonable. I'm just not sure if there are signs of this outcome being arranged. With this in mind, my phobia for 008 has reared its head again. Klein felt his scalp tingle as he thought about it. Composing himself, he decided to do further experiments after returning to Bokeland Street. He didn't hesitate and immediately returned to the real world. As for the items on Condensed Kilgore, he relied solely on his divination powers to gain an initial grasp on the situation. Apart from the Concerto of Light and Shadow which Ariana had taken, and the badge used to open the ruins, Condensed had two other mystical items. One was Rever's Shout of Despair, a strange revolver that could shoot without bullets and had a rapid-fire rate. The other item was Lucky Grass, a four-leaved clover that had been made into a protective charm. Its power was to accumulate one's chance of success after a subsequent failed attempt. The negative side effect was that it magnified the wearer's character flaws. These two items were of little value to Klein, and he continued keeping them on Condens's person. On Sunday afternoon, the group of people who went to the suburbs returned to Bokeland Street. Before dinner, Klein headed above the grey fog once again and picked up the bronze cross. He first confirmed that it corresponded to the sun pathway's sequence 4 unshadowed, and rather uncreatively named it Unshadowed Crucifix. Following that, he picked up a pen and wrote a new divination statement, the origins of this cross. Klein didn't immediately divine if the crucifix had any traces of being arranged, afraid that it might point to Adam and place him in a state of vigilance. He planned on investigating the situation by figuring out the artifact's origins. Putting down the pen, Klein looked down at the cross and exhaled heavily. "I'm courting death again." He suspected that the unshadowed crucifix originated from the City of Silver's creator, the ancient sun god, a powerful deity stronger than the likes of the Dragon of Imagination. Sneaking a peek at him would cause damage that exceeded his previous divination of Grossel's travels. However, things were no longer the same. Klein was now a Sequence 4 Bizarro sorcerer, a demigod. The damage he could withstand, as well as the amount of power he could use from the mysterious space, far exceeded his previous state. After spending a few seconds to calm his emotions, he leaned back in his chair, holding the unshadowed crucifix in one hand and the piece of paper in the other, softly repeating the divination statement. Over and over again, he used cogitation as a jumping board to enter a state of deep sleep. In the hazy world, a building whose original form was obscured by layers of greyish-white stood in a pitch-black environment, surrounded by monsters. A crack opened up on the greyish-white building's surface as a palm that had almost white skin reached out. A figure walked out, a man. He wore a black clergyman robe and had a silver crucifix hung on his chest. This man's hair wasn't long, and was mainly raven black in color, with a faint hint of blonde at the roots. His eyes were pure gold, and his skin was rather white. He had a deep outline and pronounced eye sockets, looking quite similar to the people of the northern continent. He took 2 steps forward, reached his hand out, and grabbed the very ordinary crucifix. His eyes gradually lost their look of confusion as the ends of his lips curled up slightly. He said in a deep voice, "Let there be light." The pitch-black surroundings of the greyish-white building were immediately pierced by bright lights, revealing what it really looked like. This was a deep valley where nothing could be seen above it, yet the infinite light filled every corner. And there was light. The image of the next scene flashed. A drop of golden blood that emitted light and heat dripped onto the silver cross. Above the drop of blood seemed to be a figure that was formed of dazzling light. The face that he couldn't see clearly was looking up, seemingly being effused with pain and a sense of distortion in a very real manner. He cast his gaze over towards the area above the grey fog, casting it at Klein, who was seated at the fool's high-backed chair. His deep voice sounded once again, "Mysteries." Suddenly, without any forewarning, Klein's thoughts erupted with a boom. Chapter 1034, Gains. The boundless grey fog boiled as the ancient and majestic palace burned. The blazing flames condensed into a fiery blob, as though a blinding sun had risen out from this mysterious space. A howling hurricane flipped the long mottled table, snapping the thick stone columns and causing half the palace to collapse. Sitting at the fool's seat, Klein's brain was boiling before holes exploded out of it. Charred maggots then began crawling out of the cracks. He didn't die, and he had even very calmly reached out his right palm and tapped the armrest of the chair. Above the grey fog, this mysterious space quaked as waves of power surged out, calming the hurricane and extinguishing the flames. The blazing sun evaporated, inch by inch. The thick stone pillars stood once more as the long mottled table returned to its original state. The magnificent palace appeared as though it had never collapsed. Klein's head recovered instantly, and the charred maggots that had drilled out turned transparent again before crawling back inside. As expected, stronger than Dragon of Imagination Ankiwelt. "It's painful. This pain is also clearly stronger," Klein muttered, massaging his forehead. He rapped the edge of the mottled table, and the mysterious space quaked once more. Amidst the quakes, a pitch-black shadow abruptly emerged out of the palace's floor. This shadow twisted and struggled before being wiped clean by the grey fog's powers, leaving nothing behind. After nearly a minute, Klein calmed down completely and recalled the scene he had seen. That should be the ancient sun god, the City of Silver creator, Adam's and Ammon's dad. From the crucifix and that line, "Let there be light," there's a high chance that he is the first transmigrator. The second scene was of him suffering a betrayal, the scene of him being eaten by the kings of angels. The divine blood he dripped before his death fused with the silver crucifix, turning it into a rather powerful sealed artifact. From the looks of it, the unshadowed crucifix was obtained by one of the kings of angels, or it landed in Ammon's or Adam's hands. Why did he give the crucifix to Miss Magician and Miss Judgment in a very reasonable manner? He had discovered that the two ladies believe in the fool. He wishes to know where his father, who also doesn't belong to that era, came from. That creator's level is extremely high. He was able to sense my prying despite the long stretch of history and cast his gaze above the grey fog. Furthermore, the influence he created not only openly caused destruction, but also secretly invaded this place, creating a special shadow that nearly lurked here. What does the uttering of mysteries mean? Is it pointing to me, or the original owner of this mysterious space? Questions flashed past Klein's mind, making him come up with several theories, but the final answer eluded him. Reining in his thoughts, Klein conjured a new pen and paper and wrote down the knowledge he had learned. Sequence 4, Unshadowed. Main ingredients: 1 drop of the sun's divine blood. Ritual: extract the strongest emotions that one is most unwilling to abandon before consuming the potion. Inject these emotions back again during this process. Sequence 3, Justice Mentor. Sequence 4, Black Knight. Sequence 3, Trinity Templar. After doing all of this, Klein picked up the bronze cross again and observed it with a heavy expression. He then threw the unshadowed crucifix into the junk pile and stirred the powers of the mysterious space to suppress it. In front of an ordinary house in Sherwood Borough, a postman riding a bike stopped at the door. He took out a letter from his bag and threw it in the mailbox. After a while, a pitch-black flame suddenly spewed out of the mailbox's mouth, burning quietly before quickly disappearing. In Empress Borough, in the opulent villa of Earl Hall, Audrey, who had brought Susie to the garden for a stroll, had just returned to the foyer when she saw her father come in from the outside, his brows knitted. "Father, did something happen?" Audrey asked with concern. Earl Hall restrained his frustrated expression. "It's nothing important. I just never expected Veen Rambis to be a member of a cult." "He's a member of a cult?" Audrey expressed her surprise appropriately. Earl Hall nodded solemnly. "Yes, he's wanted by the 3 churches. I'm still not sure which cult he's involved in." "Has he been caught?" Audrey asked. "No, he disappeared before the warrant was issued," Earl Hall sighed. "It's really hard to imagine that he's a cult member. He's of excellent character and is knowledgeable." "That's just the side he wants you to see," Audrey inwardly mumbled. Then, as usual, she entered the small prayer room at home before dinner, facing the sacred emblem of the Evernite goddess. However, her low chanting was, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After chanting the honorific name, Audrey succinctly reported, "Vin Rambis has gone missing. He has been identified as a cultist and is wanted by all 3 churches." With that said, she was about to solemnly pray to the goddess when a boundless grey fog appeared before her. In the middle of the fog, a blurry figure sat on a chair, looking down from above. He gently nodded. "I'm aware." Just as this secret existence said that, the scene before Audrey's eyes changed. It presented a figure who was concentrating on praying. "Honourable Mr. Fool, the Church of Evernite has obtained intelligence from Conas Kilgore and confirmed that King George III hides an extremely huge secret. For the obtaining of a Blood Emperor ruins in the Sturluan segment of the Tussock River, he colluded with the Demoness sect and psychology alchemists to partake in human trafficking, creating the human disappearance cases that ultimately led to the Great Smog of Backland." The Demoness sect's former representative was Despair Nightingale Panatia and was later changed to Saintess of White Katerina. "For the psychology alchemists, it's Vin Rambis. Please remind Miss Justice to be careful when she meets Vin Rambis again. She needs to be constantly prepared to seek help." His Majesty, Audrey's eyes widened as upheavals went through her heart. She found it difficult to control herself. This was partly due to the fact that this news was shocking for a noble like her. In addition, it had to do with lie which magnified her emotions. Almost at the same time, a news report flashed in Audrey's mind, one that had left an unerasable impression on her. According to preliminary estimates, a total of over 21,000 people died in the smog, and the subsequent plague took the lives of close to 40,000 people. Among the deceased were young children, healthy young men, and women. So that's how it is. What is the king plotting? The 3 churches likely don't have any actual evidence, otherwise Father wouldn't only be frustrated to this degree, Audrey felt an inexplicable sense of anger and sadness. It felt like particular principles she had upheld in the past had been ruthlessly trampled, or that values that had stood up to time were silently crumbling. She subconsciously lowered her head and closed her eyes. Then she exhaled and whispered, "Thank you, Mr. Fool. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. World." After her prayer, Audrey sat in the tranquil darkness and didn't move for a long time. Chapter 1035, Diary Page in Advance. In a 2-bedroom apartment in East Borough, Falls picked up a fountain pen and wrote a letter to her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. It was to tell him that she was in danger and had to leave where she used to stay. Replies were not to be sent there, and if he had sent a letter, he was to quickly change his address and identity if possible. After writing, she put down her pen, folded the letter, and stuffed it into an envelope. She then changed into outdoor attire and left the room. She wasn't inclined towards heading out, but this new residence of hers didn't have alcoholic beverages, coffee beans, black tea, newspapers, or novels. As for Shio, she had already gone out to mail a letter to their former rental apartment, indicating that Viscount Stratford's loyalties lay with the king, hoping to drive Sherman's observer to take certain actions. Seriously, after everything was over, I was so afraid that I nearly forgot to write to teacher. If I had finished it earlier, I could have gotten Shio to do the mailing. Falls wore a bonnet that had a fishnet and walked down the dark staircase. This was in the periphery of East Borough, where technical workers and low-level managers mainly lived. As she heard chimes from time to time, she walked slowly along the side of the street. At this moment, a postman stopped his bike, took out a stack of newspapers from his bag, and entered a condominium beside her. Falls casually glanced at it and discovered that the copy at the top was News at Sea. People who live here will actually subscribe to such a newspaper? She mumbled in surprise. The postman entered the condominium and found a few targets from the rows of mailboxes, stuffing the corresponding papers into them. Shortly after he left, a mailbox was opened, and the newspaper inside was taken out. The person who retrieved the newspapers walked up to the 3rd story, opened a room, and sat in a simple reclining chair, rocking in it as he read through it. By the side of the reclining chair, there was a black wooden table with a stack of papers placed on it. Some were stacked neatly, while others were bent asymmetrically, revealing articles with headlines such as "Shocking," "Crazy Adventurer Made Fugitive," and "Story of Gehrman Sparrow and 3 Female Pirate Admirals." Shortly after Falls finished her purchases and returned, Shio had also returned. The reason for their timely return was because it was Monday and almost 3 in the afternoon. The nearby cathedral's bells resonated as a crimson-red beam of light surged at them at the same moment. Inside the majestic palace, figures appeared simultaneously. Like always, Justice Audrey stood up first, curtsied, and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fall." Miss Justice seems rather down. From the looks of it, the news last night is still affecting her. The Fool Klein nodded indiscernibly and acknowledged the member's greetings. At this moment, Audrey noticed a bronze cross beside Mr. Fool's right hand. Where did this cross come from? To be placed on the table by Mr. Fool, it's an item that's at least the level of a card of blasphemy. Who does it originate from? Questions flew through her mind. This was the first time Mr. Fool was placing something in front of him that wasn't a card of blasphemy. Immediately following that, Alger, Cattleya, and the other members also noticed the bronze cross. They couldn't help but guess at its origins. Among them, Derek felt a subtle calling from it, recalling the law of beyonder characteristics convergence. This is a high-level sealed artifact of the Sun Pathway? He realized. Falls and Shio recognized the cross to be the artifact that they had sacrificed. Their pupils dilated. Mr. Fool places so much importance on this item. It's more important than what Shio and I imagined. Falls was stunned. Just as Audrey was deliberating about raising her hand, Cattleya closed her eyes, turned her body, and faced the seat of honor. Before she bowed and spoke, the Fool Klein suddenly chuckled. "Don't worry, the glasses you conjure conceal your eye of mystery prying." He knew very well that Ma'am Hermit had already become a demigod by obtaining godhood, turning into a mysticologist. This was partly because she had prayed to the Fool before she held the ritual, hoping to advance under his watch. After sealing her eye of mystery prying, Cattleya heaved a sigh of relief and reverently said, "Mr. Fool, there is one page of Emperor Roselle's diary this time." Emperor Roselle's diary? Queen Mystic is done with her matters? But nothing abnormal happened in Backlund. The fool Klein nodded in an unperturbed manner. Good. You can think of a question or request. As he spoke, Audrey, Alger, and the others sharply learned something from this conversation. Ma'am Hermit was worried that the glasses she conjured were unable to seal her eye of mystery prying, and this wasn't a worry she had in the previous gatherings. This means that Ma'am Hermit's eye of mystery prying has been significantly boosted. She advanced to become a demigod? She's our Tarot Club's second demigod? Audrey connected this matter to Cattleya's purchase of the mythical creature's blood, and immediately had a guess. She then swept her gaze at the male members opposite her and realized that Mr. Hanged Man's seating posture had unknowingly changed. He had apparently figured that Ma'am Hermit had become a demigod. Honorable Mr. Fool, can this question be accumulated with the next one? Cattleya asked. Accumulated with the next one? Queen Mystic still doesn't want to have her mood affected? Then why would she suddenly provide a diary page? Has she foreseen something? To maintain his image, Klein didn't ask why and nodded gently. Sure. Cattleya didn't speak further as she conjured that diary page, only to see it flash into Mr. Fool's hands. Klein scanned it seemingly casually, taking in most of the information. 19th July, night of the blood moon. Mr. Dawes' answer allowed me to confirm one thing. In that ancient secret organization, the second blasphemy slate I saw wasn't complete. Chapter 1036, Expected Development. According to Mr. Daw, the main difference between the second blasphemy slate and the first isn't that the latter has many unique sequence names, but that the former had many additions. It was a secret the ancient sun god caught a glimpse of towards his later years. In other words, the second blasphemy slate's creator was the ancient sun god. Towards this question, Mr. Daw answered with almost certainty. He told me that the ancient sun god's fall resulted in the birth of the blasphemy slate. Then, who was the one who created the first blasphemy slate? The original creator? And what were the additional pieces of knowledge that appeared on the second blasphemy slate? Mr. Daw didn't answer, only saying that it involves too many secrets. As the blasphemy slate was mentioned, I recalled two questions that had been bothering me. What does it mean to be the trend of the times? Who defines it? Mr. Dawes' reaction was very odd. He laughed for nearly 20 seconds before telling me, "Be careful of the spectator." What has this got to do with my question? With his reminder, I carefully recalled the contents of the second blasphemy slate and discovered an unusual problem. As a beyonder of the savant pathway, my memory is something I can be proud of, but I only recalled that sequence 0 of the spectator pathway is visionary. I have no impression of its ritual to become a god. I can clearly remember all the rituals for the other 21 pathways, but this is the only one where I have subconsciously neglected it. I tried asking Mr. Daw what the ritual is. He laughed and said, "Didn't you already say it? The ritual for a spectator to become a god is to make the development of the times be in line with one's expectations, then consume the potion at a certain time node in that trend. I believe that's the truth. Compared to the times is part of the original creator, this seems more objective. On careful thought, this is really quite a terrifying matter. It's fine when stuck in the low and mid-beyonder levels, but once someone is of a high standing, they might suffer an unknown and sudden destruction simply because their particular thoughts or matters that they would like to push forward disagrees with a particular existence's expectations. Be careful of the spectator. I'm very curious how Mr. Daw knows what's on the second blasphemy slate. His answer was that he had seen the complete second blasphemy slate, and with him were Solomon, Zaratul, Tudor, Trunsoest, Augustus, Einhorn, Sauron, Castia, Zoroaster, Theano, Constantine and company. These were families who reigned over all the Beyonders in the Fourth Epoch. The secrets contained in this diary page made Klein feel as though he was facing a mythical creature's form, embroiling his mind in a storm of knowledge. The spectator's ritual to become a god is to make the times develop according to one's imagination? If that's the case, Adam has been subconsciously preparing for this since the beginning of the Fourth Epoch. So the secret that King George III is hiding is in line with his expectations, to the point of him giving a helping hand. Once the tide of the times come rushing in, he will be able to become a god. In that case, engaging in a deep investigation of the Great Smog is abnormally dangerous. Even if I'm currently a blessed of the goddess, my safety can't be guaranteed. Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly had the intention of cowering back. If this were in the past, he could relax after reporting the matter to the Church of Evernite. But now, as a blessed of the goddess, he had already promised to seek out Vinrambis and Saintess of White Katerina, making it very difficult for him to escape. At the very least, I have to know what the king's secret is before deciding what to do. Klein retracted his gaze and made the diary page vanish. Then he looked around with a calm expression and said with a smile, "You may begin." At this moment, Audrey didn't hide her curiosity. She raised her hand slightly and asked, "Honourable Mr. Fool, is there any special meaning to the cross beside your hand? If the answer requires an equivalent exchange, you can directly make the request." Klein had placed the unshadowed crucifix on the table precisely for this reason. He smiled at Miss Justice. "This question is nothing. It's something left behind by the sun god of ancient times." Sun god of ancient times? The creator that the City of Silver believes in? This cross actually has such origins? A captain of the Royal Guards who's just a sequence 5 or 6 actually had a relic of the ancient sun god on him? Isn't that too much a coincidence? Fours couldn't believe her ears. At this moment the fool Klein mentioned in passing, its level isn't too high, corresponding to an unshadowed. Its greatest use is to eliminate the mental corruption of beyonder characteristics and help people who have consumed excessive potions to expel the excess characteristics. It will allow those who do not wish to remain in the mysterious world to return to normalcy. This power is rather fascinating. It's no wonder Mr. World once asked me if I would be willing to completely leave the mysterious world. Audrey felt that her curiosity was satisfied. Derek was surprised and delighted, having a feeling that he had his dream fulfilled. His dream was to free all the residents of the City of Silver from the curse and return under the sun. And if such a dream could be fulfilled by the relic inherited from the ancient sun god, it would truly appear to be destiny. He spoke before the hanged man. "Honourable Mr. Fool, can I find a way to trade for this item?" "As long as you pay a sufficient price," Klein said with a slight nod. Mr. Fool really is the best, the greatest. Derek praised from the bottom of his heart. As long as a sufficient price is paid, Alger gained inspiration from Miss Magician's rental of the notebook. "Honourable Mr. Fool, is it possible to rent the cross for a day or a few hours for a fixed price?" "Yes," the Fool Klein answered simply. "It can be rented." The star Leonard had benefited quite significantly from borrowing Leymano's travels previously. He focused, seriously thinking if he had any need for the ancient sun god's relic. A few seconds later, he realized that he didn't have such a need. The sun pathway was good against wraiths and spectres, but the Evernite pathway was good at it too. Furthermore, he had already obtained 4 flaring sun charms. As for purging excessive beyonder characteristics, he was about to hold the ritual to become a spirit warlock. At this moment, Fours glanced at Shio and felt pangs of regret. She wasn't regretting them sacrificing the cross, but rather that she didn't attempt to record its corresponding powers before sacrificing it. "After all, I can still rent it from Mr. Fool in the future." She tried to cheer up. Noticing no further requests, the Fool Klein retracted his gaze, gesturing to the members to begin the transactions and discussions. In fact, the unshadowed crucifix had someone who potentially needed it, the Fog Sea's strongest hunter, Anderson. This fellow had undergone various experiments in a bid to digest the alien object inside him. "I'll get Danitz to ask later," Klein silently mumbled. At this moment, Audrey raised a request for a transaction. "Ladies and gentlemen, which one of you has a Dreamcatcher's heart, mind illusion crystal, or an adult mind dragon's complete brain?" Chapter 1037, Gehrman's Problem. After hearing Miss Justice, Derek very enthusiastically replied, "Our City of Silver's warehouse likely has the complete brain of an adult mind dragon. I'll inform you after confirming it when I return." He originally wanted to say that the brain was most likely filled with madness and distorted mental corruption, but after seeing the bronze cross, he felt that it wasn't a problem. That simple? Audrey's eyes lit up when she heard that. Her depressed mood from last night had brightened significantly. Indeed, compared to the outside world where dragons are decreasing in number, the city of Silver, which has a history dating back to the Second Epoch, will likely possess such ingredients. It's mainly because they do not have the higher sequences formula for the spectator pathway, so even with the ingredients, they are of little use, Audrey thought as she asked with a faint smile, "If you do have it, what would you exchange it for? I haven't thought of it." Derek felt a little embarrassed as he scratched the back of his head. His main goal now was to obtain the creator's relic from Mr. Fool, but he didn't have anything of equal value. In the past, he would have been worried, but now he quickly came up with an idea. He decided to ask the chief, certain that he would be interested in the relic. "All right, confirm it first. It's best if you can check if there's any blood of an adult mind dragon." Audrey didn't press. It was the hardest supplementary ingredient she needed in the Dreamwalker potion formula. "You don't have to look at me. Although I do have some savings, there's nothing I wish to buy. It mainly has to do with teacher not having given me the traveler's potion formula. I've always been looking forward to heading to different places to take in their vistas and delicacies, but thinking of the long journey and the bulky baggage is obstructive. After I become a traveler, these won't be a problem." Forz's thoughts gradually wandered as she fantasized about her future life. Shio pondered for a moment. "Everyone, please look out for the potion formula for the Arbiter Pathways Sequence 6 Judge and Sequence 5 Disciplinary Paladin." She had a chance of obtaining the Judge formula from her MI9 contact, but she believed that Viscount Stratford's death would cause a storm in Backland. Therefore, she planned on getting the Tarot Club to make additional preparations. Besides, advancing to Sequence 6 and 5 would make her a quasi-high-ranking member of MI9, which would likely require a new round of investigations into her background. To Shio, who was anxious to advance and figure out the secret of the king, she couldn't place all her hopes in the military. "All right," Alger was the first to reply. Due to its influence with the royal family, the Church of Storms likely had some of the Arbiter pathway formulas, though they were out of his reach for now. Following that, Catleya said, "The potion formula of the Arbiter pathway is strictly controlled by the Lone and Fainapotter royal families. They seldom appear in the wild. However, I can try to help you obtain it, but I'm not able to guarantee success. Also, if you need it, I can provide you with a Judge Pathways mystical item. After its shattering and reformation, it will become the corresponding main ingredient." As for the method to obtaining the formula, it was actually very simple. Take the initiative to listen to the ravings of the hidden sage. At Sequence 4, her tolerance as a demigod had undergone a qualitative change. However, the hidden sage could attach negative influences in the knowledge, corrupting the listener. Therefore, such actions were still dangerous. Catleya had the courage to attempt it because she was a member of the Moses Ascetic Order, which had found a relatively safe method to listen. As for the tiny corruption that came with it, she suspected that entering the area above the grey fog for the tarot gathering allowed it to be eliminated. The only problem was that the knowledge she received each time wasn't under her control. As for the mystical item she was willing to provide, it came from the Fogsea's strongest hunter, Anderson, a button. After hearing that, Shio didn't hesitate to agree. "All right, I'll consider purchasing it after obtaining the Judge Potion formula. I hope I can raise my sequence again by then, allowing me to use the Grey Fog's powers at the level of an angel. Only then can I shatter items and let the characteristic reform. I wonder if the unshadowed crucifix can purge an item's beyonder characteristic out," Klein, who was listening by the sidelines, thought. After discussing Misjudgment's matter, the other members didn't seem to have any needs to make a transaction. Derek was only thinking of the Creator's relic. Emlyn and Catleya had just advanced recently. Among them, Catleya had the intention of renting the cross to see if she could cleanse the remnant corruption in Artisan Seelf, but she believed she was temporarily unable to produce anything that would garner Mr. Fool's interest. After some thought, Emlyn said to the magician, "Ma'am, in the next 2 weeks, I might need to rent that notebook." No problem. Fawes was very happy to permit his request. This meant not only would she not be spending money, but she would even earn some. At this thought, she couldn't help but add, "Try not to record full moon." While Emlyn nodded in agreement, Alger interrupted, "Is the Sanguine's hunting of the key members of the Rose School of Thought about to begin?" "Yes." Emlyn didn't hide the truth. "Once the plan is finalized, I'll get everyone to provide me with suggestions." No problem. The first to answer wasn't the hanged man but the world Gehrman Sparrow, who had been sitting silently at the bottom end of the long bronze table. He's interested in this? Not only did Emlyn think this, but the other members also had the same idea. With the hanged man, the hermit, and Justice agreeing to help Mr. Moon, the Tarot Club's transaction segment came to an end, ushering in the free communication segment. The world Gehrman Sparrow sat up slightly and looked at the star Leonard. "Help me ask if that person has seen the second blasphemy slate." Blasphemy slate? Audrey and the other members immediately grasped the peculiar term. They immediately had astonished thoughts. The second blasphemy slate? Mr. Starr isn't as simple as he appears. He knows someone that has seen one of the most important items in mythical legend. Other than his identity as a member of the church, he has other secrets. No wonder he has joined the Tarot Club. Leonard jumped in fright as well, never expecting Klein to raise such a request. After a few seconds of silence, he exhaled and said, "Okay." Chapter 1038, Name List. After answering, Leonard snapped to his senses, grasping the hidden message contained in Klein's request. Does he mean that old man has once seen something like the blasphemy slate? Without giving Leonard the chance to think, the world Gehrman Sparrow surveyed the area. The Church of Evernite has confirmed that lone King George III hides a particular secret from the intel they received from MI9's Deputy Director, Brigadier General Connus Kilgore. He secretly sent people to dig up the Blood Emperor's ruins and colluded with the Demoness sect and psychology alchemists. Klein controlled the fake person and described the matter, which he had previously told Miss Justice in greater detail, adding, "The 3 churches don't seem to have found enough evidence. With Vin Rambis's disappearance, the matter seems to have calmed on the surface. There is reason to suspect that there's a traitor amongst the upper echelons of the 3 churches." Something so major actually happened in Backlund this week. Klein seems to have obtained information from the church. Why don't I know any of that? As he listened, Leonard shot a look at the world with an odd expression, unsure as to who was the real red glove of the Church of Evernite. CO, who had planned on sharing her encounter with Viscount Stratford, was stunned to realize that the matter Mr. World was investigating overlapped greatly with her goals. If I had known this would happen, I would have sought Mr. World's help when following Viscount Stratford to the dock area. At this moment, Alger connected it to a period 3 to 4 months ago, when the World had requested them to take note of Connus Kilgore and had accused Vin Rambis of being the mastermind behind Quaron's suicide. Indeed, a simple suicide case wouldn't make the World expend so much of his time and energy. Matters he's investigating are very likely secrets that have an influence on the global situation. Also, there might be a traitor amongst the 3 churches' upper echelons. Alger could sense the surging undercurrents and the scent of an opportunity. Normally, he wasn't someone the Church of Storms placed great importance on. The best outcome for a Beyonder who acted as a pirate for prolonged periods of time was to become a Sequence 5 ocean songster. Only with the situation changing could he rely on the Tarot Club to showcase his capabilities and make great contributions, making himself a target to be nurtured. Likewise, Catalea seemed to see the dark clouds accumulating in Backlund and vaguely understood why the Queen had been staying there over the past half-year. As for Emlyn, he frowned, feeling once again that Backlund was no longer a safe place for the Sanguine. I can only hope that it doesn't affect my hunting operation of the key members of the Rose School of Thought. I will take note of Vin Rambis's whereabouts. Audrey broke the temporary silence. Judgment Shio also looked at the World. I'm investigating a matter that involves the King's secret. If you need my assistance, please don't stand on ceremony. Having said that, she briefly mentioned the problem of someone monitoring Sherman. All right, Klein made the world nod and chuckle hoarsely. Be it taking note of Vin Rambus's whereabouts, or investigating the king's secret, take note of any matters that seem too coincidental around you. If there are any coincidences, immediately inform me. He didn't directly mention the Twilight Hermit Order or Adam, afraid that the others would reveal problems by being overly anxious. After about 10 seconds of silence, Derek said, I'll be following the expedition team to the afternoon town camp after a period of making preparations. This time, we might attempt to enter the Giant King's court. To Audrey and the others, this wasn't something too sudden. They had long known that the City of Silver would launch such an operation after the sun advanced to Sequence 5. Alger gave a vague reminder, when the time comes, listen to your chief's arrangements and try your best to pray to Mr. Fool frequently. If you're stumped, you can request a mini-gathering for a discussion. All right, Mr. Hanged Man, Derek replied. After this matter was over, Alger turned to the seat of honor. Honorable Mr. Fool, I have the answer to the matter you wanted me to investigate. Under the other members' looks of puzzlement, he continued, there were 5 Faysac colonels who participated in the Conatop Sea Battle in 1338. 2 of them died in battle, and 1 died 2 years ago due to excessive drinking. 1 was promoted to Commodore and was transferred to the Imperial Navy College. 1 became a Rear Admiral and is currently serving as commanding officer of the Faysac Subjugation Fleet's 2nd Squadron. As he spoke, he requested the right to conjure a piece of paper filled with the detailed intel. The Fool Klein allowed it to flash in his palm and quickly scanned through it. He had made the Hanged Man investigate the Faysac colonel to seek out Creeping Hunger's original owner. That naval officer had captured the second mate, Andy Hayden, in that sea battle and grazed him. He was one of the absolute victors, so it was impossible for him to have died in battle. Klein remembered 3 names from the paper, Boris, Suzdal, and Dmitriev. Retracting his gaze, he nodded gently. Continue gathering detailed information of the latter 3. Figure out everything about their lives. Yes, Mr. Fool, Alger agreed without hesitation. After another round of exchanges, the tarot gathering came to an end. Leonard then returned to the real world. Sitting on the sofa, he hesitated for a moment before placing his feet on the coffee table. He asked with a suppressed voice, Old man, have you seen the second blasphemy slate before? In his mind, Palais Zoroast's slightly aged voice sounded. No, the one who saw the second blasphemy slate was my great-grandfather. Haha, who mentioned this? Leonard didn't answer as thoughts resonated in his mind. The blasphemy slate really exists. Old man's great-grandfather had seen it. No wonder he could become an angel. After a few seconds, he asked curiously, Old man, do you know the potion formula of Night Watcher? Palais Zoroast immediately scoffed. Naive, according to my great-grandfather, it was an urgent situation and a limited opportunity. The blasphemy slate could disappear at any moment. Any smart person will know to grasp a complete beyond a pathway before looking at the rest. In addition, the knowledge of the blasphemy slate appeared in its essence and not in textual form. Everyone who saw it needed some time to interpret it. When the blasphemy slate was taken away, not everyone managed to memorize a complete pathway, so how could they care about the others? I do have quite a number of potion formulas of the other pathways, but they were slowly gathered by the family over long periods of time. Is that so? Leonard chuckled dryly and asked, Who took the second blasphemy slate away? Palais Zoroast fell silent for a second. If my great-grandfather's description isn't wrong, that should be King of Angels Adam. The 7 deities, no, it should have only been 6 back then, didn't participate in this matter. Leonard pressed in puzzlement. Palais Zoroast laughed in an ambiguous manner, at least not on the surface. Chapter 1039, Hope. A bolt of lightning streaked across the deep, dark sky, illuminating the entirety of the City of Silver before it returned to its pitch-black state. After Derek Berg opened his eyes, he immediately got off the bed and dashed for the door. He slowed his pace as he walked, his expression clearly conflicted. How should I mention the Creator's relic to the chief? Directly tell him that an item has caught my eye? No. Although, according to Mr. Hanged Man, the chief has a tacit understanding towards such matters, I can't be too direct. Derek was always a thin-skinned youth. He paused in place, seriously trying to recall the discussions with the other Tarot Club members, hoping to imitate them and find a reasonable excuse. After simulating the possible developments, he bit his lip and decided to be direct. Carrying Thunder God's roar, he pulled open the door, entered the streets, and headed for the Twin Towers. Along the way, many City of Silver residents came out of their houses, wearing smiles as they gathered at the training field. This period of time was the harvesting season for black-faced grass, a festival for the City of Silver to offer sacrificial offerings to the Creator. Seeing children who were skipping about and adults wearing black-faced grass amulets while hearing their singing, Derek's heart calmed down as his footsteps grew firmer. Coming to the spire, he passed the message and met the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad. This demon hunter was messy and grizzled as always, the wrinkles on his face rather deep, his light blue eyes filled with experience as though they could see through a person. After Derek saluted him, he nodded and said, "How's your grasp of the Priest of Light potion?" Derek answered in a frank manner, "Almost grasped it." "Yes, there's no rush. The other members of the expedition team have yet to make preparations. They still need a certain amount of time, just like Lovia. She's gathering and searching for the ingredients needed for her advancement." Colin Iliad gave a casual mention. "Indeed, Elder Lovia will also participate in the expedition to the Giant King's court. She's trying to become a demigod." Derek was taken aback. "Elder Lovia has the subsequent potion formula?" "Yes." Colin gave an affirmative answer, but he didn't provide an explanation. He instead asked, "Is there something this time?" Derek turned anxious when he heard this. He didn't make a request, but rather directly said, "Your Excellency, I discovered a relic of the Creator. It corresponds to the sequence 4 unshadowed of the sun pathway." The tall and muscular Colin narrowed his eyes as the look in them changed. Those complex and indescribable emotions made Derek freeze on the spot, causing him to momentarily forget what he was about to say next. Amidst an indescribable silence, Demon Hunter Colin said in a deep voice, "Relic?" Derek's pupils constricted as he realized that he accidentally mentioned something of great significance. He had felt pained that the Creator had been eaten for a very long time, knowing that he had completely fallen, never to return again. This made him develop the illusion that it was common sense. Faced with the chief's question, he fell silent, at a loss for an explanation. He hesitated for a few seconds and finally opened his mouth with great difficulty. "Yes, relic. The kings betrayed the Lord." Colin looked at Derek, his light blue eyes seemingly losing focus temporarily. This demon hunter remained silent for a long while, and after nearly a minute did he calmly say, "Got it." His voice subconsciously turned deeper. He didn't ask where the relic was, what it looked like, or what its use was. His eyes regained their depth as he said, "You've already become a Sequence 5. You have the right to know what holy sealed artifacts the City of Silver has. Once you're able to converge your spirituality and fully grasp the theurgical spells, I'll give you the corresponding information and take you to the place where they're sealed. If you have an affinity with one of the holy sealed artifacts, you can wield one." Why did the chief suddenly mention this? He means that I can choose a holy sealed artifact to exchange for the Creator's relic. I haven't even mentioned this yet. Derek was stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. He nodded heavily. "Yes, Your Excellency." He didn't say anything else as he bade farewell and prepared to participate in the harvest. Demon Hunter Colin watched his figure disappear as he slowly walked to the window and cast his gaze at the altar near the training field. There were already many people gathered there, circling the Creator's altar, using ancient dances to please the deity. They had obvious smiles on their faces, their eyes brimming with hope and anticipation. It was as if the Creator would return if they held on for a few more years, and all hardships would come to an end. Such expectations had been repeatedly shattered in the past 2 to 3 millennia, but it rose up again and again to support their hearts in resisting the despair and burdens. Colin Iliad stood by the window and watched intently. In Backland, at Buckland Street, Klein's heart felt heavy. Emperor Roselle's diary page allowed him to understand the secrets of the spectator. He understood how dangerous it would be for him to continue investigating the king. It mainly has to do with the goddess's digesting of the death pathway's uniqueness. She won't be able to descend for quite a long period of time. I hope the Lord of Storms and the God of Steam and Machinery can react in a timely manner. Regardless, with Mam Ariana, Will or Septin and Pales Zoroast, even against a king of angels, it isn't an outcome that spells certain doom. The longer I hold on, the higher the odds of my survival will increase. Klein relieved his stress by making a self-deprecating comment. Previously, above the grey fog, he had already decided the focus of his investigation. It was to pursue Saintess of White Katerina and Demoness Trissy. As for Vin Rambis, as long as he didn't take the initiative to contact Miss Justice, he wouldn't try to seek him out. On the one hand, I'm waiting for Miss Judgment's feedback, and on the other, I should try to see if I can find Vice Admiral Ailment. By using their blood connection, I can try to lock on to the Saintess of White. This isn't too realistic. The three churches will definitely come up with this method, so the Demoness sect will definitely counter this. I'll later get Danitz to search for items related to Vice Admiral Ailment, and I'll use the grey fog's ability to interfere and screen. Klein retracted his thoughts and got out of bed. He had already used the grave fog suppression to bind the unshadowed crucifix and the mystical item, broken finger, together. He wanted to see if the Beyonder characteristic would be purged. After resting at home for a while, Klein changed his clothes and went out with his valet Inuni. He planned on praying at St. Samuel Cathedral before visiting the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. This valet wasn't actually the winner, but Conas Kilgore. Backlund's weather these days was often gloomy. The gas lamps lining the two sides of the road had yet to be lit up, but the houses had already been lit up. Klein watched all of this expressionlessly. He rode his carriage from Buckland Street to Phelps Street. He first headed to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray before he wore his top hat and walked to the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. As he approached the door, he heard a ringing sound. He saw Miss Audrey riding a modified bicycle which didn't have a horizontal bar and was rather exquisite. She had come out from an alley. She was wearing a plain white dress and a pair of black leather shoes. Her blonde hair was tied up as her green eyes were peeled on the road. Sitting on the seat harness behind her was a golden retriever who could maintain her stability no matter how much the bicycle shook. Upon noticing the elegant gentleman with white sideburns, Audrey smiled brightly and greeted in a cheery tone. "Good morning, Mr. Dantes." "Good afternoon, Miss Audrey. You seem to be in a good mood." Klein watched as she hit the brakes and used her foot to support herself. Audrey pursed her lips as her smile brightened a little. "You're right. I am indeed in a good mood. After riding this for a while, all my troubles have disappeared." Chapter 1040, The Tranquil Surface of the Sea. A spectator's ability to adjust their own emotions is rather impressive, Klein commented inwardly as he looked at the golden retriever on the back seat. He then sized up the bicycle and casually asked, "Is this a new bike designed specially for women?" "What do you mean, specially designed for women?" "If you wish to ride it, you can too," Audrey replied with a smile. "I only told the people at the bike company that they needed to consider the requirements of the different demographics. This is their latest product. It has yet to be industrialized. I was given a prototype to give them some feedback." "An excellent idea," Klein praised before asking thoughtfully, "Do you know the owner of the Backlund Bike Company?" Audrey's eyes narrowed a little. "Of course, I'm one of the major shareholders." "Major shareholder, I almost forgot about that." She ultimately succeeded. Klein seemed to understand something as the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. "I see. My imagination still isn't good enough. How is it? How does it feel after riding it?" Audrey held the bicycle's handles and darted her eyes about. "It's great. It's very suitable for women. To me, it can help me adjust my mood and relieve stress. It's like riding a horse, but that requires special equipment, and I have to do it at the horse ranch in the suburbs. It's impossible to get the horse to gallop at full speed at home or on the streets. Bicycles don't have that problem. I can even head into the alleys which horse carriages can't enter, allowing me to take in different sights. Just now, I rode past a house and saw their garden blooming with flowers. It made me feel especially happy. Oh, when I encountered other people on bicycles, I feel very happy too. They work hard to live, carrying that little bit of hope. Although they're busy and in a rush, they don't appear listless. I hope that one day I can ride through every street in Backland. Klein listened quietly as his mood improved. With Miss Justice's description, it seemed possible for the scene to appear in front of him, a trivial change he had brought to this world. He laughed. No, I have no way of refuting it. It sounds very interesting. This is what I wish to see in Backland, the more the merrier. I originally had doubts about certain things, but now I seem to have fewer doubts. With that said, he pointed at the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation's door. Let's go in. It looks like it's going to rain soon. All right, I'll park the bicycle. Audrey got off and pushed it towards the back door. There was a specially demarcated parking spot indoors. In an organization like the Foundation, more and more staff were beginning to ride bikes. As they approached the back door, Susie jumped off the bicycle. She turned back and said in puzzlement, Audrey, that Mr. Dantes had a mixed tone when he heard you say that you were one of the major shareholders, but I failed to decipher his true meaning. Audrey pursed her lips and chuckled. I previously heard that Mr. Dantes was one of the people who attempted to compete with Hibbert for buying the shares of the bicycle company. I get it now. Susie revealed an obvious smile. Inside, Klein waited until Miss Audrey returned with her Beyonder dog and followed them to the second floor. At this moment, a staff member came forward. Director, Chancellor Portland Moment from the Backland University of Technology is waiting for you in the reception room. Why is Chancellor Moment here? Audrey asked in surprise. Before the staff could finish his sentence, the stout and ruddy Portland Moment walked out while combing his white hair. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Honorable Miss Audrey, please forgive me for rashly paying a visit. It's my pleasure, Audrey replied politely. Portland bluntly said with a smile, This is the thing. I wish to add a mechanical laboratory to our university. The goal is to invent and promote various mechanical technologies that aid businesses in daily life. I wonder if you're interested in donating or investing. Heh, Dwayne. How about it? Do you have any thoughts of working together? It's a very good idea, but Backland and the entire kingdom might be falling into a maelstrom afterward. Klein was a little dazed. Audrey nodded slightly. It sounds interesting, but I need to see more information. This is a responsibility for myself and towards you. I think so too, Klein added. Portland Moment chortled heartily. No problem, I'll arrange the information when I get back. In the fog sea on the Golden Dream, Danitz, who had received Gehrman Sparrow's message, was completely puzzled. Gehrman Sparrow is actually concerned about Anderson's situation. Also, what's the meaning of searching for items related to Vice Admiral Ailment? But regardless, he thanked Mr. Fool. Following that, he put down his fishing rod and entered the cabin, heading straight for Anderson's room. He knocked on the door and opened it. With his arms crossed, Danitz stood at the door. How is it? How's the digestion of that thing in your stomach? Anderson put down his brush and glanced at Danitz. It already knows how to call me Daddy. Danitz subconsciously took 2 steps back. Anderson returned to his relaxed state. Just joking. It's not bad. Your captain has ideas and the drive. The only problem is that we've met with failure too many times. The object in my stomach has been isolated. It won't affect me for a long time. As he spoke, he rubbed his belly. Danitz asked curiously, there was originally some sort of effect. Anderson sized up Danitz. You should have heard that some Beyonder characteristics or potions will seep into items that are in prolonged contact with them and transform them. A human's body is just a relatively special item. At times, I really do suspect that you obtained Beyonder powers through contact with potions and not through consumption. That's why your brain has rotted. In the past, Danitz would have been furious, but now, all he did was chuckle. In other words, if you don't isolate it, the thing in your stomach will gradually fuse and reconstruct your body, including your brain? Anderson was amused. Very good, continue, don't stop. I think you can attempt to advance to sequence 6. Yes, you're usually very skilled at setting up fires. Danitz replied disdainfully, I'm only lacking in the ingredients. Thinking of Gehrman's instructions, he pressed, "How is the matter supposed to be dealt with after its isolation?" Anderson stroked the first button of his shirt. "Two possibilities. One is to seek the help of a demigod, such as an unshadowed, allowing the object to seep out bit by bit. In this aspect, your captain knows someone who can do it. The only problem is that my beyonder characteristic might be purged while purging that object, dropping my sequence and even turning me into an ordinary person. The second line of thought is to think of a way to obtain the iron-blooded night potion formula. Prepare the corresponding ritual and supplementary ingredients, and see if there's a way to accommodate that object and use it to become a demigod." "That sounds very dangerous." Danitz gave an objective assessment. Anderson's smile became more obvious. "Indeed, this is very dangerous. I don't even know if it will work. But don't you think it's interesting to have such a challenging task? At least this is more consistent with my aesthetic judgment than the first method." Danitz shook his head seriously. "No." Following that, he asked in a provocative and probing manner, "Don't you have a large inheritance? I can bring back your ashes." Anderson wasn't annoyed at all. "When the time comes, you can consider eating my ashes directly." Why isn't it possible to provoke this guy? The corners of Denitz's mouth twitched as he decided to give up. He wanted to seek the captain and ask how he could obtain items related to Vice Admiral Ailment. Late at night, at 160 Bokeland Street, just as Klein was about to sleep, he saw Miss Messenger walk out while holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. One of them bit on a thin envelope. "Who's it from?" Klein asked out of habit. Reinette Tinneker's 4 heads spoke one after another. "Sharon, who doesn't like nicknames." Chapter 1041, King's Daughter. Sharon, who doesn't like nicknames. How did she know? She's interacted with Miss Sharon before. Upon hearing Reinette Tinneker's answer, Klein was first taken aback, before questions emerged one after another. From his point of view, a messenger and a mailer wouldn't communicate under normal circumstances. Besides, when did Miss Messenger need to obtain the permission of the other party when she gives nicknames? A few seconds later, he instinctively had a guess. Miss Messenger and Miss Sharon definitely had some kind of connection. Reining in his thoughts, Klein opened the envelope and quickly scanned the contents. "There's something I hope you can help me with. Let's meet at the Bravehearts bar to discuss in detail." Compared to before, Miss Sharon isn't that stingy with her words. Is this a change that resulted from a demigod advancement? Klein thought for a moment and walked to his desk, picking up a pen and writing, "When do you wish to meet?" Putting down his pen, he glanced at Reinette, who was standing by the side, seemingly waiting to write the reply. He felt even more certain again. He folded the letter and handed it over. "For Miss Sharon." One of Reinette's heads bit on the letter while the remaining 3 said, "You haven't paid." Klein cleared his throat, took out a gold coin, and handed it to Miss Messenger. Seeing her disappear, he revealed a pensive look as he walked to the reclining chair and waited patiently. Less than a minute later, Miss Messenger walked out of the void again, biting the letter from before. Klein received the reply and unfolded it. "If you don't have any problems with it, it would be best if it happens tonight." "Tonight," Klein nodded thoughtfully and flicked his wrist, causing the letter to ignite into scarlet flames. The flame burgeoned and enveloped his body as well. By the time it extinguished, his figure had already disappeared. Before long, he appeared in a room he had privately rented at the periphery of East Borough. He changed his clothes, put on gold-rimmed glasses, and went out with the appearance of Sherlock Moriarty, heading straight for the Bravehearts bar. This time, he didn't seek out Ian. He listened for a few seconds before pushing open the door to one of the billiard rooms. Just as he flipped open the door, he saw figures outlining themselves on 2 sides. Sitting on a high stool to the left was the blonde, blue-eyed Sharon. She was wearing an exquisite bonnet and a regal dress. Compared to the past, her face was no longer as pale. It just looked like she was anemic, making her look less like a female ghost and more like a doll. Standing to the right of the billiard table was Marek. This young man who liked to play cards with zombies had turned increasingly pale. The malice in his eyes had become unobvious, but it gave a suppressive feeling to others. "Good evening." Klein took off his hat with a smile and bowed. Good evening, Mr. Detective. Sharon's body seemed to float up weightlessly as she seriously bowed. Marie did the same. Klein casually pulled a chair and sat down. He chuckled. What is it this time? I'm very sorry to trouble you again, Sharon bowed. Marie quickly said, We made an agreement for a cooperative effort with the Sanguine to deal with the key members of the Rose School of Thought in Backland. We will definitely carry out the bulk of it ourselves. We just hope that you will watch the entire process by the side and aid in our escape when an accident happens. If you want anything, just mention it. That is to say, I'm a contingency to prevent any accidents. What if that fellow Emlyn also enlists the world to secretly help? When that happens, they would have 2 demigods in their contingency plans. Klein considered for a few seconds. Instead of agreeing, he said, Let me ask a few questions. Marie glanced at Sharon and nodded. Okay. Klein looked at Sharon. The Condensed 2 mummy we previously obtained was a preparation for you to advance to Sequence 4 puppet, and you've already become a demigod. Sharon quietly looked back at him, her voice ethereal and inhuman. Yes. Klein nodded slightly and directly asked, What's your relationship with Reinette Tinnecker? Sharon's blue eyes darted about almost imperceptibly. She is my teacher. Teacher. She. Although Klein already had some guesses, he nearly drew a gasp. His head ached. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts were bubbling in his mind. Miss Messenger was originally an angel? I'm actually using an angel as a messenger? Isn't that too exaggerated? She is even Miss Sharon's teacher. It probably wasn't that simple when she requested to be my messenger. From the looks of it, she definitely isn't on the same side as the Mother Tree of Desire. Miss Messenger signed the contract with me because the Mother Tree of Desire was coveting me. As his thoughts raced, Klein decided to ask another question to calm his emotions. He deliberated. What's the exact situation? This time it was still Sharon replying. She calmly said, Early in the 5th epoch, death perished. There was resistance stirring against the Balam Empire in places like the southern continent's Star Highlands and Paz Valley. During this process, the chained god appeared, and the Rose School of Thought was born. My teacher was originally the daughter of the ruler of the local highlands, but she later became the blessed of the chained god, assisting her father in establishing the Highlands Kingdom. Later on, she became a Sequence 2 angel, one of the leaders of the Rose School of Thought. She advocated temperance. About 922 years ago, the son of God, Suar, was born. Everything began to change as the indulgence and bloody rituals gradually took over the dominating faction. At first, Teacher was barely able to maintain it, preventing the temperance faction from being affected. However, as time passed, the influence of the Mother Tree of Desire grew. Suar also successfully advanced a few years ago, becoming a true abomination. An internal war broke out. Teacher protected us as we escaped from the Highlands. I watched her fall under the siege of Suar and the other high-ranking members. However, she didn't completely die because of prior preparations. She resurrected in a special state in the spirit world and now yearns to complete her body. Is that so? In other words, Miss Messenger is currently, in essence, an angel without the corresponding powers. It's no wonder she wasn't able to easily deal with the Rose School of Thought demigod Shanks. Wait, although there are many angels cooperating with me, why are they all incomplete or weak? Apart from Ma'am Ariana, all of them are in such states. Mr. Azik, Palace Zoroast, Will or Septin, Miss Messenger. Is there a problem with my title as the Fool? Are they all waiting for me to give them the charms corresponding to Scholar of Yore? Klein came to a realization as he felt rather poignant. He thought for a moment before saying, Miss Sharon, the Rose School of Thought, definitely has no lack of the puppet potion formula. After you obtained the Condensed 2 mummy, they would likely view you as a demigod. In addition, Ma'am Reinette had once appeared before the Rose School of Thought's demigod. This also means that they definitely know that she is alive, and they wouldn't be unprepared against her. And your relationship as master and disciple with her is no secret to them. In such a situation, isn't it a little too naive to use yourself and Marie as bait to fish out the key members of the Rose School of Thought in Backland? Do you think they will only send 1 or 2 demigods to deal with you? Up to what degree of help can the Sanguine provide? Also, I previously mentioned that due to one of my identities, the Mother Tree of Desire places a great deal of importance on me. Even Abomination Sewer was sent to attack me. And your teacher's cooperation with me is something they are similarly aware of. Summarizing all these points, if you and Marie appear, the kind of assault you would invite is unpredictable. Having said that, Klein's expression turned serious as he asked, "Do you wish to cause a divine descent in Backland?" The entire billiard room instantly turned abnormally quiet, but there weren't any changes to Sharon's expression. Chapter 1042, Plan from a Different Angle. After a few seconds, Sharon calmly replied to Klein, "It's not bait, but a ploy to lure them out." Just as Klein was about to ask what the difference was, Marek explained, "Back when we were pursued by the Rose School of Thought, we discovered that they had quite a number of members in Backland. However, due to our lack of strength and our fear of traps, we didn't take any action against them. This time, we plan on attacking one of the more important ones. We'll deliberately miss some, allowing the hidden ones to secretly escape and pass the information to the Rose School of Thought's person in charge in Backland. In secret, the Sanguine's demigod will be watching them. Through the message chain, they will find the person in charge. That person must be a key member of the Rose School of Thought. That's more reasonable. The main point is to use your own understanding of the Rose School of Thought to create a plan instead of using yourself as bait." Klein nodded gently. "If that's the case, I can participate." "What kind of payment do you need?" Marek asked. Klein smiled. "If there aren't any accidents, I wish to receive 1 instance of free assistance from Mam Reinette Tinneker. If I have to involve myself, I can always add the condition of having priority on the spoils of war. You can discuss this with Mam Reinette before writing to tell me the answer." "There's no need." Sharon, with her exquisite looks, shook her head gently like a doll. "I can agree to it now." "Has she already discussed it with Miss Messenger?" Klein thought for a few seconds and honestly asked, "Then why don't you directly ask Miss Reinette for help?" Sharon replied in an ethereal voice, "She doesn't wish for the Sanguine to discover her existence." "Is that so?" Klein deliberated and raised another question. "You advocate temperance, so why are you seeking out the key members of the Rose School of Thought? Is revenge not within the limits of temperance?" Sharon looked at him with her blue eyes. "In recent decades, the Rose School of Thought has been trying its best to let the Mother Tree of Desire descend into the real world. This will bring about an unimaginable disaster. In addition, Teacher also desires her body to be complete. If the Mother Tree of Desire were to descend, it would be an unimaginable disaster for me. However, what has this got to do with the completeness of Miss Messenger's body? Her body was once torn apart and is being held by different key members of the Rose School of Thought." Klein mumbled inwardly as he probed, "Is Abomination Sequence 1 of the mutant pathway? Then what are Sequence 2 and Sequence 3? Sharon answered without any hesitation, "I wasn't too sure about it in the past. Now I can confirm that Sequence 1 is Abomination, Sequence 2 is Ancient Bane, and Sequence 3 is Cursed Artifact, but is now known as Disciple of Silence. Does that mean that you weren't certain when I asked you the last time?" Klein nodded in enlightenment. "I have no more questions. After confirming the time for the operation, write to me." "Thank you." Sharon once again floated up and bowed. "There's no need." Klein stood up from the high stool and wore his top hat. This time, without a smacking sound, scarlet flames rose and engulfed him. Under the night sky, countless lights silently lit up in Backland. With the few stars twinkling, Klein returned to the rental apartment at the periphery of East Borough. After changing his clothes and preparing to return to North Borough, he heard a series of illusory pleas. It was from a man. After nodding in thought, Klein immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog, extending his spirituality towards the constantly expanding and shrinking crimson star. As he expected, this corresponded to the moon Emlyn. The vampire who had already become a viscount prayed sincerely, "Honourable Mr. Fool, I wish to apply for a mini-gathering that includes me, Mr. Hanged Man, Ma'am Hermit, Miss Justice, Mr. World." To Emlyn, these people are the Tarot Club's representatives in intelligence, experience, and knowledge. Poor Leonard, Klein chuckled silently as he leaned back into his chair and agreed to Emmeline's request. Above the greyish-white fog, inside the ancient palace, 5 dark red beams of light appeared on both sides of the long bronze table, forming different figures. "Mr. Moon, has the Sanguine's plan been finalized?" Audrey asked with interest. Emmeline surveyed the area and frankly said, "Yes, the detailed plan is this, through 2 Temperance faction members who escaped from the Rose School of Thought." He recounted the plan Sharon had described to Sherlock Moriarty from a different angle. When he was done, he said, "If we can obtain effective information, we, Sanguine, plan on seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Rose School of Thought's headquarters. We hope to take an important item from them." "What important item?" Cattleya asked curiously. "This was an item that could spur an ancient faction into an attack on a secret organization's headquarters. It definitely wasn't simple." Emmeline didn't hide anything. "It's a holy artifact left behind by our Sanguine ancestor. I'm not sure what particular accident led to the Rose School of Thought obtaining it." A holy artifact left behind by Lilith. In the hands of the Rose School of Thought, key points flashed through Klein's mind. Together with his understanding of many secrets, he quickly had an unconfirmed theory. That might be the key to the Mother Tree of Desire's ability to intrude and control part of the Moon Domain's authority. This is something Miss Sharon and the others didn't mention. The Sanguine have kept things from them as well, and have quite great ambitions. Yes, Ancestor Lilith seems to have foreseen the coming of the apocalypse. Therefore, the Sanguine was made to change its style and become more proactive so as to have more things to rely on. Alger pondered for a few seconds before saying, "In other words, you Sanguine will be hiding in secret this entire operation and won't be targeted by the Rose School of Thought." "Yes," Emmeline answered rather casually. Alger nodded slightly. "I have another question. How are you so sure that the Backlund person in charge of the Rose School of Thought is only a saint? There might be more demigods or even an angel hiding. You should know very well that the situation in Backlund is very complicated." Emmeline became more relaxed. "This time, Duke Ulmer will personally watch over the entire process. Even if the Rose School of Thought's angel descends, we can easily escape. In addition, no matter which side, they're not actually willing to create an intense conflict in Backlund." Upon hearing his answer, the corners of Cattleya's mouth curled up as she warned, "To beyonders who aren't demigods, even a slight clash between angels would produce aftershocks that are enough to destroy them." Emmeline snapped out of his state of pride, momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Audrey's eyes darted around. "Mr. Moon, what do you need to do in this plan?" "What do I need to do?" "Monitoring the secret members of the Rose School of Thought and locking onto the true target will be done by Earl Mistral. The one who will ultimately take action is Marquis Nibbs, Earl Mistral, and the Temperance faction's demigod. Duke Ulmer will be monitoring in secret to prevent any accidents. And my only job is apparently to contact that wraith named Marek and maintain communications between both parties." The more Emmeline thought about it, the odder his expression became. It seemed like there was nothing for him to do, or at least nothing particularly important. Chapter 1043, each having their own plans. Emmeline blinked as he leaned back in his chair, answering Miss Justice's question unhurriedly. "What I need to do is very simple. My role is to ensure that both parties can complete the collaboration successfully." "That means you don't need to participate in the battle, right?" Audrey thought. "Since that's the case, there's only one thing you need to do to ensure your own safety." "Makes sense. I can't affect myself because of this matter. I'll later rent Lemano's travels and spend money to get the world to record a few pages of teleport. My safety will basically be guaranteed," Emmeline thought, nodding. "Excellent suggestion." As there were no other members participating in the Sanguine's operation, the private mini-gathering quickly ended. Klein wasn't in a rush to leave. After his figure disappeared, he appeared in the Fool's Chair again and beckoned for the unshadowed crucifix and the Marauder Pathway mystical item, Broken Finger. At that moment, the surface of the 2 greyish-white tweezers had produced a piece of gravel that sucked all the light around it, making it look pitch black. As for Broken Finger, the greyish-white color had turned transparent, producing tiny holes. The unshadowed crucifix can actually slowly purge the Beyonder characteristics from mystical items. Of course, the premise is that there's a power similar to the mysterious space above the grey fog to suppress it. Klein nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the greyish-white broken finger suddenly began to belt out in a fervent voice, "Oh, my son, praise you, praise the sun." As the tweezer-like object sang, a cracking sound emitted from it as though it would shatter into pieces at any moment. Klein gaped at the scene, momentarily at a loss for what expression to show. After a few seconds he sighed, separated the two items and threw them to different corners of the junk pile, suppressing the former using the powers of the grey fog. He then prepared to leave, but the point of light representing the fool's only believer emitted ripples as the sounds of stacked prayers were heard. Klein extended his spirituality over, and the scene of Danitz praying in his room surfaced. "Honourable Mr. Fool, your faithful servant wishes you to pass the following words to Gairman Sparrow. According to my captain, there are many items at sea rumoured to belong to Vice Admiral Ailment, but they're all fake. Ever since she was injured, this pirate admiral has placed great care in the secrecy of her course. The last time her ship appeared was 2 months ago at Theros Island. Later it cruised into the massive ocean, her whereabouts unknown. The foreign object in Anderson's stomach is now controlled to some degree and is separated from his body. It won't be able to penetrate his flesh for a very long period of time. There are 2 ways to completely resolve this latent problem. One is to seek the help of the Sun Pathways Sequence 4 Unshadowed. However, this has a high possibility of cleansing most of his Beyonder characteristics. The second is to find the Hunter Pathways Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight potion formula. Through the help of the ritual and ingredients, he can directly absorb the foreign object. Anderson is inclined toward the latter choice. It's obvious that Danitz is forwarding Vice Admiral Iceberg's answer by imitating her style. Klein pricked up his brows. Vice Admiral Ailment has hidden herself. It's basically impossible to capture her in a short span of time. I'll first send Danitz to look for her and keep some hope. My focus will be on finding Demoness Trissy. I have a way to contact her, and can consider using the excuse of working together to deal with Saintess of White Katerina, to make her meet with Gairman Sparrow. The elimination of Anderson's latent problem has 2 solutions, both of which I can help with. As for the potion formula for Iron-Blooded Knight, with how Anderson had played an important role in luring in Zangwill, it's not like I can't give it to him. The foreign object in his stomach is Adam's payment. I can't directly bestow it to him since he isn't a believer of the Fool. Gairman Sparrow has no reason to give him something at such a high level. Amidst his thoughts, Klein quickly made a decision. On the Golden Dream, in the fog sea, the wooden door was pushed open and slammed heavily into the wall. Anderson, who had been flipping through a book, looked at Danitz, who was standing by the door. "There's a very good mission for you." Danitz raised his chin and chuckled. Anderson sized up the pirate opposite him and skied. "You seem to be very smug. What's the mission?" Danitz glanced at Anderson. "Accompany me to Theros Island and help me seek out Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts. In addition, help me gather the Beyonder ingredients needed for Conspirer. You'll have to pay for it." Anderson nodded in thought. "Then, what is the reward?" The corners of Danitz's mouth widened as he said in a condescending manner, "The Iron-Blooded Knight's supplementary ingredient list and the advancement ritual." Anderson didn't respond. He focused his gaze on Danitz for nearly 10 seconds. Then, as though he was burning with impatience, he threw away the book in his hand and stood up, saying with a bright smile, "When do we set off?" In a rental apartment in East Borough, Trissy, dressed in a black dress, packed her luggage, preparing to head to her next hideout. She didn't immediately pick up her black suitcase. After looking around, she walked to the desk, unfolded a piece of paper and wrote, "Mr. Gairman Sparrow, I've obtained the information I need from that captain of the Royal Guards. He is truly loyal to King George III. You should understand what this means. Next, my goal is to figure out what this king wants. For that, I plan to oppose the Demoness sect's Saintess of White Katerina. She definitely knows the corresponding secrets. She's a Sequence 3, a Demoness of Unaging. She's very difficult to kill and capture. I have to admit that my strength alone isn't enough to deal with her. If you're interested and confident, we can try cooperating. You know how to contact me. Trissy. Putting down the pen, Trissy folded the letter and began setting up the ritual to summon Gehrman Sparrow's messenger. She had only written to the crazy adventurer now because she was worried that he would lock on to her hiding spot with the help of his messenger and teleport over with help. Therefore, she waited until she was about to move before making the attempt. Although she wasn't sure what his motives were, out of habit, she chose the most reliable method for her. After handing the letter to the messenger, I'll leave and wait for Gehrman Sparrow to contact me. I'll try not to meet him until we begin taking action. I have to focus on mobilizing and using him, and not to trust him too much, as Trissy thought. She ended what she was busy with and took 2 steps back. Looking at the candlelight, she chanted in ancient Hermes, "I summon in my name, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger that belongs to Gehrman Sparrow." Just as she finished speaking, the candlelight burgeoned and turned abnormally pale. Following that, a figure stepped out, wearing a dark and complicated robe, holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. The 4 heads had 8 bloodshot eyes that darted around simultaneously as they cast their gaze at Trissy. Trissy's pupils dilated as though she saw something extremely terrifying. Chapter 1044, Placing herself in the tides. In a factory room filled with junk in St. George Borough, light flashed in a mirror filled with obvious cracks. Its surface turned dark and deep, as though connected to another world. Suddenly, a white hand reached out from under the mirror, and a figure walked out from the shadows. She was none other than the sweet and beautiful demoness Trissy in a long black dress. There was a rare paleness to her face, her forehead covered in dense beads of sweat. With a smacking sound, the suitcase in her hand fell to the ground. She could hardly suppress the horror in her eyes as she muttered to herself blankly, "His messenger is actually an angel." At that moment, Trissy felt a chill run down her spine. She had never expected how dangerous it would be to summon a messenger previously. Thankfully, the woman holding the 4 heads had watched her silently for a while before leaving without doing anything. At 160 Boakland Street, Klein asked with anticipation as he received the letter from Miss Messenger, "Who's it from?" The 4 heads in Reinette Tinneker's hand spoke one after another, "Vessel of dirtiness, darkness." This nickname, Klein was taken aback. For a moment, he didn't figure out who she was referring to. In his mind, the people who knew how to summon his messenger flashed past, one by one. In a few seconds, he had a guess. Trissy. From what he knew, this demoness might very well be one of the mediums for the primordial demoness's awakening. In such a situation, calling her a vessel wasn't wrong. He opened the letter and quickly read it. At that moment, he recalled something and hurriedly looked at Miss Messenger. "What reaction did the sender have when she saw you?" "She was very scared." Reinette's 3 heads spoke one after another. Klein's expression turned slightly heavy. "Did you mark her?" The head of Reinette, which failed to speak previously, rushed to speak. "No," the remaining 3 heads added, "because she had the aura of primordial." Klein fell silent for a few seconds before nodding. "I understand." After watching Miss Messenger leave, he unfurled the piece of paper and quickly read Trissy's letter. "She actually sought me out to deal with Saintess of White Katerina. Isn't this exactly what I wanted to do?" Klein's eyes shimmered as he immediately rummaged for a black sticky blob. He transformed into Gehrman Sparrow and smeared the blob uniformly onto a tiny mirror. After patiently waiting for nearly 10 minutes, the blob vanished into thin air. He had failed to contact demoness Trissy. As expected, Trissy, who has been corrupted by the primordial demoness, managed to identify Miss Messenger's level and was given a fright. She probably wouldn't communicate with Gehrman Sparrow anytime soon. Klein sighed silently. At that moment, he suddenly heard a series of illusory pleas. In a dark alley in the Backlund Bridge area, CO hid Wintry Blade and entered, looking around warily. "Not bad, you're getting more and more experienced." A deep male voice sounded as a figure walked out from the darkness. He stood tall, wearing a golden mask that revealed his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and cheeks. It was none other than the MI9 member who had contacted Shio before. "Why did you contact me so urgently?" Shio asked. The golden masked man directly asked, "You still seem to be monitoring Viscount Stratford's surroundings. Have you discovered anything unusual recently?" Shio thought and said, "Yes, he had intimate contact with a girl of unknown origins. He made her visit him at his residence late at night several times. I tried to track that woman down, but I failed both times. Also, Viscount Stratford suddenly went out in the middle of the night 2 days ago. I don't know where he went because I didn't manage to follow him." She only concealed the fact that she had met Sherman in the carriage and how she had followed the Viscount all the way outside the warehouse. "Not bad. Your persistence was rewarding." The golden masked man nodded slightly. He sighed. "With this, your contributions will increase significantly. To be frank, if this continues, you'll soon be able to accumulate the contributions needed for the Sequence 6 potion. However, before that, there will definitely be a strict examination. And with your background, it will fail, without a doubt. Actually, there's no need for you to seek the truth. My personal suggestion is to put the matter aside. With your current sequence, it's enough to let your mother and brother lead a very good life. If you wish to continue persisting, I cannot guarantee what will happen." Although Shio had expected such an explanation, she blurted out a question. "Who exactly are you?" "I'm just an ordinary mid-sequence beyonder," the golden masked man said with a smile. "You might not know that the post of Captain of the Royal Guards has the corresponding authority in MI9. It's equivalent to a deputy director that handles matters related to the royal family. Back when your father was alive, I was his subordinate and had received his help. After his passing, I was removed from the core of MI9. See, I'm only responsible for informants on the outside like you. Your father helped me a lot, so after I recognized you, I deliberately made you become an informant under me. I provided you some help. Let's do this. I'll help you get the potion formula for Judge. Afterward, stop your contributions and your pursuit to advance. As for what you want to do in private, I don't know, nor do I want to know." Shio fell into a daze. Her lips trembled. What kind of person was my father? The golden masked man sighed. He was a really brave, noble, and just aristocrat, but he wasn't that perfect. He was impulsive, eager, prone to anger. Shio silently listened and had planned on asking further, but all she said was, "Thank you. Go back. After obtaining the Judge formula, I'll leave you a message to meet me," the golden masked man said with a wave. After Shio completely disappeared from the alley's entrance, the man was just about to turn around when a slightly ethereal voice sounded in his ears. "She's lying. She had tailed Viscount Stratford to the scene back then. It's something that can be confirmed." The golden masked man fell silent for a moment. She might have only been worried that this would arouse suspicion. How can she defeat Viscount Stratford at her sequence? Besides, wasn't it said that the Viscount carried a Grade 1 sealed artifact? I believe that she likely didn't dare approach. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to survive. The slightly ethereal voice replied, "No matter what, since there is a doubt, we need to do further investigations. Don't inquire about it in the future." Outside the alley, Shio walked calmly along the street lamps. She deliberately didn't mention that she had followed Viscount Stratford. This wasn't to hide the truth, but contrary to her true motives. Before the Tarot Club, her plan was to say that she had followed him to a particular warehouse, but was scared off by a terrifying hurricane. This was more convincing. However, after knowing that this matter piqued the world's interest, she secretly changed her mind and decided to use her explanation to garner suspicion. She felt that if she wanted to investigate the king's secret at her level, it might take another 3 to 5 years, or even longer. But with the world's help, success was a possibility. As such, she was willing to bear the risks and place herself right in the middle of the tides. And today, before meeting the golden masked man, she had prayed to Mr. Fool so that he could inform the world of her thoughts. Chapter 1045, Dreamwalker. In the palace above the grey fog, Klein, holding the sea god's scepter, was observing the real world through the crimson star that represented judgment. In his spiritual vision, apart from Shio and the golden-masked MI9 officer, there was another person hidden in the dark alley. This was a man in his 30s who looked like a typical Lonese man. Not only did he blend into the shadows, but he also had the characteristic of automatically making people dismiss his existence. If he weren't above the grey fog, Klein suspected that even he wouldn't be able to discover the person. Hiding in the shadows with psychological invisibility? Half of it depends on an item, while the other half depends on his sequence. In conclusion, this isn't a demigod. In the eyes of the king's faction, Miss Shio is only a sequence 7. If the matter concerning Viscount Stratford was really related to her, there must be a mastermind behind her. In this situation, letting a demigod who might know too much perform the investigation might throw them into a trap. In this case, a sequence 5 or 6 beyonder with trustworthy strength, while also not knowing too many secrets, is an excellent choice, Klein silently said to himself, giving up the thought of teleporting over as Gehrman Sparrow to capture him. He couldn't get any useful information for now. He decided to wait patiently for the situation to change. Of course, it wasn't possible for him to continue monitoring from above the grey fog, as his physical body in the real world would be defenseless for prolonged periods of time. Hence, he created a batch of charms and handed them to Judgment, the magician, and the other Tarot Club members. They were to immediately activate the charms if the situation deteriorated. That way, they could receive the help of the world. This was inspired by the Evernight coat of arms that Ariana had provided him, equivalent to a solidified ritual that pointed to him. As a newly advanced demigod, Gehrman Sparrow was able to allow the charm to be useful because, when he made it, he used the corresponding honorific name and symbol of sea god Calvatua, and with the help of the grey fog, he could respond throughout the world. In the Backlund Bridge area, Shio had both hands in her brown jacket pockets as she strolled leisurely along the streets. Under the light of a street lamp, her expression was relatively calm, but she was unusually tense. The hands in her pocket either held the handle of the wintry blade or a charm made of tin. As she walked, she made several detours without suffering from any ambush. The night remained quiet and tranquil. The investigation must be done in secret. The person that appears might not even be someone from the military. They're still watching, afraid that I'm only bait. Mr. World said not to trouble him if we can resolve it ourselves. Shio looked around her without letting down her guard. She didn't continue loitering outside and returned to the periphery of East Borough, entering her rented condominium. Frankly speaking, she didn't want to involve Fours in this risky endeavour. However, the two of them were the ones who had been following Viscount Stratford, which meant that Fours had also been put on the investigation list. After getting her approval, Shio finally chose to face the subsequent development with her friend. Opening the door and entering the house, she had just taken off her cap when she saw Fours put down a magazine. She stood up, curled her hair and smiled. "You weren't followed, right?" This was a secret signal that the two of them had agreed upon ahead of time. On the surface, it showed their concern about being followed, but they were actually asking if they had been investigated. No, Shio shook her head seriously. Fours didn't continue this topic. Instead, she went on and on, grumbling about how she couldn't buy any good tea leaves or alcoholic beverages in the vicinity. This warm and peaceful atmosphere continued till late at night. The two of them entered the bedroom and slept in a bunk bed. After the candles were extinguished, Shio was about to say something when a holy light suddenly appeared in front of her. The light instantly condensed into a silhouette, and 12 pairs of wings formed from scarlet flames appeared on its back. The figure descended, and the layers of wings closed, enveloping Shio. Mr. Fool's angelic blessing, she was instantly enlightened. This was something she had solemnly asked Mr. Fool when she made the prayer to contact the world, as she already knew that the psychology alchemists were working with the king's faction. Everything quickly calmed down. Shio opened her mouth and said to Fours, who was sleeping in the bunk beneath her, "Good night." "Good night." Fours didn't react in time, as though she was almost falling asleep. This made Shio realize that she had also received the angelic blessings. Time ticked by and the two fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, the dazed Shio suddenly snapped awake, aware that she was dreaming. She felt something shadowy floating in the dark sky. and all kinds of thoughts from deep within her heart surged out to form a dream. These thoughts were mainly things that she had been most keenly aware of recently, including the night she barged into the warehouse and attacked Viscount Stratford. At first, Shio was a little frightened. She wanted to wake up, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't extricate herself from that state. She quickly calmed down and tried to control those thoughts, only to realize that it wasn't difficult. Thus, the memories of the attacks on the Viscount were buried. However, after some consideration, Shio deliberately didn't do it well, leaving some clues behind. In the dreamland, she and Fours discovered that something weird had happened inside the warehouse, but it wasn't the same account she gave to MI9 that the tornado tore through the roof. Furthermore, they didn't escape immediately. Shio believed that this would allow the person who invaded her dreams to notice a problem, but be unable to resolve it. After this, the investigators would confirm that there was a demigod or some faction behind the two of them. At this moment, Shio's dream began to turn scattered, as though she had escaped some sort of guidance. She knew that this was a sign of the intruder leaving. For the rest of the night, nothing abnormal happened to her and Fours. The sky lit up and the morning sun's rays started to emanate through the thin fog. After breakfast, Audrey brought along her big golden retriever Susie, her personal servant Annie, and her bodyguard. They boarded their carriage as usual and headed for the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. The chiming of bells rang out from the outside occasionally, bringing with them some sort of special energy. It made Audrey turn to look at the street and take in the sights of people coming and going. This calmed her down and made her feel more energized. Just then, from the corner of her eye, Audrey saw a figure in the carriage. The figure was wearing a black three-piece suit, a dark red bow tie, and held a top hat in his hand. His hair was completely white, but it was still thick. His light blue eyes seemed to contain infinite wisdom. This was Vin Rambis, the psychology alchemist's counselor, a demigod from the spectator pathway. Suddenly, Audrey fell into a daze, as though she had lost all her vigilance. In the carriage, Susie, Annie, and the others wore vacant looks as though they had entered a state of blankness. Vin Rambis's gentle voice rang out. Two things. Firstly, don't you know Force and Shio? Arrange to meet them and hypnotize them. Chapter 1046, A Test. That gentle voice seemed to resonate with the thoughts deep in Audrey's heart. She only felt a little resistant to it before feeling as though it came from her heart, her truest thoughts. Vin Rambis looked at her emerald green eyes and said unhurriedly, Secondly, in the upcoming banquets and balls, don't be as opposed as before to the few princes who take the initiative to show their fondness. Also, praise them a few times in front of Earl Hall and his wife. Remember all of the above. This is the reflection of your subconscious. Then, forget that I once said these things to you. Forget that this behavior is different from your usual behavior. Don't try to seek blessings, and stay away from key spots in the Church of Evernight's Mass. With that said, Vin Rambis retracted his gaze, turned to cue Annie and the rest, and disappeared from the carriage without causing a stir. Ring! Another bike passed by the window as Audrey's slightly anxious eyes recovered their luster. She looked at the people on the street when she suddenly let out a soft exclamation. Then, embarrassed, she turned her head to say to Annie and the rest, I forgot something. I have to visit Glaint first. At this moment, the carriage hadn't left Empress Borough and wasn't too far from Viscount Glaint's residence. The servants didn't find it strange. This continued until 20 minutes to 10 in the morning, when Audrey finally arrived at Phelps Street. She walked into the second floor of the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation and entered her director's office. Looking at her servants organizing documents or preparing black tea, Audrey brought Susie along to the lounge that was attached to her office, as though she wanted to check on her face. During this process, she glanced at the keyhole and asked Susie in a relaxed manner, Was there anything abnormal with my behavior today? This was a habit she had only gotten in the past few days, a precautionary measure against being hypnotized by Vin Rambis without realizing it. Susie sat by the side and thought seriously before saying, Yes. You didn't plan on paying a visit to Viscount Glaint when you left the house, but you changed your schedule halfway. You said that you would discuss it with me if you decide to suddenly change the schedule. Upon hearing Susie's reply, Audrey's expression turned grave. She still didn't feel that there was anything unusual about this matter, but this situation was extremely abnormal. This made her almost certain. Vin Rambis had been here before, right after she left her house. The other party had already cued and hypnotized her and removed all traces. However, he didn't exhort a dog, making it feel like everything it saw was normal. Audrey subconsciously wanted Susie to leave so that she could pray to Mr. Fool, but she was hesitant. Would my current behavior be monitored by Vin Rambis? Will he be sitting somewhere in this room and quietly be watching me? No, if that were to happen, he would have discovered a problem when I asked Susie. Praying wouldn't make the outcome any worse. Even if he's here, Mr. Fool would also discover it. However, why don't I wish to pray and ask for help? Audrey stood there, all kinds of feelings running through her as she instinctively wanted to escape. This made her realize the contradiction, and she realized that there was a bit of resistance in her heart. From the perspective of psychology and mysticism, she had a vague guess. She quickly put aside the idea of seeking help, allowing herself to be in her usual state of praying to the goddess without the desire of getting a response. This greatly reduced the conflict in her heart. Audrey instantly became confident. She gestured for Susie to leave first, then she looked into the mirror and began softly hypnotizing herself. You're not asking for help. You're only doing your usual prayers. You're not asking for help. You're only doing your usual prayers. After repeating it over and over again, the vortex deep in her eyes slowly dissipated. She then raised both her hands and placed them between her mouth and her nose, chanting in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. I might have met Vin Rambis." As she spoke, she didn't mention any desire for help but described her discovery. After waiting for a while, a deep red light appeared in front of her, drowning her like a tidal wave. Suddenly her thoughts became clear, and images flashed across her mind. It was Vin Rambis in his black three-piece suit, sitting opposite her. It was the elder who had exhorted her with a gentle voice. It was the demigod from the spectator pathway whose light blue eyes seemed to contain infinite wisdom. At the same time, those words resounded in her ears again, making her remember everything. After the crimson glow disappeared, she saw the long bronze table in front of her. Sitting at the seat of honor was a figure shrouded in the grayish-white fog. As emotions of fear, horror, and panic surged through her, she stood up, lifted her skirt, and curtsied. "Thank you for your blessings, Honorable Mr. Fool." Klein nodded and smiled approvingly. "You handled it well." Upon hearing this, Audrey suddenly felt at ease. She sat down and calmly described what had happened. As the fool, there was no way for him to directly discuss things with her. All he did was smile and say, "This is a test of fate." A test? Only through this test will I have the qualifications to become a demigod, so that I can protect the people I want to protect in Backland? Audrey interpreted Mr. Fool's hint and nodded seriously. "I understand." Without another word, Klein sighed and smiled. "Go back and welcome it." Audrey was about to express her gratitude again when the crimson light appeared before her eyes, blurring everything. In the blink of an eye, she returned to the real world, but she didn't forget anything. A test? Does that mean that I have to resolve the danger of Vin Rambis without exposing my secrets? Audrey looked at the abnormally beautiful blonde in the mirror. She turned her head slightly and glanced to the side. There was a large lounge in that direction, belonging to the director who didn't have any responsibilities in the Foundation. Just 10 minutes ago, Audrey had seen Mr. Dwayne Dantes inside when she was heading up the stairs. Above the grey fog, Klein's fingers tapped on the edge of the long mottled table as he analyzed what happened. That's not right. Adam had given me the unshadowed crucifix through misjudgment and mismagician. How could he not know which existence is behind them? What other test needs to be done? Last night, I thought that the investigation of Miss Shio was purely an action from the King's faction. For some reason, Adam didn't share any information of the Fool with them. But from the looks of it, this probe has Adam involved in it. Otherwise, Vin Rambis wouldn't be involved. Even for the Twilight Hermit Order, a saint is rather precious. What is Adam trying to test? He is testing to see if Miss Judgment's investigation of Viscount Stratford and her subsequent actions were purely by her own choice, or if it had the will of the fool involved. If the fool gets the unshadowed crucifix and realizes that the king's secret is related to Adam's scheme while still insisting that his subordinates investigate it, that will be making the Twilight Hermit Order an enemy. But with Adam's abilities, there's no need to test out anything. Just sitting next to Miss Judgment and listening to her true thoughts will be enough. Unless he has already left Backland, or to avoid certain problems, he doesn't dare enter this big city again and can only investigate through his subordinates. My warning to Mam Ariana and the Church of Evernite has taken effect, causing Adam to sense the danger of a divine descent? Probably. Even though he knows that Gehrman Sparrow has something to do with the death consul, he probably wouldn't notice that something has happened to artificial death. Therefore, with the authority of concealment augmenting this, he has no idea that the goddess wouldn't be able to carry out a divine descent for a long period of time. Next up, I'll have to deal with Vin Rambis. I must make sure that Miss Justice is steered clear. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Miss Justice enter the director's lounge through her prayer light in search of Dwayne Dentis. He quickly reined in his thoughts and returned to the real world. Chapter 1047, Brainstorm. Good morning, where's Mr. Dantes? Audrey smiled politely as she asked the young male valet that was of Lone and East Balham descent. Inuni bowed. He went to the washroom and will be back soon. Honourable lady, do you wish to wait here? All right. Audrey found a single-seater and sat down, all sorts of thoughts running through her mind. Frankly speaking, if she only had to deal with Vin Rambis, she had already come up with a concrete plan. It was to hypnotize herself in advance. When Vin Rambis came to gather feedback, she would activate the world Gehrman Sparrow's charm without any ill intent. Then she would work with the crazy adventurer to hunt the demigod. Humph. To ensure that there aren't any problems, I can also make a request to Mam Hermit for help. She's already a demigod and can lurk in the darkness. She can then combine forces with Mr. World at the critical moment. That way, Vin Rambis likely wouldn't be able to escape. But this way, even if he didn't manage to escape, the psychology alchemists would have ample reason to suspect that the murderer was the last person he had interacted with. Me. And this means that there would be countless troubles in the future. Audrey's eyes shifted slightly as she tried hard to calm herself down. At that moment, the white-sideburned and elegant Dwayne Dantes returned from the washroom. He smiled and greeted the noble lady. After letting his valet guard the door, this tycoon looked around before finally turning his gaze to Audrey. You seem to have encountered some difficulty? Audrey replied frankly, yes. She gave a description of what she had encountered and said, what should I do to solve the problem? What she really meant was how she could avoid leaving behind any remnant problems. Klein smiled. Why don't you discuss it with the two ladies? That's right, like Mr. Moon, we can request for a private mini-gathering. I can also invite Mr. World, Mr. Hanged Man, and Mam Hermit. Audrey felt excited for some baffling reason. At this moment, she felt as though she wasn't fighting alone. I understand, she nodded with a smile. She then thought of another problem. Vin Rambis has made me no longer reject the princes and praise them in front of my parents. What's his motive? Klein thought for a moment. Perhaps it's to show some kind of friendliness on the surface. It's to rope in your father and make a hint to the Church of Evernite behind him. Regardless of the king's secret, whether it succeeds or not, he will definitely need at least one Orthodox church's support. Is that so? Audrey didn't really reject Mr. World's explanation. She didn't stay any longer and returned to her own office. After settling her daily affairs, she grasped her afternoon break and prayed to Mr. Fool, applying for a mini-gathering to be convened. Above the endless greyish-white fog, dark red beams rose up around the long bronze table. Audrey looked around, stood up and curtsied to the other members. Everyone, I have something I wish to hear from you. It sounds urgent. Alger nodded gently. Audrey sat down. Yes. She then looked at Shio and Fours. I met Vin Rambis this morning. He hypnotized me to do two things for him and to forget his appearance. Fortunately, I was quite careful and discovered something odd, and thanks to Mr. Fool's blessings, I remembered everything. One of the things he asked me to do was to arrange for a meeting with Miss Magician and Miss Judgment and take the opportunity to hypnotize them. I'll then obtain intel on the instigator for the actions they had recently taken, and also get them to leave Backland as quickly as possible. What? Falls was originally worried about Miss Justice's safety, but she never expected things to make one rotation before coming back at her and Shio. She couldn't help but look at her friend and saw Shio sitting calmly, but her hands had unconsciously clenched into fists. Catalea frowned. The psychology alchemists, or should I say Veen Rambis, discovered that Miss Judgment and Miss Magician are members of our tarot club. This was a very serious and crucial matter. Audrey shook her head. No, it's only because I know them in the real world. At that moment, she no longer tried to hide her identity from Fours and Shio. In fact, ever since Shio joined the club and obtained the judgment card, Audrey knew that she would be exposed sooner or later. You know them? Catalea asked in surprise. Audrey nodded. Yes, they were actually recommended by me. Mr. Hanged Man can testify. Ah? Didn't we chant Mr. Fool's honorific name because we wanted to save ourselves and get pulled in here? How did it become a recommendation process? Fours looked at Miss Justice blankly before glancing at Shio, her face confused. Shio also had that rare, similar expression. Audrey felt a little embarrassed. She blinked and explained to her two friends, because all of you have your own special qualities, and I also hope that the Tarot Club will develop and expand. I recommended the two of you to Mr. Fool. However, this was just a chance for you. If you hadn't passed Mr. Fool's test, he wouldn't have pulled you in. Test? What kind of test did I undergo? Fours was still confused. As for Shio, she thought of many things, especially the origins of the paper that had Mr. Fool's honorific name, as well as her frantic search for an exorcism. No wonder I had an inkling that they knew each other. No wonder Miss Judgment only entered the club after so long. Catalea came to a realization. Upon seeing this, Alger, who had some level of judgment regarding this, wasn't at all surprised. He chuckled. We can talk about this in the future. Miss Justice, the problem you would like to ask about is how to deal with Vin Rambis. Yes, Audrey returned to the topic. If we not only have to deal with Vin Rambis but also prevent the psychology alchemists from suspecting me, what should I do? Alger deliberated. Lock onto the whereabouts of Vin Rambis. Only take action after he's interacted with someone else. How do I lock onto him? Audrey asked, then gave the answer herself. After getting the answer from Miss Judgment and Miss Magician, I'll wait until he leaves after I meet him again. Then, I'll recite Mr. Fool's honorific name and ask him to cast his gaze on the demigod. Theoretically, it's possible. My true vision above the grey fog has a radius of nearly 10 kilometers. As long as he doesn't know teleport, I can confirm his location and trajectory for a short period of time. As the world Gehrman Sparrow, Klein said in a hoarse voice, let me remind you of something. Miss Judgment and Miss Magician had mentioned Adam in the real world. The psychology alchemists originated from the ruins of Hermes, who is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. And Mr. Fool doesn't wish to be at odds with the Twilight Hermit Order because of this matter. Even if we were to do anything, we must try not to let the other party know. This string of words contained a lot of information that made Alger, Catalea, and the rest feel like they were experiencing a literal brainstorm. Shio and Fours were even more shocked. So that organization is called the Twilight Hermit Order. Mr. Fool doesn't want to be its enemy over this matter. Is it because he had just finished collaborating with the Angel of Imagination Adam over the matter of In's Zhang Will? I never expected the psychology alchemists to be related to the Twilight Hermit Order. Wait, Hermes? He's still alive? He's actually a member of the Twilight Hermit Order? The members of this organization are really unimaginably important figures. Alger first glanced at Gehrman Sparrow before failing to resist the urge to look at Catalea, realizing that she was equally shocked. The Twilight Hermit Order. Is this the ancient secret organization that Emperor Roselle joined? Catalea mumbled to herself as if seeking confirmation. Gehrman Sparrow gave the answer. Yes, after you return to the real world, it's best if you don't think about matters like this again. You'll easily be detected. If you don't trust yourself, you can get Miss Justice to give you some psychological cues. Chapter 1048. Real and Fake Spy. In the ancient palace above the grey fog, with the world Gehrman Sparrow's words coming to an end, no one spoke for a moment. The psychology alchemists are cooperating with the king's faction and are investigating Shio and I. The founding of the psychology alchemists originated from a Hermes ruins, and Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order, whose leader is Adam. And Shio and I had mentioned Adam in the real world. We're in the sights of a king of angels? Forz's mind was filled with Gehrman Sparrow's warnings as she was gripped by horror and panic. Although she had experienced many things, she had never had such a clear realization of the thorny path Beyonders tread. I have to be more cautious in the future. Of course, the premise is that I can survive under the watch of a king of angels. May Mr. Fool bless me, Forz silently prayed. Xiao also didn't expect her situation to be so perilous. She couldn't help but feel horrified and fearful, but she had already decided to sacrifice herself for the truth. She rapidly calmed down, but couldn't help but shoot a glance at the magician, feeling guilty for pulling her good friend into this conundrum. Crying and feeling remorse won't solve the problem anymore. All I can do is try my best to keep Forz alive at the critical moment, she thought, casting her gaze at Justice Audrey. Then what should we do next? Justice Audrey knew about the relationship between the Twilight Hermit Order, Hermes and Adam, so she was the calmest one there. After some deliberation, she looked at the world and tried to interpret his words. Does Mr. Fool mean that he doesn't want to directly make an enemy of the Twilight Hermit Order at the moment? Does that mean that it can be done indirectly? Klein nodded slightly. That should be the case. Does it involve interfering with divination, one's attention and prophecies? Audrey asked. Klein laughed and hoarsely said, perhaps a little more indirect. He answered vaguely because the Fool hadn't thought of what to do either. Their conversation seemed to inspire Alger. He looked at Justice, the magician, and Judgment. Which of you is a believer of the Evernite goddess? I am, Shio said without hiding anything. Audrey raised her hand slightly. Seeing this, Alger nodded. We can try to mislead someone and make it seem like the Church of Evernite did something against Vin Rambis, not the Tarot Club. As he said this, he skillfully changed the pronoun he used to refer to the group, pushing the blame to the Church of Evernite. This line of thought seems really familiar. Klein, in his The World manifestation, suddenly found it amusing. Then how should the misdirection be done? Audrey asked. Alger looked around. Vin Rambis only hypnotized you to not seek blessings at the Church of Evernite's Mass, but he didn't ask you to avoid the Archbishop. You can use this to create an opportunity. Meet the Archbishop. Of course, there's no need to say anything. This way, when Vin Rambis dies or vanishes, the psychology alchemists will most probably suspect that the Church had detected something wrong with you and had set up a trap. Without waiting for a response, he looked at Shio. After you're hypnotized, but before you leave Backland, head to the nearest church of the Evernite goddess and pray seriously. Act like a spy sent by the Church of Evernite to infiltrate the Tarot Club. This will misdirect the psychology alchemists into believing that the true mastermind is the Church of Evernite. Acting like a spy in the Tarot Club that was sent by the Church of Evernite. Well, Klein felt a little guilty. He was a genuine blessed of Evernite, and Leonard was a genuine Red Glove. It should be said that the Tarot Club's convener, Mr. Fool, also draws the crimson moon on his chest. He muttered in amusement and helplessness. This can only fool typical Beyonders. Without the blessings of Mr. Fool's angel, the higher-ups of the psychology alchemists can easily figure out the truth, Catalea reminded. The Hanged Man replied, so the main point is that we should be indirectly blessed by Mr. Fool. Otherwise, would it be impossible for us to deceive a king of angels? Also, Miss Magician and Miss Judgment, when you pray at the cathedral, it's best if you pray to Mr. Fool and get his help in extricating yourself from the hypnosis and not immediately leave Backland. Under such circumstances, Backland is safer than anywhere else. All right, Shio replied seriously. Seeing that the discussion had reached this point, Audrey and the others all looked towards the world, awaiting his response. Klein's thoughts had already taken shape. He deliberated for a moment, then laughed hoarsely. Actually, there are simpler ways to interfere. What methods are there? Audrey's eyes widened as she asked with concern. Klein looked at Miss Justice and pointed at the top of his head. Once Vin Rambis leaves, burn that hat accessory and trigger the charm I gave you. That feather hat accessory? The one that can get a response from death? Mr. World hopes to get this existence to disrupt the divination. Audrey's green eyes sparkled as she nodded in thought. I know what to do. When that happens, the response would be the power of concealment. This way, Adam can only assume that the goddess had interfered, believing that she had blessed the Hall family and has nothing to do with the Tarot Club, she thought. Justice Audrey quickly completed her plan. Visit me on Wednesday afternoon. This way I'll have a chance to see the Church of Evernight's Archbishop in advance. I'll pray to Mr. Fool for his angelic blessing so I won't be hypnotized by Vin Rambis when I meet him. We'll act once he leaves. Vin Rambis is a cautious person. He should continue choosing to meet me on the way. Soon, amidst the discussions, the plan was complete. On Wednesday afternoon in Viscount Glaint's residence, Audrey, who was wearing a simple white dress shirt and a pair of pants, stood inside the Viscount's study and looked at Shio and Fawes. Who got you to investigate Viscount Stratford and pursue the king's secret? Her green eyes were like an ancient pool of water, quiet, deep and clear. At this moment, Shio and Fawes were really hypnotized. The former answered in a daze, "It was me. I'm investigating the cause of my father's death. However, I do pray to a particular existence to bless me." Audrey asked a few more questions and received a satisfactory answer. Then, she said with a gentle voice, "Leave Backland and leave this place. You don't belong here. All right, you'll wake up when you hear me clap." The moment she said that, she clapped her hands and saw Shio and Fawes' eyes regain their clarity. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Shio and Fawes bade her farewell and left. Audrey began to wait patiently. She planned to stay inside Viscount Glaint's residence for another half an hour, waiting for Shio to enter the nearest Evernite goddess cathedral and finish her prayers before heading elsewhere. She had just taken 2 steps when she heard a gentle and smiling voice. "Well done." Audrey's pupils dilated as she hurriedly turned her head, only to see a silver-haired man standing next to an elegant wall lamp rack. His eyes were light blue, and his clothes were neat. He was none other than Vin Rambis. This demigod was actually waiting in Viscount Glaint's residence for Audrey to complete the hypnosis and receive the answer. At this moment, Shio and Fawes probably hadn't walked out the main door. This was completely outside Audrey's expectations and the hanged man's analysis. This meant that Vin Rambis was present, so there was no need to question the target through Audrey. Being in the vicinity and personally hypnotizing them was just as dangerous. Chapter 1049, Spectator's Intuition. How did this happen? Even if Shio and Fawes didn't meet with any delays, it would take at least 15 minutes to arrive at the nearest Evernite cathedral. Luckily, I was cautious enough and had prayed to Mr. Fool for an angelic blessing ahead of time. I also actually hypnotized Shio and Fawes. An upheaval of thoughts instantly ran through Audrey's mind before she rapidly suppressed them. At first, she looked confused. Then her face wore a look of realization, as if she had finally awoken from a long dream. "Mr. Rambis, why are you here?" Audrey made her voice sound ethereal, as though she was still in a dreamy stupor. As she spoke, she used her control as a psychiatrist to let a hint of anxiety flash through her mind without causing any abnormalities. This unexpected turn of events made her unsure of how to proceed. She understood that she had to first deal with Vin Rambis's questions so that he wouldn't suspect anything. However, if that was the case, he would leave in 3 to 5 minutes, long before Shio and Fawes could enter an Evernite cathedral. This would inhibit the misdirection, and summoning the world would expose flaws in the end. No, I'd rather miss this opportunity than proceed without being fully prepared. Patience and caution are key in the mysterious world. At the very least, Vin Rambis will be making use of me for a long period of time and not directly harm me. I still have plenty of time. I can wait for another opportunity. The only problem is that I need to inform Shio and Fawes and get them to hide as quickly as possible. Audrey quickly came up with a decision, her eyes restoring to normal while showing hints of wariness and fear. After observing her reaction, Vin Rambis smiled. This should be your first time hypnotizing someone, and I was worried that an accident would happen, so I specially came here to wait. Heh, given your background, you don't usually have the chance to do this. His voice was gentle and laced with concern, making the wariness in Audrey's eyes subside. But in Audrey's mind world, she once again felt her consciousness being split apart, some of it raised, looking down at the island and the sea. This made her clearly realize that her fond feelings were all artificial. Seeing that Audrey had returned to normal, Vin Rambis nodded. "How did they answer your question just now?" Audrey honestly said. Shio said that the investigation of Viscount Stratford and the pursuit of the king's secret was all of her own will. She was very suspicious about the death of her father, Earl Mason Dare. However, she mentioned that her actions were blessed by a certain existence. As she answered, she almost stopped talking. This was because her spirituality high in the sky was looking down at herself on the island of consciousness. She saw a figure rising up from the bottom of the sea, passing through the subconscious realm and landing on her body of heart and mind's island. The figure was another Vin Rambis. There wasn't a hint of a smile on his face. He had an extremely sinister air, and a part of his skin was covered in greyish-white scales. His eyes had turned from pale blue to golden, and they were also vertical. If it weren't for the fact that she had experienced something like this before, the intense nervousness she currently felt might have prevented her from acting as though she hadn't noticed anything. In the real world, Vin Rambis smiled. "Which existence's blessings?" Audrey shook her head. When this matter was raised, Shio and Fours became very resistant. There were signs of escaping the hypnosis, so I didn't dare continue asking. Of course, the blessings of a particular existence could be explained as Mr. Fool's attention, and it could also be understood as the goddesses, the lucid Audrey muttered silently under the spiritual sky. Vin Rambis continued to circle around the questions. After 2 or 3 minutes, he nodded satisfactorily. "Not bad. You do have a gift in hypnotizing people. When the recent events come to a close, I will give you the Dreamwalker potion and personally host the ritual for you. Oh yes, don't reject love and marriage too much. You're not even 20 years old, and it's the perfect time to pursue such matters." Vin Rambis used an indirect hint to lower her resistance towards love and marriage. This detestable guy, Audrey puffed up her cheeks under her spiritual sky, then controlled herself to reveal some shyness and longing. Vin Rambis, seeing this, retracted his invading consciousness and allowed himself to leave the island. He turned. "Forget what I just said. They're all spontaneous thoughts from your heart. After I leave this place and disappear from your sight, you'll forget that I was here." Upon hearing this, Audrey under the spiritual sky couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. This meant that Vin Rambis was about to leave. Even though it had only been 5 minutes, she was still eager for him to leave as soon as possible. To face off against a demigod of the spectator domain was unimaginably stressful. "There's still a chance after this," Audrey silently consoled herself as she watched him turn and walk towards the hall. She didn't relax, trying her best to maintain a normal state. Suddenly, Vin Rambis stopped and turned around. He narrowed his pale blue eyes at Audrey. "Why were you so scared when you first saw me?" "I was too surprised at that time, so I didn't manage to hide some of my emotions well." Audrey felt her scalp tingle as her thoughts whirled. She asked, puzzled, "Really? Isn't this normal? Someone suddenly appeared beside me. A brief shock is inevitable." Vin Rambis nodded as if agreeing. He sized up Audrey and suddenly said, "You used to carry a mystical item that can change one's form with you as an accessory. Why didn't you wear it today?" To a spectator, this detail was an abnormality. "Oh no? I've been hiding lie beneath my clothes most of the time." How did he notice? He has secretly read some of my memories. Audrey felt her thoughts stagnate. The reason she wasn't wearing lie was simple. She was afraid that it would amplify her emotions, preventing her from being able to completely hide her true thoughts when facing a spectator demigod. This meant that she had predicted that she would meet him today, something that shouldn't have happened under normal circumstances. In the blink of an eye, Audrey grabbed onto an idea and smiled blankly. "It will amplify my emotions and reduce the success rate of the hypnosis attempt. I removed it in advance to avoid any accidents." Vin Rambis nodded. So that's the reason. Just as Audrey was feeling a little relaxed, this spectator pathway's demigod suddenly narrowed his eyes. If it's just this matter, there's nothing worth suspecting. But compared to when you saw me, the fear that slightly exceeded normal limits seems to imply something. As he said that, his light blue eyes turned vertical and were quickly dyed with the color of gold. With a buzz, Audrey's thoughts became extremely muddled. Only the her under the spiritual sky barely remained conscious. The surface of the spiritual sea surrounding the island surged with waves. At the same time, the sinister-looking Vin Rambis returned to the island and stopped beneath the sea surface, allowing patches of greyish-white dragon scales to fly into the foundation of the island where the subconscious lay. Audrey suddenly felt her thoughts twist, prompting her to say everything, confessing all her secrets. Relying on the lucidity of herself under the spiritual sky, she barely controlled herself and didn't reveal anything. She also knew that there would be problems if this continued, so she quickly diverted some of her thoughts, relying on the angelic blessing and her splintered consciousness to prevent Vin Rambis from noticing. Some of those thoughts included reaching her hand into her left pocket. Just then, Vin Rambis, who had invaded her mind world, snorted. There really is a problem. If there wasn't a problem, Audrey would have started with the most important matters, revealing all her secrets one by one, instead of staying silent. After confirming that something was off, he didn't hesitate any longer. His gaze turned extremely cold as greyish-white scales covered his skin. The storm in the spiritual sea suddenly intensified, and Audrey, who was under the spiritual sky, staggered. The last bastion of her consciousness was rapidly weakening. Humph! Vin Rambis increased the force of the mind storm once again, feeling satisfied that Audrey's entire island was shaking. This meant that he was about to completely control her. At this moment, he heard an ancient word: fate. In the real world, Vin Rambis looked up in surprise. All he saw was that Audrey's green eyes were dyed with the brightest, most dazzling gold. Chapter 1050, Good at Using Hypnosis. As the ancient Hermes' words resounded, the areas where Audrey and Vin Rambis stood dimmed. By the time the light returned, the island filled with a terrifying mind storm in the illusory world had transformed from Audrey's to Vin Rambis's. The person that had intruded on the other party's body of heart and mind went from Vin Rambis to Audrey. It was the Fate Siphon Charm. This high-level charm, made using a worm of time, could siphon off a target's subsequent fate for a short period of time, exchanging it with the user. In an instant, the situation reversed. Audrey went from the edge of collapse to gaining the absolute advantage. Of course, this advantage could only last for a short period of time. Just as she had practiced it countless times in her mind, she suppressed her surprised emotions and quickly confirmed her condition. With her current advantage, she made the hypnosis and mind storms swirl together, instantly opening Vin Rambis's door to his body of heart and mind. He was instantly dumbfounded, as if he were an ordinary person whose attention had been diverted to Audrey's golden eyes. Yes, at this moment, as a demigod of the spectator pathway, he had been controlled by Audrey, who was only a sequence 6. However, Audrey knew that whatever she wanted to do later would definitely be rejected by him, and with her sequence level she had no means to resist or control such intense power. Furthermore, she could clearly sense that Vin Rambis was subconsciously resisting. In the real world, a small amount of grey scales began to appear on his face. In no time, he will be able to forcefully extricate himself from the state of my initial control. A realization flashed across her mind. She then cast her gaze towards his head, feeling a little regretful that she didn't carry a powerful revolver with her. Without any hesitation, Audrey, who lacked the appropriate offensive abilities, quickly came to a decision. Hypnotize him. He's best at hypnotizing and is very resistant against this, so he wouldn't prepare any additional items that can affect his defense. I can't let him do things that will be against his will. With our difference in levels, I definitely can't resist the corresponding subconscious resistance he puts up. Thoughts ran through her mind as she spread her slightly parched lips. She tried hard not to show any signs of abnormality as she looked into Vin Rambis's eyes and said in a gentle voice, "Find a spot inside Glaint's mansion and wait. Find me in the garden 15 minutes later. Such a subconscious thought didn't stir any obvious signs of being rejected, therefore, Audrey was able to complete her control rather smoothly. To Vin Rambis, he was indeed looking for Audrey today, and the venue was Viscount Blaint's mansion. Audrey's hypnosis was simply changing the corresponding time and place. "All right," Vin Rambis responded. Audrey didn't care to let out a sigh of relief. She focused and continued looking into his eyes, gently saying, "You will only come looking for me in 15 minutes, so you haven't seen me today. Since you haven't seen me, everything that happened just now definitely didn't happen. They will be forgotten." As Vin Rambis had accepted the hypnosis, he followed the logical train of thought. Soon, the golden light disappeared from those alluring eyes. "Yes, I haven't seen you before. Nothing happened just now," he repeated with a blank expression. After completing this crucial step, Audrey thought for a second. When you hear my singing, it will become quiet. She wanted to hypnotize him with her charm, but she realized that she wasn't able to take on a seductive pose. She could only lift her hand to comb her blonde hair and tilt her head, her smile beaming. Following that, she hummed a melody, "Manna Under the Moon." Vin Rambis looked at the girl in front of him who looked as beautiful as sunlight, listening to the ethereal voice, his mind gradually turning silent. Seeing that her initial control was about to be released, Audrey didn't hesitate and pointed to the other side of the corridor. "Go over there and you will regain consciousness and dispel dragon scales when you see the stained glass." She knew very well that on the other side of the corridor there were exquisite white stained glass. This order didn't pose any danger, nor did it violate his will. He immediately took a step forward, walked down the corridor and turned right. Only when his back disappeared from her sights did Audrey slowly exhale, allowing the fear, alarm and anxiety to surge into her heart. Her body trembled slightly as she opened her mouth slightly, gasping and exhaling. 10 seconds later, she used placate on herself and calmed down. Then she glanced at the wall clock, stood there, and recited Mr. Fool's honorific name in a low voice. She prayed for an angelic blessing again, and requested this great existence to tell the world Gehrman Sparrow that she had confirmed when Vin Rambis would arrive and would summon him 2 minutes ahead of time. During this process, she only briefly mentioned what had happened. Following that, she raised her hands and pressed her cheeks, completely restoring her expression to normal. She began hypnotizing herself, allowing herself to sing the melody the moment she saw Vin Rambis. After doing all of this, Audrey went to the main hall and first found Susie, then retrieved her lie necklace and the alcohol nemesis diamond brooch. Susie didn't notice anything amiss with Audrey as she watched her wear the items. After a few minutes, Audrey folded a black fishnet glove into her pocket and used the excuse of going to the washroom, making a detour to Viscount Blaint's garden. Then she looked at the large clock hung up on the attached tower, her mind tensing up as she memorized the time. Time passed by slowly, and Audrey used placate twice to calm herself down. When there was still 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, she took off the feather accessory on her hat and flicked her wrist. The scarlet flames soared, igniting the white feather. As the flames burned, they turned pale. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the feather was reduced to ashes. Nothing happened around her. Looking at the clock, Audrey took out a charm made of tin and recited a word in ancient Hermes, lightning. The charm lit up as though many tiny electric snakes were entangling with it. It was a charm that summoned Gehrman Sparrow. When the lightning dissipated, the charm completely disintegrated, but there was still silence. Shio and Four should have found a church of Evernite Cathedral and begun praying. Audrey calmed down and pretended to enjoy the flowers. She didn't lift her head to look at the large clock, counting the time in her heart. 3, 2, 1. She slowly raised her head and looked around, but she didn't see Vin Rambis. He discovered something strange and distanced himself. Her heart tightened. At that moment she heard a gentle voice. "What are you looking for?" Audrey's pupils dilated. From the corner of her eye she realized that the silver-haired, blue-eyed Vin Rambis had appeared beside her at some point in time, a hint of suspicion hidden in his voice. Having already hypnotized herself, she didn't hesitate at all. She followed her subconscious and started humming the melodic, manna under the moon. Amidst the ethereal voice, Vin Rambis calmed down and listened attentively. Suddenly, he realized that the distance between him and Audrey had become very far, despite them remaining in their respective spots. The dark night enveloped the garden despite it being late in the afternoon. A huge crimson moon rose over the top of the building as a figure stood there, wearing a black trench coat and a half-top hat. His face looked hazy due to the backlighting. Chapter 1051. Different Styles of Different Pathways. Upon seeing this scene, Vin Rambis immediately extricated himself from that state of calm, clearly aware that he had fallen into a trap. He also further realized that he was already under some sort of influence. Without any hesitation, he arched his back, and his body swelled. His pupils turned vertical, changing from pale blue to golden. His face, the back of his hand, and every inch of his exposed skin grew greyish-white scales. Amidst a screeching sound, the white shirt, black vest, and formal coat that he wore tore apart, revealing the dragon scales beneath. In the blink of an eye, Vin Rambis had transformed into an abnormally massive monster. Aside from his head that remained in the form of a human, the rest of his body had changed completely, like a dragon that had yet to fully evolve. The dragon's back was covered in grey-skinned wings, and its limbs were thick. The greyish-white scales were engraved with complicated three-dimensional mysterious symbols that extended into the flesh and the surrounding void, as though it was a mesh of objects that didn't belong to the real world. This was the spectator pathway's incomplete mythical creature form. For demigods of other pathways, they required immense willpower to fight in their mythical creature forms, or else they wouldn't be able to control the madness. However, the spectator pathway was different. They had placate which could treat their minds and souls, so they weren't helpless towards the madness. As long as the fight wasn't prolonged, they could use their mythical creature form and return to normal at will. Whoosh! All the thoughts in Vin Rambis's subconscious domain boiled over as they churned, identifying the parts of his consciousness that had been altered, purging them out. The violent winds surged around his greyish-white dragon avatar, seeming to come from reality, but also from an illusory world. They carried a certain will as they whirled in every direction. Any creature that was embroiled would inevitably be placed into various abnormal states. This was a qualitative change in dragon might, which stemmed from a mythical creature form. It went from its original state of placing others in a state of awe to mind deprivation. Seizing the moment when dragon might swept the surroundings, Vin Rambis focused and transformed into illusory, sinister versions of himself. Through the sea of collective subconscious, he approached Gehrman Sparrow on the rooftop and Audrey Hall by the garden's periphery at high speeds. As a spectator, he could tell that the attacker was Gehrman Sparrow just by seeing his face and temperament. At this moment, Audrey was mumbling to herself, "I can't see anything. I can't hear anything." She was trying to avoid losing control from looking directly at Vin Rambis's mythical creature form. However, this also made her unable to sense that a particular illusory, sinister version of Vin Rambis was approaching her body of heart and mind from the sea of collective subconscious. But suddenly, before Vin Rambis's eyes, the blonde, green-eyed girl's island of consciousness disappeared. Audrey felt a warmth from her body, as if she had returned from a cold, dark cave to the surface where the sun shined. She hurriedly dispelled the hypnosis and opened her eyes. The sun in the sky pierced through the clouds, scattering its resplendence. Bathed in the bright golden glow, autumn flowers bloomed in silence. Audrey looked around blankly, but she didn't see Vin Rambis, Gehrman Sparrow, or the huge crimson moon. This made her feel like everything she had just experienced was just a dream. What mighty powers! A battle between two demigods might not even harm a single flower, she silently muttered before calmly leaving the garden, retreating to the corridor that connected to the house. She was afraid that her presence would affect Gehrman Sparrow's fight. In the concealed world, one of Vin Rambis's manifestations had also landed on Gehrman Sparrow's island of consciousness. Just as he was about to set foot on it, he realized that the illusory island was filled with a deathly silence. There were no stirring thoughts. Puppet. Marionette. He instantly made a judgment. He wasn't shocked or depressed. Instead, he felt a sense of glee and confidence. For a demigod of the spectator pathway, he could easily tell the difference between a marionette and the true body, greatly mitigating Gehrman Sparrow's strongest ability. Besides, do you think a marionette can foil my mind invasion? That sinister, illusory Vin Rambis swept his golden vertical eyes and found a transparent passage on the marionette's island of consciousness, the symbolic form of spirit-body threads in the mind world. Following that, his figure flashed and he traced the transparent passageway and found another island of consciousness hidden in the distance. This was where the source of the marionettes was controlled, which meant that it belonged to the actual body. Found you. Vin Rambis snorted coldly as he conjured a terrifying mindstorm in the sea of collective subconscious, allowing it to thrash about in Gehrman Sparrow's island of consciousness. At the same time, as a dragon avatar, he flew up and spiraled in midair, affecting Gehrman Sparrow with its dragon might and breath, complementing the battle at the consciousness level. At this moment, from deep within the sea of collective subconscious, Vin Rambis had silently invaded the Gehrman Sparrow's body of heart and mind, when all of a sudden, he saw a boundless greyish-white fog. All the sea of collective subconscious around, and the islands had vanished. His heart tightened as he hurriedly analyzed his psyche, suspecting that he was under an illusion. However, no matter how he handled it, the greyish-white fog didn't change. It was as if it was just a simple background. Just as he was preparing to stir a mindstorm here, the fog finally dissipated, revealing the island of consciousness from before. Vin Rambis didn't have time to hesitate. He quickly entered the corresponding subconscious and attempted to change his target's thoughts. However, those thoughts were dyed with a bright light, a holy and majestic aura. It was unshakable and uninfluenced. This, he instinctively looked up. Other than the island itself, there was also a figure with 12 pairs of fiery wings, emitting golden light. It looked like the projection of an angel's powers. Since he was planning on dealing with a demigod from the spectator pathway today, Klein had no doubt used Angel's embrace on himself. And the reason he didn't show it directly was that he was experimenting with Vin Rambis. As Vin Rambis attempted to invade his island of consciousness, his marionette, Konas Kilgore, distorted the target his enemy locked onto, changing it from Klein's body of heart and mind to Klein's projection of the grey fog. As a result, if Vin Rambis found the island of consciousness in the fog, it meant that there was a being of unknown origins sleeping in the mysterious space, meaning Klein had to be wary. On the contrary, he could feel a little relaxed. Seeing that he was blessed by an angel and wasn't capable of breaking through in a short period of time, Vin Rambis retreated without any hesitation, returning to his mind world through the sea of collective subconscious. Then, the massive dragon disappeared into thin air, preventing Klein from even finding it via spirit-body threads. Psychological invisibility. Vin Rambis planned on using a psychological blind spot to hide in the dark, then using area of effect beyonder powers like mind deprivation and mindstorm to slowly weaken Gehrman Sparrow's angel-enhanced mental walls. As a demigod of the spectator pathway, although his dragon form was powerful at melee combat, it still lacked the necessary powerful offensive beyonder powers. It had to be made up for through certain sealed artifacts. At this moment, an illusory book appeared in front of the Gehrman Sparrow, who could be either the marionette or his actual self. Following that, there was an ethereal voice. I came, I saw, I record. Klein was using Lightning Storm, which had been recorded by Creeping Hunger. For something like psychological invisibility, it could be easily resolved with a full area of effect bombardment. It has to be said that, when dealing with a beyonder with such a fighting style, the Storm pathway was a pretty good choice. Chapter 1052, 3 verses 1. Boom. Lightning bolts descended from the sky, covering the entire area, illuminated by the huge crimson moon with a silver forest. Lightning flashed and destructive auras swept over, not leaving any spot unscathed. The giant greyish-white dragon, which still had a human head, appeared again. There were tiny bolts of electric bolts scurrying over its scaled body, and some obvious cracks. Vin Rambis's psychological invisibility couldn't be maintained under such a wide area of effect bombardment. As soon as he appeared, the lightning storm calmed down quite significantly. The Gehrman sparrow's body on the roof instantly blurred, then phased into existence diagonally below the incomplete dragon. Following that, the glove on the crazy adventurer's left hand protruded with fine black particles that were deep and dark. Then, he opened his mouth and said a word filled with foulness and corruption from the devil language: slow. Vin Rambis knew that his opponent was using creeping hunger and knew the true level of the item. He found Gehrman's sparrow amusing and was about to raise his left claw that grabbed onto an ice-blue metal cylinder, slamming it down at his enemy. This was a sealed artifact with unknown origins called Rotting Meteor, which could fire special dark green bullets that would instantly poison anyone who was hit with it. Currently, Vin Rambis didn't believe that the language of foulness, which was at most at sequence 5, could affect him in his incomplete mythical creature form. He planned on using Rotting Meteor to finish off the enemy. However, at this moment his actions had really slowed down, and his entire body felt stiff. On the pitch-black roof under the gigantic crimson moon, another Gehrman sparrow, in a black trench coat and silk hat, had appeared at some point in time. He held a 6-barreled revolver in his right hand and aimed his left hand at the Gehrman sparrow beneath him, before balling his fist and turning his wrist. Earl of the Fallen, Magnify. This was Klein's other marionette, a demigod from the lawyer pathway, Conas Kilgore. With his Magnify, Creeping Hunger could amplify the Beyonder powers it obtained from grazing souls, almost raising it to the level of sequence 4. Of course, Magnify couldn't be used consecutively in quick succession. Due to Vin Rambis's current mythical creature form, no matter how magnified Slow was, it couldn't affect him for long. Therefore, it was the Gehrman sparrow, who was actually a Nuni, who had to seize this short opportunity and control Vin Rambis's spirit body threads. Normally, he would take 3 seconds to attain initial control. However, his opponent had already revealed a powerful mythical creature form, and the time would definitely be extended. It would take perhaps about 7 seconds or even more than 10 to succeed, and by then, Vin Rambis would have long extricated himself from the influence of Slow. At this critical moment, Conas Kilgore aimed his left hand at Winner Enuni once again and clenched his fingers. Another Magnify. The control of the spirit body threads was magnified. Suddenly, Enuni's control of Vin Rambis's spirit body threads became easier, as if the mythical creature form hadn't been revealed. In other words, he could obtain initial control in 3 seconds. This was already rather formidable, but the problem was that the dragonified Vin Rambis wouldn't take more than a second to extricate himself from the influence of Slow. No, he had already escaped. At that moment, there was a gunshot. A bullet that looked lusterless, deep and profound but not dark, swiftly shot out with its many strange patterns and struck Vin Rambis, who had just escaped from his slow state. In another corner of the garden, another Gehrman sparrow in a black trench coat and a silk top hat appeared. Vin Rambis's dragon body stiffened once again. Not only did his thoughts come to a halt, but even the wings on his back froze, and he had lost all control of himself. The entire dragon collapsed to the ground. Control Spirit Bullet. Klein had used his Worms of Spirit as the material to contain the Control Spirit Bullets made from the powers of the mysterious space, which could even freeze Sequence 3 Saints for 1 or 2 seconds. The string of team combination attacks from before had already made Klein turn poignant, as obtaining the aid of a demigod from the lawyer pathway was terrifying. It was very, very effective. Seizing the opportunity of Vin Rambis falling into a state of paralysis, Winner Enuni obtained initial control over the spirit body threads. The incomplete dragon had just ended its rigid state when its thoughts became sluggish, its movement having a certain delay. Seeing that Vin Rambis had come under a certain level of control, Klein began preparing to disrupt any form of resistance he tried putting up. However, at this moment, his head suddenly ached due to an intolerable mania in his heart. Then, he became extremely down, as if he couldn't feel joy anymore. He despised himself and wished he could give up his life. In the blink of an eye, he became excited, his eyes seeming to be blood red and filled with hatred towards anything. Not good. Before his mental state deteriorated, Klein realized that he had been influenced by Vin Rambis at some point in time. Something was wrong with his body of heart and mind. He hurriedly attempted to cogitate to fight against the abnormal mental state. However, various thoughts that didn't seem to belong to him flashed through his mind. Let's end it here. Fuck. Think of a way to save yourself. What exactly happened? I think I have a serious mental illness. A psychiatric disease that's contagious. Why are you saying so much? That's a demigod psychiatrist you're facing. Turning him into a marionette will easily resolve this problem. Realizing that Gehrman Sparrow hadn't shot the second bullet, Vin Rambus's face, covered in greyish-white scales, revealed a faint smile. Although he hadn't anticipated the tight cooperation between Gehrman and his two marionettes, it wasn't like he hadn't done anything prior to this. Before he left the sea of collective subconscious, he had secretly planted contagious madness in a marionette. A marionette was, after all, a dead person. Although it was unable to be controlled by any other methods other than spirit-body threads, it didn't mean that they didn't have an island of consciousness. It was just a dead mass, but it was precisely here that Vin Rambus buried a seed named madness. The seed couldn't affect the marionette itself, but it could secretly infect the sea of collective subconscious of its surroundings, causing the person who kept switching between bodies to unknowingly place themselves in an environment with a contagious mental disease. Also, this madness could also be transmitted via spirit-body threads. This was a high-sequence spectator's power, manipulator's mental plague. By the time Gehrman Sparrow's actual body went crazy, his control over his marionettes would undoubtedly be lost. When that happened, Vin Rambus would be able to escape from his predicament. At that moment, a manipulator like Vin Rambus wasn't afraid that Gehrman Sparrow had the charm which Audrey had used. This was because a swap would put Gehrman in a state of becoming a marionette, his thoughts turning sluggish. As for Vin Rambus, being infected by the mental plague was a relatively simple problem for him to resolve. At this moment, Vin Rambus saw the Gehrman Sparrow on the rooftop, aiming his left hand at the Gehrman who was holding the revolver. He gripped his fingers and slowly turned his wrist. Distortion. Klein had used Kunas Kilgore's Beyonder powers to distort the level of his mental disease, weakening it and slowing down the deterioration. Making use of this period in which he had clarity of mind, he raised Death Knell again and pulled the trigger. Bang! Another control spirit bullet shot out and hit the motionless, massive, incomplete dragon. At the same time, Kunas Kilgore used Magnify. Despite being attacked, Vin Rambus didn't escape from Anuni's control, because he had fallen into a long period of feeling numb and stiff. Klein silently kept count of the time, shooting a third control spirit bullet before Vin Rambus truly recovered. And before the third bullet's magnified effects ended, the greyish-white, incomplete dragon trembled as it returned to normal, no longer looking sluggish. Chapter 1053, President. In the dimly lit world, the gigantic crimson moon hung silently over the house, while everything in the garden seemed to be asleep. The despair in the incomplete greyish-white dragon's eyes dissipated as it retracted its skin-covered wings, behaving like a docile hunting dog. The psychology alchemist's counselor, demigod of the spectator pathway, Vin Rambus, had lost his life and became Klein's marionette. Without bothering to enjoy this achievement, he switched places with Anuni, who was beside the dragon, appearing as Gehrman Sparrow. Then he controlled his new marionette to treat the infection he received from mental plague. A gentle and cool breeze swept past the sea of collective subconscious, seeping into Klein's island of consciousness. It made him feel like the object reeking of a rotten, putrid and discordant object in his body of heart and mind was being purged out of him with a surgical knife. Klein's face immediately contorted as he grimaced, once again feeling the excruciating pain in his soul. Thankfully, in order to create the control spirit bullets and the yesterday once more charms, he was already accustomed to this feeling. After purging the contagious mental disease, the cool wind brought about a warmth that allowed his damaged spirit body to relax. By the time he recovered, the gentle breeze became intense, wiping out all the contagion left in the air. After doing all of this, Klein made the greyish-white dragon rapidly shrink its body and turn back into its human form. However, as Vin Rambus' clothes had been ripped to pieces, the grey scales on his body didn't disappear. A few seconds later, the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernite, Ariana, walked out of the gigantic crimson moon in her simple robe. Her long black hair cascaded down as she stepped across the void and arrived diagonally above Vin Rambis. The angel stretched out her right hand and with a gentle squeeze let Vin Rambis's blurry soul leave his body. "Why are you helping George III?" Ariana asked directly. Vin Rambis's confused expression immediately turned serious. "This is the choice of the times, an inevitability of destiny. We are just following the flow of the tides and providing some guidance, allowing the times to develop in the right direction. The standard answer of the Twilight Hermit Order." From the looks of it, the psychology alchemist's demigod doesn't know what Adam's true goal is either, Klein thought. Ariana didn't show any surprise as she pressed, "What is the trend of the times?" Vin Rambis's eyes were unfocused, but his expression was solemn. "A war, one that will sweep the entire world. This isn't peace nice?" Klein frowned slightly, knowing very well what a world war would do to humans. He only wished that his investigation with the Church of Evernite would be able to seize the key and successfully prevent the war. Ariana fell silent for a second before asking, "What's the secret George III is hiding?" Vin Rambis revealed a smile. "Every king is restrained by 3 major contracts and can only reach a limit of sequence 5. But with our help, he bypassed the restrictions and has already reached a higher level. Once the tides of the times come, he'll easily be able to ascend to the spot that should have belonged to him." 3 major contracts? It's understandable to limit a king to sequence 5. The people will find it acceptable if they could live for 80 to 90 years old, but to still be active at 120 to 130 will be the cause for conspiracy theories and panic. George III cooperated with the psychology alchemists and the demoness sect to live longer. Many questions arose in his mind. George III still isn't a demigod, is he? Is he using some method to possess a higher level and perform the acting ahead of time? Ariana asked unhurriedly. Vin Rambis's soul nodded. "Yes." "What is the exact method?" Ariana continued asking. He slowly shook his head. "I'm not sure. The person in charge of this matter is our president. I only remember him once mentioning that he wanted George III to have more talent." More talent? Upon hearing such a description, Klein instantly thought of something in Roselle's diary. In the eyes of the Emperor, talent was to make one's psyche and soul more like a high-level ancestor, so as to be able to obtain the recognition of the corresponding beyonder characteristics or the mental imprint within sealed artifacts. This wasn't a perfect solution. It could even be said that there were great latent risks, because the mental imprint would revert and control the consumer, causing them to experience certain changes. If anyone were to rely on this method to advance to a demigod, there was an extremely high chance of becoming a monster formed of mental sutures. Ariana clearly knew what more talent meant. Without any change in expression, she asked, "Who is your president?" Vin Rambis revealed a look of reminiscence. "He has many identities and names, but I can confirm that he is the president of our psychology alchemists as long as I see him. His current identities and names are one of the 4 kings of the sea, the king of the Black Throne, Barrows Hopkins, the former chancellor of the Backlund Medical School, the royal family's medical consultant, the already dead Polly Derlau, the famous ascetic of the Central Sonia Sea, Eric Drake." King of the Black Throne. It was only then that Klein realized that he had heard of this title, but had always neglected it. "So, this pirate king is from the spectator pathway," he nodded in enlightenment. Ariana listened quietly. "What secret is George III hiding in the Blood Emperor ruins?" Vin Rambis's slightly dazed expression changed slightly. "An extremely important thing. If he wants to grasp it, he will need a large number of sacrificial rituals." "What is it?" Ariana pressed. Vin Rambis was taken aback. I don't remember." He suddenly raised his hand to grip his soul's head, clearly in pain. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't remember the answer. Was this memory forcefully deleted by Adam or a certain angel from the spectator pathway? Klein watched with a heavy expression, feeling that the secret in the ruins was more important than he imagined. Ariana fell silent for a few seconds before lowering her head and asking Klein, "Do you have anything you want to ask?" Klein thought for a moment. What is the name of the high-sequence beyonder potions of the spectator pathway? The pain in Vinrambis's soul lessened as he slowly replied, Sequence 4 Manipulator, Sequence 3 Dreamweaver, Sequence 2 Discerner, Sequence 1 Author. He didn't mention Sequence 0 Visionary, clearly unaware. What's the potion formula for Manipulator? Klein still asked. In a dazed tone, Vinrambis said, the main ingredient is an elderly mind dragon's complete brain, or the crystalline heart of a tree mentor, or a beyonder characteristic of a manipulator. The supplementary ingredients are 80 milliliters of the blood of an elderly mind dragon, 3 golden leaves of a tree mentor, and 7 different drops of tears from different humans or non-human creatures that were shed due to intense emotions. The ritual is that on a special occasion with at least 10,000 people drink the potion when they are in the midst of an emotional resonance. In contrast, the difficulty of a demigod ritual of the spectator pathway isn't that high, Klein nodded in thought. What's the potion formula for Dreamweaver? I don't know, Vinrambis shook his head. All right then, Klein asked why he had personally come to Audrey and received the corresponding answer. Then he said to Ariana, I have no further questions. Ariana's right hand pressed softly, causing Vinrambis's soul to return to his body. Following that, the angel glanced at Klein and said calmly, Don't use him as a marionette. Before his mental imprint is removed, it's best you don't use his beyonder characteristic to create items. Of course, I don't want Adam to visit me, Klein nodded sincerely. I will remember it. Thank you, Ma'am Ariana. Chapter 1054. Tailor-made Ritual. After thanking her, Klein immediately gave up his control over Vinrambis, making it impossible for him to maintain his marionette-like state. With that, this spectator pathway demigod collapsed to the ground and became a corpse. Ariana lowered her head and took a look, the darkness in her eyes growing deeper. Vinrambis's corpse immediately got erased like a pencil drawing, inch by inch, leaving behind only the ice-blue metal cylinder. Following that, beams of light seeped out of the void and quickly gathered, forming a strange object. It was fist-sized and looked like a heart. However, it resembled a different kind of brain, with its surface being covered in greyish-white wrinkles, each crevice with countless symbols and strange patterns that extended into the surroundings. This was the beyonder characteristic left behind by a manipulator. Miss Ariana's concealment and reversing concealment process is able to quickly extract Vinrambis's beyonder characteristic. Klein came to a realization. At this moment, Ariana calmly said, the mental imprints in it have all been removed. Thank you, Ma'am Ariana. Not surprised at all, he bowed. He had decisively given up on his marionette because he foresaw that something like this would happen. In fact, his original plan was to bring her Vinrambis above the grey fog as a marionette, allowing him to use the unshadowed crucifix to purge the manipulator, dreamwalker, and hypnotist characteristics out. This way, Miss Justice no longer needed to worry about the ingredients needed before becoming a demigod. But later on, he considered that there was no way he could bring Vinrambis above the grey fog inside this world of concealment, as it would directly expose him as the fool under Ariana's watchful eyes. In that case, giving up a marionette in front of her was undoubtedly a better choice. Klein picked up Vinrambis's beyonder characteristic, but he wasn't able to stuff it into the iron cigar case. He could only stuff it into his pocket. As for Ariana, she cast her gaze towards the ice-blue metal cylinder. It's from the cosmos, so it's best you don't use it. Even carrying it with you should be limited. Otherwise, a gaze might be cast onto you, causing you to be corrupted and suffer aberrations. From the cosmos? Klein found the description familiar. Soon, he remembered its origins. The yellow light, Venethan's prophecy of the apocalypse from the Abraham family. The apocalypse. The origins of this sealed artifact is related to the apocalypse. What does the cosmos represent? A series of questions formed in his mind. Faced with his question, Ariana nodded gently. Yes, the cosmos. Is it the cosmos above our heads? He pointed at the dark night sky which was embedded with the gigantic crimson moon. Yes. Ariana gave an affirmative answer, but she didn't explain further. After some thought, he asked again, there are many hostile existences that are attempting to destroy this world. Ariana's gaze swept across his face. I can't give you an answer. There are some things that make it easier to be infected the more you know. Both your body and soul will be infected. Once you become an angel, you can seek out the exact answer. The more I know, the easier it is to get infected. A chill ran down Klein's back. Seeing that Ariana wasn't revealing anything else, he pointed at the ice blue metal cylinder. How should we handle this item? Ariana calmly said, My suggestion is to sacrifice it to the goddess. Together with the contributions you have previously rendered, you can exchange them for what you want. Klein nodded slightly. I understand. After expressing his gratitude, Ariana's figure was quickly erased and disappeared into the dark garden. With that, the world of concealment collapsed. Klein observed for a few seconds before taking out candles and other ritual items, quickly setting up an altar to sacrifice the ice-blue metal cylinder to the Evernite goddess. At the end of the ritual, amidst the howling winds, the burning ash of the herbs and the surrounding soil rose up and landed onto an empty spot on the altar, forming words. Sequence 3, Scholar of Yore, main ingredients, Hound of Fulgrim, also known as Saphira Castle Keeper, pair of eyes, 1 demonic wolf of fog's transformed heart. Supplementary ingredients, 100 milliliters of Hound of Fulgrim blood, 30 grams of white frost crystal of demonic wolf of fog, a large amount of real ancient historical records. Advancement ritual. Be separated from reality for at least 300 years and consume the potion after one becomes history and doesn't belong to the present era. This, Klein couldn't help but blink, wondering if he had seen the wrong description. The description of not belonging to the present era made him think of a line in his honorific name, the fool that doesn't belong to this era. I've been hanging above the extraordinary door of light for more than 300 years. In a sense, have I already completed the ritual and am only waiting to consume the potion? The mysterious space above the grey fog really has a very close relationship with the seer pathway. Could it be the manifestation of the uniqueness? Klein was momentarily delighted but also grim. Phew, I really want to jump to a neighboring pathway after becoming an angel, to not follow whatever path was planned for me. For other bizarro sorcerers, the hardest part about the advancement ritual is to live for more than 300 years. Klein looked at the Scholar of Yore's potion formula as thoughts flashed through his mind. After an unknown amount of time, he ended the ritual and put away the corresponding items. As he walked out of the garden, the gigantic crimson moon and the pitch-black darkness faded away, disappearing inch by inch. Then, he saw fresh autumn flowers and the sunlight shining above them. He also saw a blonde girl waiting in between the house and the garden. Audrey's eyes wore an elated look as the corners of her lips curled up unconsciously. Klein nodded at her before his figure was enveloped by scarlet flames. Elsewhere in the garden, there was another flame soaring in the air, but it wasn't obvious. When the flames dissipated, Gehrman Sparrow was gone. Audrey fell into a daze for a few seconds before thoughtfully looking away and entering Viscount Blaint's residence. After she left in a carriage with Susie and the servants and had a chance to be alone, as expected, she received the world's invitation for a meeting. Above the grey fog, inside the palace, Audrey looked at the world and calmly asked, what was Vin Rambis's true goal? Klein answered frankly, the first is to find out if there's a mastermind behind Shio and Forz's actions. Secondly, when the princes expressed their goodwill towards Earl Hall's family, the cue was for you to not be an obstacle. In essence, it's to create a fracture between the three major churches. With regards to this matter, Audrey had already discussed it with Mr. World before, so she asked, then why was a demigod like Vin Rambis personally visiting me? Klein smiled. If you wish to deceive the guards arranged by Earl Hall, as well as hypnotize a hypnotist with great certainty without causing any commotion, a Sequence 5 might not be capable of doing so. Therefore, it's best to send a demigod. Furthermore, you knew Vin Rambis and had interactions with him before, so your vigilance against him would be minimized. To be honest, if you weren't careful enough and had an unnoticeable helper like Susie, the whole matter would have gone on smoothly without you and I knowing until Monday. Justice Audrey didn't wear a thick mask. She smiled and sighed with mixed emotions. So I'm already this powerful? Powerful to the point of needing a demigod to be certain of success. He was even more powerful than I had imagined. You actually hypnotized a demigod that's good at hypnotism, Klein praised with a smile. Audrey pursed her lips without realizing it and smiled. That's mainly because of the fate siphon charm you gave me. My hypnotist potion seems to have completely digested as a result of this. Chapter 1055. Train of Thought. Completely digested? That's understandable. This is the act of hypnotizing a demigod. Although it's thanks to the fate siphon charm, it only helped to open the door of the body of heart and mind. The subsequent consciousness manipulation needs to be done personally. Acting done to the extreme would definitely accelerate the digestion process. Klein nodded gently and said in praise, "This is a good thing. It's even more so for the current situation." Audrey understood what Mr. World meant. In this storm that was sweeping around, even if she stood by the sidelines, she could sense her weakness. She couldn't wait to improve herself. She tersely acknowledged. "I'll urge the son to give his conditions to complete the deal and try my best to advance to Sequence 5. When the time comes, I hope that I can receive the protection of Mr. Fool and remain conscious in my dream." Having been prepared for this, Klein smiled. "Actually, you don't have to wait that long. I'll be able to sell you a Dreamwalker's Beyonder characteristic by tomorrow, and at the latest Friday." As it was a private exchange, Klein didn't act as the world by deliberately making his voice hoarse. "Really?" Audrey's eyes widened, not concealing her surprise. Klein nodded. "It's actually from Vin Rambis. The new cross that Mr. Fool obtained can allow the Beyonder characteristics to be purged." He spoke very simply, maintaining Gehrman Sparrow's unique coldness. "Is that so?" The corners of Audrey's lips curled up as she broke into a smile. She pressed against her chest. "Praise Mr. Fool, and thank you, Mr. World." A double token of gratitude, Klein chuckled inwardly and calmly said, "It's just a transaction." "You need to pay for it," he lampooned to himself. Audrey maintained her smile. "What do you need?" For a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic, £8,000. Klein chose something Miss Justice could gather in the fastest time possible. Audrey didn't mind the price. She thought for a while. "Can you sell the separated hypnotist characteristic to me as well?" When she said that, she smiled in embarrassment. "It's for Susie. The incident this time was resolved all thanks to her." "No problem. £4,000. Having expected this, Klein directly named his price. In his plan, he could stop once the hypnotist was purged. Now he would place the unshadowed crucifix together for a long period of time, allowing its remaining characteristics to take form. A total of £12,000. Audrey asked for confirmation, not feeling too much pressure. Seeing the world nod, she heaved a sigh of relief. "I'll pay it before Friday." After closing the deal, her mood became better. "I'll also buy the complete brain of an adult mind dragon from the sun as well. However, I won't be in such a rush. Susie won't be able to digest the hypnotist potion so quickly." At this point, she glanced shyly at Mr. World. "What needs to be exchanged for Vin Rambis's demigod characteristic?" Klein laughed. "I still don't know what I'm lacking. In fact, other than the manipulator characteristic from Vin Rambis, I also have the corresponding potion formula. While you digest the Dreamwalker potion, I'll slowly think about what I need, and I'll get you to do certain things and gather some materials so that you can make sufficient contributions to exchange for them." Upon hearing these words, Audrey's green eyes lit up. "All right." After her reply, she asked with interest, "Is this the same as how Shio contributes to MI9? "Yes, it's also the same method that the various major churches use." Klein gave an affirmative answer. Audrey nodded and curiously asked, "Mr. World, do you know the name of the high-sequence Beyonder potions of the Spectator Pathway?" Klein answered simply, "Manipulator, Dreamweaver, Discerner, Author, and Sequence 0, Visionary." Hearing the names makes me look forward to them. Audrey fantasized for a few seconds before diverting the topic back on track. "Did Vin Rambis say what the king's secret is? Also, why are they helping the king?" "The king's secret? He wishes to bypass the 3 major contracts the royal family signed with the Orthodox churches and become a demigod. For this, he needs to use many sacrificial rituals to gain control of some important object inside the Blood Emperor's ruins." "Ha. That was Vin Rambis's answer, but it might not be the entire truth and might very likely be only a part of it." As Klein answered, he shared his line of thought. As for the psychology alchemists or the Twilight Hermit Order, they need a war that sweeps the entire world. This is what they're pushing for. A war that sweeps the entire world. Audrey repeated softly, her pretty eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her cheerful mood plummeted again. After a brief moment of silence, she took a deep breath and forced a smile. I hope we can stop this. After exchanging a few more words, she left the grey fog. As for Klein, he busily used clear water, tree sap, herbal powder, thousand-faced hunter's blood, and spirit world plunderer powder to dilute Vinrambus's Beyonder characteristic and concoct a problematic potion. Then, he found an ordinary glass bottle and put the potion inside, wanting to know what kind of sealed artifact it would eventually transform into. This took quite a bit of time, so he used the power of the mysterious space to construct a spherical barrier around the bottle to prevent any influence it had on the entire area after it mutated. After doing all of this, he returned to 160 Beauclerk Street and prepared to summon Orodes to ask it for information about the two Beyonder creatures known as Hound of Fulgrim and Demonic Wolf of Fog. At that moment, the clouds in the sky had thickened, and the sun was covered up once again. The entirety of Backlund had become as dark and cold as the morning. Standing in front of the desk, he looked out the window. For some reason, he felt as though he and the Church of Evernite had neglected an important problem. Their investigations had been going relatively smoothly, and the intelligence they received was delving deeper. However, for some reason, it made him feel uneasy. Is there some influence or misdirection in this matter? Even heading above the grey fog is useless. Klein hurriedly collected his thoughts, unfurled a paper, and drew a picture consisting of symbols that implied concealment and mystery prying. After nearly 8 seconds, the full-body mirror in the room turned dark. Aqueous light rippled and formed silver words. Exalted Great Master, your puny, loyal, and humble servant, Orodes, is here to answer your summoning. I think I'm late. I'm already a Grade 1 sealed artifact. I need some time if I want to circumvent the isolation. Please forgive me, Great Master. You're a Grade 1 sealed artifact? Klein asked with a surprised look. The full-body mirror's silver words squirmed. Great Master, is this a question? He wanted to answer no, but to maintain his image he nodded. Yes. Orodes immediately produced a line of words. I'm not actually a true Grade 1 sealed artifact yet. I'm just enjoying the treatment in advance. This is mainly because a Grade 1 needs to be reported to other churches and be given a new number. The Church of Steam doesn't wish to do so. So that's how it is, Klein nodded gently. Got it. The aqueous light on the full-body mirror's surface flashed again. Supreme Master, do you have any questions to test your loyal servant, Orodes? What do you know about Hounds of Fulgrim and Demonic Wolves of Fog? He asked without standing on ceremony. In the mirror, the silver words squirmed. The Hounds of Fulgrim are a type of unique creature of the spirit world. They live in the historical void. Even the Seven Lights only know of them and are unable to interact with them unless they leave the historical void. But even so, what you see might only be a projection of their past. The Demonic Wolves of Fog are a type of high-level demonic wolves. After the death of the ancient gods and the cataclysm, and with them being killed by the Antigonus family, a Zaratul family and the Church of Evernite, they're extremely rare now. Furthermore, they're all good at anti-divination and deceit. They aren't easy to find. In other words, the Church of Evernite likely has materials related to the Demonic Wolf of Fog. And with this, I can bring it to the spirit world and use the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence to bait a Hound of Fulgrim. Klein began his train of thought as he read on. Chapter 1056, The Real Devil. After getting a grasp of the situation, Klein looked at the full-body mirror in the room and asked, What's the king's secret? The surface of the mirror that seemed to lead to another world had aqueous light ripple before revealing a scene, a ruin that was hidden deep in the darkness, covered in the dust of history. However, it was completely intact. Does that mean that the king's secret is in the Blood Emperor's ruins? Orodes doesn't dare to answer directly, or is this as much as it can see? After some deliberation, he said to the magic mirror, It's your turn to ask. The image in the mirror didn't change at all. It only revealed silver words. Great Master, do you have any other questions? Yes, Klein nodded and asked, Where is Saintess of White, Katerina, presently? In the mirror, the silver words rapidly faded and disappeared, but the background didn't change at all. It was still the Blood Emperor ruins. Katerina is hiding in the Blood Emperor's ruins? The real one? Klein nodded thoughtfully. It's your turn. Above the scene, silver words condensed once again. Benevolent Master, why don't you leave Backland? That's a good question. I originally had such plans. I originally investigated the Great Smog because of my outrage over the innocent deaths of the poor, as well as being lost due to the shattering of my main goal. Later, I ended up with the identity as a blessed of the goddess. Later on, I tried to prevent a disaster from happening and prevent the people I know from suffering. As for now, knowing that there might be a war that would sweep the entire world, and discovering that the advancement ritual of Scholar of Yore is practically tailor-made for me, with signs of things being arranged, I've already come to a realization that I might not be able to escape, even if I tried. In that case, I might as well take the initiative to face the risk head-on and see if I can find a chance to survive, grasping my fate in my own hands. Klein's thoughts churned before they settled. Following that, he calmly replied, leaving can't really solve the problem. With that, he asked, where is Trissy now? The mirror finally changed the depicted scene. This time, it was pitch black. Occasionally, thick objects would slip across the surface. Rhodes also can't see Trissy's situation. Klein nodded slightly. It's your turn to ask. The mirror was filled with aqueous light as wisps of silver formed a sentence. Great Master, I have something to tell you. May I? Go ahead, Klein replied, somewhat curious. The silver words changed into new words. You have to be careful with what follows next. It even used an exclamation point. Rhodes noticed something unpleasant. After thinking for a few seconds, Klein said, what do you think can threaten me? I don't know. I have a feeling. Rhodes reorganized its words, turning them from silver to grayish-white. It was obvious that it meant to express its sadness and self-reproach. New grayish-white words appeared in the mirror. Great Master, I have another scene to show you. Is that okay? Sure, Klein spoke slowly. The mirror's surface produced ripples as the pitch-black darkness changed. It became deeper and deeper, sparkling like diamonds. This was a beautiful and vast night. The scene that Rhodes displayed is directed at the goddess who's intrinsically the stars, or it's the gaze cast from the cosmos. It seems like it doesn't dare to express it directly. Klein considered for a moment and didn't attempt to ask further. Let's end it here for today. All right. The grayish-white words were once again dyed with silver as the speed at which they appeared slowed. Great Master, you haven't said that you would summon me, your loyal servant, Rhodes, again if you have other questions. It's a mirror that needs to follow procedure, Klein said in amusement. Of course, I'll summon you again when I have other questions. Yes, Master. Goodbye, Master. The silver words on the mirror returned to their normal speed, forming a hand that kept waving. In an Evernite cathedral in Empress Borough, Shio and Fours received Miss Justice's update thanks to Mr. Fool, and they knew that the problem had been resolved. They roughly understood what the king's secret was. Truly impressive. Fours, who believed in the god of steam and machinery, opened her eyes in the dark prayer hall, turned her head and sighed. Shio opened her eyes as well, first drawing a crimson moon on her chest, a form of showing her penitence towards her disrespect for the goddess. Yes, that's a... Before she could finish, the message she tried to convey reached Fours. What she wanted to say was that Fiend Rambis was a true demigod, but from the time she and Fours entered the cathedral, less than 10 minutes had passed. Yet, he had been finished off by Gehrman Sparrow. As saints, there was such a huge gap. Perhaps it's the blessings of an angel. With her experience in supernatural events and writing novels, Fours made a vague guess. As the prayer hall was dark and quiet, Shio didn't directly respond. She nodded, stood up, and walked into the aisle. The two of them left the prayer area, and after approaching the door, Shio exhaled. I really hope that I'll be this powerful one day. I have such thoughts occasionally too, Fours smiled. No matter what, you've already completed your investigations, haven't you? Although the so-called secrets are definitely worth digging into, the outline of the matter is rather clear. Shio looked at the door ahead and fell into a daze for a few seconds. But what's the point? I can't do anything about this matter. No, no, no. When it comes to enemies, that person's identity isn't too lofty. At least, he's someone we can look at directly, Fours seriously comforted her friend. When you obtain a qualitative change in strength, you'll discover that you have the ability to participate in that matter. Fours, who had joined the Tarot Club for quite a long time, had witnessed matters that had been planned by Mr. Fool. Compared to the angels, king of angels, and even true gods that were involved in those matters, King George III alone was indeed nothing special. Shio slowly walked to the door. I understand what you mean. We'll return to the East District. We won't be in a hurry to move. Once I obtain the Judge Potion formula, we'll disappear and go into hiding. I believe that after today's incident, they probably wouldn't dare to investigate us. That's for sure. They're just lurking in the dark, Fours hurriedly echoed before exclaiming, I only hope that before we move again, my letter to my teacher can be delivered. Shio grabbed her yellow hair and walked out of the church gates. After I get the formula, I'll buy that button and try to advance as quickly as possible. Not bad. You've recovered your fighting spirit, Fours teased with a smile. Shio didn't say another word as she continued proceeding forward with a solemn expression. After walking a few dozen steps, she suddenly stopped. I don't think I have enough money to buy that button. When the time comes, lend me a little. I'll definitely return it. Fours was taken aback for a second before chortling. Okay, if my guess is correct, I should be able to get the subsequent items from my teacher. On Thursday afternoon, Klein returned to the master bedroom and entered the bathroom. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. He believed that the glass bottle that was filled with the potion had already finished absorbing it. Sitting at the high-back chair of the Fool, he waved his hand and removed the isolation barrier, pulling his target over. The transparent glass bottle was already stained with a dark color. It had a mesh pattern on its surface which shimmered slightly, giving off an artistic flare. It was empty inside, with not a single drop of the potion remaining. The spacious bottle's mouth was covered with a layer of mist that glowed. It made Klein feel as though his gaze was being sucked in the moment it landed upon it. A voice sounded from the bottle. By throwing in 100 gold coins in it, you can fulfill a wish. By throwing in 100 gold coins in it, you can fulfill a wish. Who did you learn this from? I have to say, this monotonous statement does have some hypnotic effect. Throwing in 100 gold coins would be akin to opening the doors of the body of heart and mind and becoming the bottle's slave. Klein did a simple analysis before beckoning for the unshadowed crucifix. Using the pressure brought about by the grey fog, he stuffed it into the bottle's mouth. You devil! The voice in the bottle screamed shrilly before it was miserably blocked by the grey fog. Chapter 1057, The Extraordinary and the Ordinary. After dealing with the mutated glass bottle, Klein took out his golden pocket watch to note the time. He had to return 3 hours later and separate the unshadowed crucifix from the bottle of slavery to obtain a single manipulator's beyonder characteristic. It feels like I'm doing an experiment, Klein thought, returning to the real world for an actual afternoon nap. At 4, his valet, Enuni, knocked on the door. What's the matter? In his pajamas, Dwayne Dantes opened the bedroom door. Enuni bowed. Sir, you accepted Madame Rihanna's invitation for high tea the night before. It's today. Klein looked at Butler Walter. All right, give me 15 minutes to prepare. He then instructed his valet, come in and help me change my clothes. After about 10 minutes, after tying his bow tie, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and headed above the grey fog. 3 hours had passed. Placed at the end of the long bronze table, the mutated glass bottle which had been firmly bound to the unshadowed crucifix no longer had its twinkling mesh. At the bottom was a large amount of greyish-white matter that had been purged, forming a heart-shaped object the size of a child's fist. It was nearly identical to Vin Rambis's beyonder characteristic. Klein released the grey fog suppression and took out the unshadowed crucifix. The item that was purged out was completely separated from the bottle, becoming complete and independent. He reached out his left hand to pick up the item and after examining it, threw it into the junk pile. At this moment, a weak voice sounded from the mutated bottle. You, devil. Klein didn't respond as he thrust the unshadowed crucifix back in. With that, the ancient palace returned to its tranquil state. After returning to the real world, he put on his top hat, held his cane, and left 160 Bokeland Street, heading for Member of Parliament Mucht's residence. Inside an elegant activity room, a few guests sat around an intricate three-tiered tray. Klein took a small cucumber sandwich and shared his true feelings. The desserts today seem very unique. Mucht laughed. Dwayne, your observation skills are truly impeccable. This has nothing to do with one's observation skills. As long as one isn't blind, it's impossible not to tell, he lampooned silently before saying, it sounds like something remarkable. Of course, it's personally made by Hazel. You can try it later. Although she can't control its appearance effectively, it really does taste good, Mucht said proudly. By the side, Portland moment, the Backland University of Technology's chancellor laughed. This doesn't sound like the Hazel I know. Mucht glanced at Ma'am Rihanna. Everyone grows up, right? Hazel has really matured recently. Not only is she willing to learn those classes in preparation for socializing that she used to hate, but she'll also frequently offer to accompany her mother to attend musicals, shop and listen silently at all kinds of saloons and balls. According to Miss Justice, Hazel's treatment progress has reached a point where she can recall the terrible shock she had suffered. This made her learn to cherish her family. Klein nodded in thought. That's excellent. Indeed, Mucht replied, full of emotion. I was worried about her personality, worried that she wouldn't have a good marriage. After we pass away, she wouldn't be able to find help when faced with difficulties. But now, I can finally feel at ease. He revealed a sincere smile. Why am I making an enemy out of the bloody smog and pollution? Why do we have to fight over the colonies in East Balham with Faysac and West Balham with Intis? Isn't it to let our children lead a better life, so that we have fewer worries? To me, Hazel's maturity is greater than the contributions I made at East Balham, far more meaningful than my fights in the House of Commons. As Klein listened, he couldn't help but look out the window. It was dark outside and the sun was gone. At this moment, Portland moment replied jokingly, no, those things are for our own good. He looked at Klein. Dwayne, have you thought about it? Do you want to invest in my mechanical laboratory? Klein let out a soft chuckle. Mr. Chancellor, why are you still so anxious like a young man? I've already read through the information and have a rough impression of the rights and revenue. Frankly speaking, I'm very interested. What's most valuable in this day and age? Talents. The initial plan is £10,000. As expected of the most famous tycoon in Backland recently, Ma'am Rihanna couldn't help but exclaim. Portland moment gave a thumbs up. This is a truly keen investor. Klein smiled. But I'll still find a team formed by lawyers and accountants to verify the actual situation and stipulate the conditions. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. Oh, Portland, I think there's one aspect that you didn't take into consideration. How can such an important laboratory not have any security measures? Aren't you afraid of commercial spies or foreign powers infiltrating? Portland moment was taken aback. That makes sense. I previously neglected this problem. Having accomplished his goal, Klein deliberately asked, has there been news regarding Brigadier General Conas Kilgore? Mucht sighed. No, Civilhouse Yard said that Maygur Manor and the surrounding areas have been searched. They didn't even find any leads. The Member of Parliament lowered his voice. I suspect that the Brigadier General had an accident while carrying out a secret mission. The current mood of the higher-ups has been a little strange. From a certain point of view, you guessed right, Klein thought. I hope nothing happens. Amidst high tea, Klein took note of the time and went to the bathroom. Above the grey fog, he placed the Dreamwalker characteristic that seeped out of the mutated bottle into the junk pile. By the time high tea ended and he returned to 160 Buckland Street, the sky had already darkened. Now, all the questions are concentrated on what's hidden in the Blood Emperor's ruins. As long as the three churches discover the problem in time, they can prevent many things from happening. Klein looked out at the street lamps that looked blurry from the rain as he considered the recent developments. For now, apart from capturing Katerina, I can't provide much help. Furthermore, the goddess is digesting death's uniqueness. She might not have the power to provide a response at that level. Traveling from 39 Boakland Street to Unit 160 didn't take long. Before Klein could straighten out his thoughts, he had already returned to his doorstep. When he changed his clothes on the third floor, his spiritual perception was triggered. He saw Reinette Tinneker walk out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. "It's from Sharon," a guess came to him as he received the letter. "That's right," one of the heads replied. Without another word, Klein opened the envelope. There was only one line on it: "We'll take action at 10 tonight." Chapter 1058, A Tool. Tonight at 10. Looking at Miss Messenger, who stayed in place, Klein walked to the desk and wrote, "I'll be on time. In addition, the situation in Backland has become tense recently. Make sure to keep the matter under control." After reminding Sharon, Klein folded the letter and took out a gold coin and a rectangular diamond that kept refracting light. "This is a yesterday once more charm. It can allow you to temporarily borrow powers from your past self." Klein handed the 3 items to Reinette Tinneker. One of the blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands opened its mouth and bit down on everything. The remaining 3 said, "Why? Give. Me. Count it as part of the remuneration I'll be paying in advance," Klein said with an ordinary smile. Arodez's reminder made him feel that it was imperative to make more preparations. Reinette Tinneker didn't ask further. The 4 beautiful heads bobbed up and down from their hair as though they were nodding. She then stepped into the void and vanished. Looking at the light rain and the dark sky outside the window, Klein took off his coat and handed it to his valet, Inyuni. At 9:50 p.m., on a street near the Tussock River in Sherwood Borough, a rental carriage turned in and slowly moved forward. On the carriage, the red-eyed Emlyn White looked at the young man with a pale face and disheveled hair before curling his lips. "Is it here?" The incorporeal figure Marek nodded. He pointed to a neighboring building. "That's right, that's a bookstore. The owner's name is Charlie Raker and is pure Lonese. However, he went to the southern continent once when he was young, hoping to become a tycoon. There, he became a member of the Rose School of Thought and a believer of the chained god. He was later sent back to Backland and was made to gather intelligence, as well as provide assistance to the other Rose School of Thought members who are executing other missions. We've been watching him for a while and wish to finish him off and sever the source of intel for the Rose School of Thought so that we can create a better living environment for ourselves. However, we ultimately held back." Emlyn smiled. "The facts have proven that tolerance can indeed be exchanged for better results. To be honest, your performance is quite different from what I imagined for a temperance faction wraith. I thought you would be very terse." Marek glanced at the vampire. "Different people have different personalities, and temperance is only meant to control excessive desires. I'm afraid you wouldn't understand, and that it would affect the final result of the mission if I didn't explain this matter too clearly. That way, the desires that need temperance will exceed the limits of what it should be." Although it's very philosophical, there's no need to use me as an example. Emlyn leisurely leaned against the wall. "Continue with the previous topic." Marek looked out the window again. In Charlie Raker's house is a female servant from the Paz Valley. She's also a member of the Rose School of Thought. In addition, in the 2 houses diagonally opposite lives a widow and a male alcoholic. They would transmit information at critical moments. The thing you need to do is to secretly monitor these 3 people while we're dealing with Charlie Raker. Through the information sent, you'll be able to lock onto the person in charge of the Rose School of Thought in Backland. Of course, we'll definitely give Charlie Raker some opportunity to seek help or send out a signal." Emlyn nodded slightly. "I understand." He then turned his head to look at the sky and turned the ghostly blue gem on his ring finger. This was the Oath of Rose ring, which allowed Earl Mistral to share his senses. As such, the Earl had already heard what Marek had said and shared it with the other sanguine participants. Emlyn originally believed that he would be able to showcase some of his spells as a Scarlet Scholar, but to his surprise, he didn't need to do anything. All he needed was to be on scene wearing the ring. This made him very depressed, feeling that he was purely a tool. "Without being a demigod, I'm not qualified to directly participate in many things. At that moment, Emlyn felt a little impulsive. As for the Oath of Rose's effect of allowing the wearer's thoughts to appear in the minds of the other party, Emlyn wasn't worried. He had asked Miss Justice to hypnotize him so that he wouldn't think about matters he didn't want the Sanguine to know tonight. Just as he had this thought, he suddenly heard Earl Mistral's voice, arrogant, childish, naive. This is a particular thought of Earl Mistral that was transmitted by Oath of Rose. Heh, Emlyn scoffed inwardly as he began chanting a name. Ernest Boyar, Ernest Boyar. At that moment, Marek glanced at Emlyn's expression and nodded. Your current attitude is reassuring. Very serious, very solemn, and very focused. Ah, Emlyn was first taken aback before he curled his lips slightly. Thank you. On the second floor of the bookstore was Charlie Raker's house. This businessman was over 50 years old. After instructing the servants to check if the windows were locked, he returned to his bedroom and poured himself a cup of red wine. He was used to drinking some wine before sleeping. When he finished, he stood up and walked towards the bathroom. As he passed by the full-body mirror, he casually took a glance, and his body suddenly froze. In the mirror, his face had unknowingly turned abnormally pale, his eyes protruded, and blood was seeping from the edges. As a member of the Rose School of Thought, he didn't scream or run. Instead, he raised his right hand and extended it to his chest. Just as he touched the accessory he was wearing, his body felt like it had fallen into an unmeltable icy abyss. The cold seemed to have a life force of its own as it expanded rapidly, covering every corner of his body. It was as if there was another person in his body, cold and blurry, filled with malice. At the same time, Charlie Raker saw two figures appear in his eyes in the mirror. With his right hand having made contact with the object at his chest, a bright light flashed in front of him. The light seemed to come from a miniature sun, casting light and heat in every direction. Charlie Raker immediately felt warmth and was no longer controlled by the cold. He blurted out a word, "Cleanse!" The miniature sun burned intensely. With that, he regained control of his body and gave up on the door, instead running towards the window. When he walked past the carpeted coffee table area, he suddenly stumbled. The carpet seemed to come alive as it wrapped around his ankles. Bang! The coffee table flew up, and the porcelain teacup and documents landed on his face, shattering into a strange, dismembered puppet. Suddenly, Charlie Raker's figure appeared elsewhere as he continued running with a sense of fear lingering in his heart. He had never hated his bedroom for being this big before. Tap, tap, tap. Fountain pens shot randomly, and paper swatted around as he finally ran to the window. As a devout believer, he didn't break out immediately. Instead, he held the curtain and pulled it. At the same time, he pressed his other hand onto the gas pipe. A layer of white frost instantly formed on the black metal surface. Crack. The glass window in front of him shattered as every piece of glass flew out like a bullet and hit his face, piercing through his skin and causing blood to gush out at his neck. Charlie Raker's eyes darkened, and he fell back weakly. During this process he screamed, but his voice couldn't be heard beyond the room. At this moment, in another room, a maid from the southern continent could clearly see the light from the gas wall lamps shaking. She immediately turned her head and looked towards where her employer was, only to see that the gas pipes there were covered in white frost. In a house opposite to Charlie Raker, the brandy-nosed man who was gulping down alcohol suddenly noticed that the curtains were only half closed. For the secret signal he and Charlie had agreed upon, this meant an emergency situation, requiring him to inform the higher-ups immediately. He abruptly stood up. Chapter 1059, The Authority of the Moon. The red brandy-nosed man rushed to a safe, where he then took out a radio transceiver and a codebook from a secret compartment. He crouched there and transcoded the incident that happened to Charlie Raker, then started to send the telegram. Meanwhile, in the house above the bookstore, a brown-skinned maid rolled up her sleeves and poured an indigo-blue liquid on her left arm. Her skin around the spot immediately changed colors, but under the indigo-blue, wisps of black light extended out like threadworms. These black beams of light quickly manifested a strange, palm-sized face. "Charlie Raker has had an accident," the maid enunciated each word while looking at the face on her arm. At this moment, the strange face slowly opened its mouth and sucked in the indigo blue smoke and text that had formed from her words. In the darkness outside the window, a tiny, ordinary bat flapped its wings and flew off to some unknown location. On another street, less than 500 meters away, tiny bats flew out from the darkness and gathered together, forming thick smoke. The smoke and bats appeared incorporeal and disappeared in the blink of an eye. All that was left behind was a man wearing a tuxedo without a hat. This man was thin, tall, and upright, with light-colored hair that was nearly silver and eyes that were bright red like blood. He was none other than Sanguine Earl Mistral. He raised his left hand with the ghostly blue gem ring and touched his bow tie. He looked down at the restaurant that had already closed. Both pieces of intel eventually led here. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of him, wearing a black regal dress and a bonnet. She had light blonde hair and blue eyes, her face as pale as an intricate doll. The trees on the street below suddenly swayed gently as the light from the gas lamps flashed. A puppet. Earl Mistral nodded slightly, acknowledging Sharon's status and level. Sharon ignored him and looked at the second floor of the restaurant. There are remnants of Mother Tree of Desire worship. Then there's no problem. Mistral turned around in midair and nodded towards the darkest area. Lord Nibs, please seal this place. An elderly deep sigh sounded before a pair of wings covered in dark-colored skin and countless patterns suddenly extended out of the darkness, enveloping the entire area. The restaurant sank into an unnatural state of darkness, as though it had been moved out of the real world. Mistral didn't hesitate, nor did he attack directly. He took out a bronze box embedded with many ruby gems and took out something from it. It was a transparent glass sphere that resembled an eyeball. Then the Sanguine Earl grimaced as the glass sphere fell from his fingers, landing downwards. It emitted a glint in the darkness as it constantly changed directions, as though attracted by something. Finally, it landed in a room on the second floor of the restaurant. A dazzling white light exploded. It was as if a sun had risen in the room, illuminating everything, making all the corruption, decadence, and evil rapidly melt away. Mistral, who had already closed his eyes, suddenly frowned and let out a puzzled voice. He didn't feel any resistance from the restaurant. Sharon, who looked down from above, leveled her gaze. Although there wasn't much of a change in her expression, her tightly bound blonde hair seemed to shake a little. After the sun rose, it quickly set. The bright white light shone helplessly and silently in the darkness. As this was an item targeted at evil spirits, the building didn't suffer any damage. The Sanguine Earl opened his eyes and looked at it for 2 seconds before reaching up with his right hand and clenching it. The darkness above the restaurant instantly came to life, transforming into illusory chains that bound the entire roof. Amidst jarring sounds, the roof was forcibly uprooted and suspended in midair. Without this obstacle, be it Mistral or Sharon, they could clearly see the situation in the target's room. On a square table covered in linen, a radio transceiver sat with a transcoded telegram message beside it. On the other side of the room, there was an old piano. The piano stools were brown and seemed to have been moved moments ago. On the piano there was a cup of red wine, with a small, sticky, flesh-colored figure soaked inside. This made Sharon, who could directly obtain information from the spirit world, have a thought. The person here had just left. Before she, along with Earl Mistral and Marquis Nibs, could react, the flesh-colored figure soaked in red wine emitted a misty glow. The light instantly burgeoned and brightened, forming a gigantic crimson moon in the room. The crimson moon's glow dispersed the darkness of the region, making the demigods participating in the battle feel as though they were on the ground and looking up into the sky. Sharon's blue eyes froze for a moment. She raised her left hand suddenly and flipped it gently, revealing a dark red accessory in her palm. The accessory looked like a full moon with crimson gems embedded around it. This was the scarlet lunar corona, which kept emanating a tranquil halo, imbuing the wielder with immunity to the effects of the full moon. However, the crimson moon in the restaurant was even closer to a blood moon, or even stronger. An indescribable surge of spirituality came into existence. Even though Sharon wielded the scarlet lunar corona, she sensed the maleficent thoughts in her burgeon, as though an indescribable change was brewing. She instinctively wanted to turn into an evil spirit, but her rationality stopped her. At that moment, the sanguine Earl, Mistral, saw his stomach bulging bit by bit. He felt that the life pulsing in his veins was slowly condensing, as though making an attempt to take form. He felt that if this continued, he would give birth to new life. The authority of the moon included fertility and proliferation. At the same time, from the huge bat wings that isolated the surroundings, white fur grew out in an extremely harrowing manner. Nibs grunted softly as cracks appeared in the sealed-off area. A few streets away, a bored Emlyn White was rubbing the Oath of Rose. It was at this moment he suddenly obtained the senses of Earl Mistral, seeing and hearing what he could. The feelings and thoughts that belonged to the Earl were transmitted into Emlyn's mind, and he sat up straight in fright, his expression distorted as his stomach churned. With the help of creeping hunger, Klein's actual body was hiding in the shadows outside the restaurant. But the marionette he controlled, Conas Kilgore, had already hidden into the darkness created by Nibs. At that moment, under the illusory crimson moon's illumination, he was surprised to discover that his marionette, which was intrinsically dead, had an inclination towards reproducing. And that new life was definitely the offspring of the mother tree of desire. This is sanguine ancestor Lilith, as mentioned in the legends of the City of Silver, as well as the manifestation of the primordial moon which Emlyn has mentioned before. Indeed, the mother tree of desire has already grasped a portion of the moon's authority and has corrupted it. Klein was just about to swap locations with his marionette when he felt an indescribable sense of joy within him. It was the joy of seeing everything grow healthily with new life descending upon the world. The white fur on the huge bat wings fell off completely as Earl Mistral's protruding belly shrank back. The look in Sharon's eyes, who struggled to hold on to Scarlet Lunar Corona, seemed to relax. Following that, the crimson moon in the restaurant quickly dimmed, as if large amounts of light had been sucked away by someone. Finally, the crimson moon vanished, and everything returned to normal. Did Sanguine Duke Ulmer take action? Klein nodded thoughtfully and continued hiding in the shadows. Mistral restrained his anger and looked down at the dining room. He said in a low voice, "The target seems to have detected something ahead of time." It wasn't that much earlier. Combining the present situation and the revelations from the spirit world, Sharon gave her answer. Mistral's bright red eyes revealed a strange glint as he observed for a few seconds before saying, "It was almost at the moment we came over when the person left, the person who left behind the glass of red wine and the strange puppet. This trap doesn't look like it was prepared. It's closer to a last-minute setup." Upon saying that, he looked at Sharon. How did they detect danger in such a timely manner? Sharon's expression was calm as she replied, "It's not because of the mother tree of desire." This evil god wasn't capable of infusing too much energy into reality, making it difficult for her to send any preemptive warnings. Chapter 1060, Covered Up Secret. The sanguine Earl, Mistral, frowned slightly. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he said rather honestly, "I don't think there were any leaks prior to this. Because if that was the case, the Rose School of Thought's demigods would have had plenty of time to use the response from the mother tree of desire and abomination Sua, laying a more dangerous and terrifying trap. It wouldn't be something an angel could easily resolve." This was also the reason why he had said that the trap appeared to be a last-minute setup. This proved that there was no mole. The black-bonneted Sharon continued looking at the restaurant that had lost its roof. After a moment of silence, she said, "Perhaps it's a way of detecting danger via other means." For this operation, the Sanguine had used a sealed artifact that could even disrupt a devil's danger premonition. Possibly. Mistral couldn't think of a better explanation. At that moment, in a room on the second floor of the restaurant, other than the red wine and strange figure evaporating, everything else remained untouched. Originally, Sharon and Mistral could attempt using divination to find answers, but now they couldn't because the surrounding area had been illuminated by the crimson moon, which was equivalent to receiving cleansing from the mother tree of desire. This meant that divination easily led to this evil goddess, and the results would be unimaginable. Without waiting for Sharon to speak, Mistral took a silent, deep breath. There are incidents in every matter. Let's leave it here today. If we stay here any longer, the officials might discover something amiss. As soon as he said that, the black chains hanging from the roof instantly turned dim and illusory. The roof descended once again, covering the second floor of the restaurant. The gigantic bat wings that blanketed the area shrank back into the darkness as the drizzle once again took center stage. Hidden in the shadows, Klein watched as Miss Sharon's figure rapidly turned transparent and vanished. He saw an illusory cloud of smoke puffing up and countless tiny bats flying in every direction. He couldn't help but frown and silently mutter to himself, what exactly happened? It wasn't worrisome to have an accident. What was worrisome was not even knowing what the accident was. At that moment, he suddenly heard a staccato voice. What exactly happened here? When Klein turned his head, he realized that Miss Messenger had walked out of the spirit world at some point in time, standing alongside him. The 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands were all trained at the restaurant. Can you see what happened here earlier? Klein asked hesitantly. The 4 heads held by Reinette Tinneker shook as they said in unison, no. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Without further questions, he controlled his marionette to leave the area. Emlyn White, who had retched for a while, rubbed the ring that was embedded with a ghostly blue gem. He muttered to himself in surprise, it ended just like that. Through the Oath of Rose he could sense Earl Mistral's frustration, anger, and reluctance. His initial judgment was that the operation had failed because of an accident. It's over? Upon hearing his words, Marie was equally stunned. They didn't find the target. Emlyn tried his best to recall what Earl Mistral had seen and heard. At the same time, he mumbled inwardly, the demigod from the Temperance faction came here while possessing a doll? Which master's work is this? It's simply art. Didn't find the target. How can that be? Marie's brows furrowed uncontrollably. From his point of view, everything had been going smoothly. Whether it was him, Sharon, or the Sanguine, none of them had the motives to leak the information. As for Sherlock Moriarty, he had proven his credibility through numerous collaborations. Suppressing his immense disappointment, Marie said without much change in expression, then we've to leave the vicinity as quickly as possible. As soon as he said that, his figure began to fade. Emlyn subconsciously wanted to ask him if he knew of any doll masters, but he found that it was damaging to the image of the Sanguine. Even if I know that master, I don't have the money to buy it. Unfortunately, we didn't capture the demigod of the Rose School of Thought this time, making it impossible to figure out the current situation of their headquarters. It'll be difficult to receive that holy artifact of the ancestor amidst Emlyn's thoughts. His expression slowly turned grave. In one of the billiard rooms of the Bravehearts Bar, Klein, in the image of Sherlock Moriarty, was sitting opposite Sharon and Marie. After a brief moment of silence, the black regal-dressed Sharon said to the detective, "What are your thoughts on the matter?" Klein thought for a moment before saying, "The influence that the Crimson Moon brought was quickly destroyed." "What you mean to say is that since the Rose School of Thought's demigod had already sensed the immense danger, why would he set up a trap that didn't have any effects?" Marie exchanged looks with Sharon before asking in thought. "Yes." Klein nodded. "He should be able to foresee that under such dangerous circumstances, a trap at this level can be easily resolved. Then, why would he waste time setting it up and not flee immediately? This is the natural instinct of a living creature." Wearing a small bonnet, Sharon moved her head indiscernibly. "On the surface, it's a trap, but it's actually to cover up something?" Klein replied, delivering the sentence at a slower pace. "Yes, using such a trap to cleanse the scene and stop any divination to conceal the actual situation back then. Only if there's a secret to hide would a demigod from the Rose School of Thought take the risk and stay on the scene for such a long period of time. But it's also possible that they didn't expect us to have an angel from the Sanguine to help deal with the trap," Marie suggested. Klein smiled. "They wouldn't ignore the angel behind you. For you to have launched a surgical strike on the concealed Rose School of Thought members in Backland, you must have defectors who know them well. He was referring to the existence of Raynette Tinnicker. What secret would they need to cover up? Sharon asked. Klein shook his head. There are too many possibilities. Perhaps they discovered the secret of the attack in time. Perhaps they were planning on plotting something in Backland. He paused for a moment as he swept his gaze across their faces. In short, we need to be careful and cautious. We need to avoid coming here as well. Yes, under the premise that you can ensure your own safety, try to monitor other members of the Rose School of Thought again and see if we can figure out the secret they're hiding. Thank you. Sharon's figure floated up and bowed. Marie did the same. The scarlet flames soared up as Klein vanished from his spot. After returning to 160 Berkeland Street, Klein took off his clothes and went to bed early. Suddenly he heard a series of illusory pleas. It was from a woman. Miss Justice, with a guess. He nodded and entered the bathroom, taking 4 steps counterclockwise to go above the grey fog. As he had expected, the supplicant was Justice Audrey. This lady had gathered £12,000 in cash, hoping that Mr. Fool could transfer it to Mr. World to complete the transaction of the dreamwalker and hypnotist beyonder characteristics. Yes, if the ritual can be replaced by Angel's Embrace, Miss Justice can try to advance in the next 2 days. When that happens, it's time to place the exploration of Grossel's travels on the schedule. Leonard has already become a spirit warlock for days and has nothing to do. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and replied to Miss Justice, getting her to begin the sacrifice. With the current situation becoming more tense, he wished to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. This included many aspects. First, the increase in the number of marionettes and sealed artifacts. Second, the recovery of his helpers. And thirdly, a further grasp of knowledge and secrets. The exploration of Grossel's travels corresponded to the third point. Chapter 1061. Whose Dream? In the dead of the night inside Audrey's bedroom, the golden retriever Susie opened the door and left by herself, slumping down outside to prevent anyone from disturbing her. Audrey took the Dreamwalker's Beyonder characteristic and the corresponding supplementary ingredients out from a hidden spot. She concocted the potion skillfully and looked at the liquid that was dotted with darkened points of greyish-white light. She took a step back, clasped her hands and chanted softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Just as her prayer ended, countless figures in an indescribable form appeared in front of her. They quickly swam and meshed with one another. Above them were 7 pure beams of differently colored light that seemed to contain infinite knowledge. Above these 7 lustrous brilliances was an endless greyish-white fog, and above that was a towering and magnificent palace. At that moment, the door to the palace opened, as a figure formed from golden light spread out its 12 pairs of wings, formed from scarlet flames, and flew down, landing in front of Audrey. The 12 pairs of fiery wings were layered as they wrapped the blonde, green-eyed girl into an embrace. Such a scene only lasted for a second or two, before vanishing. With Angel's Embrace, I can maintain lucidity in my dream and wake up whenever I need to. I don't have to worry about being engrossed and unable to extricate myself. This means that I have already held the corresponding ritual for Dreamwalker, and the effects were definitely better than what it could have been. Audrey mumbled inwardly before she stopped hesitating and picked up the glass bottle, drinking down the potion inside. The potion wasn't as bad as she imagined. It was a little sour, a little sweet, a little bitter, a little surreal, and a little stimulating. It was like a wild dream. Before she could feel the effects, Audrey was suddenly startled before she regained consciousness. She saw that the night was becoming dawn outside the window, with the sun rising from the horizon, dyeing the sky red. Within the garden, flowers were blooming, the tips of the blades of green grass shimmering with crystalline dew. It was as if she had become the ruler of this world. Her consciousness floated up as she looked down upon the various scenes. Her father and mother held hands as they strolled down the garden trail. Her 2 brothers, Hibbert and Alfred, rode on horses and brought servants along with them, laughter accompanying them as they entered the woods. The ambassadors of the various countries signed an agreement at Lowen's Sadella Palace, announcing to the world that a war wouldn't happen. The smog situation in Backland improved, and every factory had passed the double review. Maximum working hours and the basic labor environments for workers were guaranteed. The number of tramps had dropped to an unimaginable level. There were more and more workers who could afford bicycles, and on the streets, they clustered together like a huge army. Children didn't need to work in factories at a young age. Women were no longer discriminated against due to their gender. All kinds of mechanical items appeared on the streets and alleys, bringing the people convenience and joy. This was Audrey's dream for the future. Unaffiliated Beyonders didn't have to worry anymore and could walk openly and use their powers to earn money in a legal way. This is really wonderful. If it weren't for me being clear-headed, I would have lost myself to this. Audrey stared at the dream, feeling a bout of poignancy. She then felt her astral projection rise once again, breaking out of the confines of the hazy world. She saw that her dream was like a huge bubble that grew out from the island of consciousness while silently enveloping it. The air bubble was surrounded by a grey fog. From afar, she could vaguely see other air bubbles, and below them were their corresponding islands of consciousness. Deep within the grey fog was a silent, undulating, shimmering, wavy, illusory sea that seemed bottomless, the sea of collective subconscious. This is the scene of a mind world for a dreamwalker. Audrey nodded in enlightenment and retracted her gaze. Without staying any longer, she forcefully escaped from her dream. Her vision returned to normal immediately as it remained pitch black outside. She then cast her gaze on the full-body mirror in her bedroom, feeling that she didn't seem too different. Only when she observed carefully did she realize that her pair of green eyes were becoming more limpid and deeper, as though they could reflect the souls of others. Closing her eyes and taking in the knowledge brought by the potion, Audrey quickly grasped the core power of Dreamwalker. By guiding and controlling a dream, she could obtain information and affect the enemy. There were two aspects. First was guidance, which was similar to Nightmare of the Evernight pathway, by using the different changes in a dream to guide a target into revealing one's deepest secrets. The difference was that a nightmare could forcefully pull a person into a dream, whereas dreamwalkers weren't capable of doing so unless combined with hypnosis. The second was alteration. By modifying a target's dream, one could influence a target over a long period of time. Compared to directly using hypnosis, a control that stemmed from dreams was more mild and furtive, making it difficult to be noticed and suitable for targeting targets at a higher level. To her, be it guidance or alteration, they weren't an essential enhancement over hypnosis. Instead, there was another beyonder power that she liked even more: dream traversal. This made her body turn incorporeal as if she was an elf in a dream. Not only could she directly hide in someone else's dream, but she could also jump from one dream to another, completing a blink in the physical sense. The restriction was that the distance between two dreams couldn't exceed 500 meters, and they had to belong to intelligent creatures. In special environments, this can effectively hide myself, Audrey thought as she began converging her spirituality. In the ancient palace above the fog, along the long bronze table, Klein sat a few seats diagonally across from Leonard. "Why are you suddenly looking for me?" Leonard leaned back in his chair and asked lazily. Regardless, he still remembered that this place belonged to Mr. Fool, so he didn't dare appear too casual. Klein glanced at him and said, "I need your help with something." "You need my help?" Leonard pointed at himself and asked in surprise, "Are you referring to Palais?" He didn't think he could help a demigod like Klein. "You have a very clear understanding of yourself," Klein skid. "However, I'm really looking for you this time. It mainly involves a few dreams." Dreams. Leonard came to a realization as he said with a hint of puzzlement and laughter, "Klein, you seem to have changed a little. I mean, you've become more like the past, no longer wearing that gloomy expression." Without waiting for a reply, he straightened his disheveled hair and smiled. "That's a good thing. Well, I'm still quite good at dreams. Who do the dreams belong to?" Without batting an eyelid, Klein replied, "A lone soldier from more than 100 years ago, a Fourth Epoch aristocrat. an ascetic from the third epoch, and an elfin giant from the second epoch. What? Leonard asked with his green eyes wearing a blank look, wondering if he had heard wrongly. Ignoring the elves and giants from the second epoch, even the nobles of the fourth epoch had to be from particular beyonder pathways, and to have become saints before they could survive to this day. It can't be that they're all angels aside from that lone soldier, right? Entering the dream of angels. I think it's better to find Old Man. Leonard's thoughts churned instantly as though he was in a dream. Chapter 1062, Teaching Online. Klein glanced at Leonard and smiled. The targets aren't demigods. They've only lived to this day due to some sort of influence. This is also the secret I wish to discover through dreams. He deliberately emphasized the word, lived. Without waiting for Leonard to respond, Klein continued, the aristocrat from the fourth epoch is a member of the Zoroast family. You might be able to use his dream to learn more about Palais Zoroast. Old Man's descendant, Leonard's heart stirred as he looked forward to the proposal. Although he had gotten along rather well with Palais Zoroast and gradually built some trust in this angel, he still held the most basic level of vigilance against him. After all, he was an outsider who lived in his body. At that moment Klein added, for now, don't mention this matter to Palais Zoroast. Do you think I'm such an unreliable person? Leonard grumbled inwardly as he replied, there's no need to remind me. Seeing that Leonard had agreed, Klein smiled. Get me a few drops of your blood when you return. This is necessary to explore the dreams. He didn't specifically mention how to give the blood to him. Leonard knew at least two methods. Blood. Leonard subconsciously repeated the word. In mysticism, one's blood was an important item. It was best not to give it to others, otherwise they might die without knowing the reason. Sometimes, death wasn't the most terrifying outcome. After a brief moment of hesitation, he nodded. When will the exploration begin? Klein was prepared. Late Sunday night, close to midnight. He wanted to give Miss Justice time to converge her spirituality and familiarize herself with her abilities. All right. Leonard didn't say anything else. Following that, Klein seriously explained skills in sophistry, so that the dear poet knew how to pacify his grandpa after returning. After returning to the real world, Leonard was deliberating over his words when he heard Palais Zoroast's slightly aged voice. Why did your former colleague look for you? Is there anything that cannot be explained in a letter? Leonard adjusted his sitting posture and chuckled. He's afraid that the letter will be leaked. After all, it might involve that person. Of course, the most important thing is to be wary of you. What I see is equivalent to what you see, he inwardly mumbled. That person. Palais seemed to understand. Yeah, Leonard picked up a cup and drank a mouthful of malt beer. He found an ascetic from the third epoch. He hopes to learn the history of that epoch through his dream. What he said was the truth, but it was only a portion of it, a skill Klein had specially taught him. An ascetic from the third epoch? He's still alive? Palais asked in surprise. Of course, he wasn't too surprised. At his level, he knew at least 5 or 6 methods that allowed people to live from that era. He's likely still alive, but has a very special condition, Leonard explained. Palais fell silent for 2 seconds before saying with a chuckle, Is that so? Then I can only wish you the best in not seeing scenes you shouldn't see in the dream. Of course, your former colleague is protected by an existence of concealment, so he must be prepared. Leonard didn't respond, instead exclaiming, Old man, are you actually not the least bit curious? Don't you want to know what the true deities were like in the third epoch, or the cause of the cataclysm? This was the second technique in sophistry that Klein had taught him. I can roughly guess what's going on, Palais replied with a sigh. He then scoffed. You took too much initiative to control the flow of our conversation today. This is very different from your past behavior. This means that you have a secret you're hiding deep down. Not bad, it's much better than the past. Leonard's expression froze. Palais immediately chuckled. See, I just gave it a try and you exposed yourself. You still lack training. Your former colleague is really tsk. Leonard could only respond with a dry chuckle. He put down his cup, picked up a silver ritual dagger, and cut open a wound, letting a few drops of blood drip out. Meanwhile, at Earl Hall's residence, Audrey was also holding a dagger with gems embedded in it, preparing to fulfill her promise of providing help for free. The pain is very mild. As she hypnotized herself, she exerted force and tore open a wound. On Sunday night, after attending a ball, Klein returned to 160 Buckland Street and made up an excuse that he was feeling tired. In the wee hours of the night, he got out of bed, set up a ritual, and summoned himself. After some work, he sat in the seat that belonged to the world. He confirmed that once the summoning ended, he could use the grey fog's power to forcefully extricate himself from Grossel's travels. In front of him were 3 metal bottles and a silver mask. The former was filled with his, Leonard's, and Audrey's blood, while the latter was sacrificed by Miss Justice ahead of time, as she knew Mr. Starr would be involved. After examining the items, Klein made the hard-covered, deep brown Grossel's travels fly out of the junk pile and land on the long bronze table. At the same time, he placed the unshadowed crucifix into his body. Following that, he pulled Justice Audrey and the Star Leonard above the grey fog. 2 dark red beams shot up, forming rather blurry figures. Audrey and Leonard cast their gazes at the items in front of Mr. World, their attention drawn to the ancient book. Audrey's eyes darted around as she curiously asked, "Our exploration this time is related to this book?" "Yes, our targets are inside this book," Klein replied with a smile. "Inside the book?" Leonard asked in surprise. Even as a Red Glove, he had never heard of communicating with characters in a book. Klein nodded slightly. "Yes, this is a magical book. Inside it, there is a world that was envisioned. What happens in that world becomes the book's contents." "Envisioned?" Audrey acutely grasped a key phrase. She had only just learned from Mr. World that the Spectator Pathways Sequence 0 was called Visionary, and she knew that the ancient god, Anki-Welt, was the dragon of imagination. After some deliberation, Klein said, "My description might not be accurate. It might be an envisioned world or a true dream. The only thing I can confirm is that it was created by an ancient god from the Second Epoch, the dragon of imagination Anki-Welt. I obtained it from Vice Admiral Iceberg. Ancient god's relic. It's no wonder that it can make people from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th epochs survive till now." Leonard came to a realization, unable to imagine what kind of experiences Klein had been through since leaving Tingen. At this moment, Klein looked around and pushed the lie mask to Miss Justice. "Let's head on in." "All right," Audrey put on the silver mask. Leonard looked around and nodded. "Okay." Klein immediately picked up the 3 metal bottles and poured out some of the blood, smearing it on the cover of Grossel's Travels. So this is what the blood was for. Just as this thought flashed through Audrey's mind, she saw a white, snowy storm. Amidst snowflakes the size of down feathers and a biting cold wind, a city more than 15 meters tall stood nearby. This is a world that was completely envisioned. It's like it's real. Leonard looked around as he spread out his palm and caught several snowflakes, feeling their coldness before they melted. After confirming the environment, he suddenly realized something. Klein was maintaining the image of the cold German sparrow, and Miss Justice wore a silver mask. As for himself, he didn't disguise himself at all, a habit of official beyonders. Mr. Starr really is laid back, and his hair is combed very casually. It's such a pity. Otherwise, with his looks, he can be a model on the covers of magazines. As a noble lady who had seen too many handsome men, Audrey politely glanced at him before retracting her gaze. Klein chuckled, inwardly, and pointed at the city in the snowstorm. "Our first target is the ascetic, Mr. Snowman, from the 3rd epoch." This was the person most likely to have a link to Amon and his brother. According to Klein's plan, after Snowman would be the aristocrat Mobet, because Giant Grossel and Elf Ciatus involved matters at much higher levels, and there was a high chance of an accident. After the exploration of the 4 people's subconscious via their dreams, they would then enter the sea of collective subconscious in search of any possible secrets. Chapter 1, 1063, The Lord's Left Hand. In a rather remote spot in Pesot City stood a rough stone building, a cathedral in need of some construction work. The most eye-catching part was the altar, upon which was a wooden cross and a tall figure carrying it. Ascetic Snowman was sitting in the first pew, facing the divine statue, his head bowed and his eyes closed in focused supplication. He was a middle-aged man wearing a simple white robe that had been washed countless times, with brown short hair and all kinds of old scars on his exposed arms, shoulders, and feet. At that moment, 2 men and a woman appeared at the cathedral entrance. The men were dressed in black robes. One wore a vest and half-top hat with a formal bow tie, with a pronounced outline and a cold expression. The other casually wore a white shirt, with black hair and green eyes, exuding the romantic air of a poet. The lady wore a long white dress with frilly designs at the sleeves and an intricate silver mask that revealed a pair of emerald-like eyes. However, the passers-by and the praying ascetic didn't even give them a look, completely ignoring them. This was a combination of hallucination and psychological invisibility. Audrey was already in operation mode, no longer showing any curiosity. She swept her gaze and said in a gentle voice, "What's most important now is to get Mr. Snowman to sleep. Otherwise, we'll have to wait until tonight." "Relax, it's trivial," Leonard replied with a smile. Compared to Miss Justice, who had only experienced a few supernatural incidents as a nighthawk, he was already too used to such things. He was very composed and even wanted to joke with Klein. Of course, he didn't know that Miss Justice had recently hypnotized a demigod. Klein glanced at his former teammate. "Then let's begin." He was carrying the unshadowed crucifix on him, and in less than 3 hours he would be dropped back to Sequence 5, so he naturally didn't want to waste any time. He's back in his crazy adventurous state again. Tsk, Leonard didn't beat around the bush. He raised his hand to neaten up his hair as his green eyes suddenly turned deep. Silently, the praying ascetic snowman had fallen into a deep sleep. This is the beyonder power of a nightmare. Looking at this scene with sparkling eyes, Audrey thoughtfully muttered to herself. In fact, she was aware of the powers of a nightmare, having seen them in action before, but she was unable to grasp the full picture of it due to the urgency of the situation. It was only now that she made a complete observation. Following that, she raised both her hands and grabbed the arms of the world and the star, using her abilities as a dreamwalker to lead them into Snowman's dreamscape. "I can do it myself," Leonard mumbled the moment he entered the hazy world. Klein and Audrey ignored him and quickly surveyed the area. They were also inside a cathedral, an unusually majestic one. Ancient stone pillars propped up a towering dome, but it still remained extremely spacious. The altar right in front was grand, and above it was a greyish-white cross and a sculpture of God bearing it. Snowman was similarly sitting in the first pew facing the holy altar, his head bowed. "This is similar to the afternoon town's abandoned cathedral that Little Sun showed to us. It should be a building from the same era," Audrey whispered. "Little Sun? How is he? Little?" "That fellow is clearly taller and larger than me," Leonard thought in puzzlement as he lampooned. Indeed, Klein retracted his gaze and agreed. Then he said to her, "Try to guide Snowman's dream and get him to reveal the important information in his subconscious. Focus it on the kings of angels. This mission could be accomplished by both a nightmare and dreamwalker." The reason he had Miss Justice do it was because he wanted to give her a chance to digest the dreamwalker potion. It was only then that Leonard realized a problem. Miss Justice's abilities involve the domain of dreams. This meant that she had already advanced to Sequence 5 Dreamwalker. Isn't that too fast? He was secretly surprised. He remembered that it hadn't even been a month since she became a hypnotist, and now only 3 months had passed. She had indeed tried to purchase the ingredients, but to completely digest the hypnotist potion in 4 months is shocking enough. Leonard's mind raced as he had a baffling feeling that the pride of becoming a Red Gloves captain, a Sequence 5 spirit warlock, was gone. While his thoughts were running wild, Audrey tersely acknowledged the request and took a few steps forward to stand beside Snowman. Invisible ripples emanated out as the altar in front of the cathedral suddenly turned blurry. The light and shadows intertwined into a 3-dimensional portrait of a towering mountain range. On the peak stood a huge cross, and in front of it stood a majestic figure that was covered in layers of stacked halos. 2-winged, 4-winged, and 6-winged angels were dancing around the majestic figure as they sang and extolled. 8 blurry figures with 12 pairs of wings surrounded the deity. Some fell to the ground beside his feet, while others floated on both sides, awaiting orders. This was a scene that Klein had seen before. He knew that the deity was the ancient sun god, and the figures with 12 pairs of wings were the kings of angels. At that moment, Snowman opened his eyes and looked at Justice Audrey. As if teaching his student, he solemnly said, "Only the Holy Spirit can truly serve the Lord. This is the goal I've been chasing my entire life. I see the Lord standing above the infinite radiance, benevolence scattering over his kingdom and the land. Around him are 8 kings. The dark angel was the first angel created by the Lord. He is his left hand, his proxy and the deputy of heaven. The angel of imagination is the Lord's eldest son. The Lord said that in a distant future you will become the savior of all life. The angel of time is the Lord's second son. The Lord said that you are a god of trickery and a god of mischief, the light at the dawn of the apocalypse. The white angel, wind angel, and angel of fate are loyal followers of the Lord, firm, brave, honest, having been that way from the time when they were weak till they became strong. The wisdom angel was sanctified due to his redemption from being penitent and contrite, completely opposite from the ones who fell after eating the fruit of sin. The war angel is the Lord's rage, the Lord's punishment. His appearance over the land means war is at hand. From the looks of it, this ascetic has never been to the ancient sun god's divine kingdom. What he's describing is probably from religious canon. From the looks of it, Dark Angel Sasrir was really the leader of the kings of angels, most trusted by the sun god. Yet such an existence was bewitched. I wonder what his outcome was in the end. Klein seriously listened, then had a clearer understanding of the kings of angels. He never expected that the ancient sun god would predict that Adam would be the savior. This left him somewhat puzzled. So these are all the 8 kings of angels. Leonard listened attentively as well. This was something that Palais hadn't told him in detail before. It was a real secret from ancient times, something that happened before the cataclysm. Audrey had seen the mural of the 3 kings of angels eating the city of Silver's creator, so she wasn't too surprised. She turned her head and looked at the world and the star, calmly interpreting the hidden meaning. According to what Mr. Snowman said, the Dark Angel was created. The 3 kings of angels, White, Wind, and Fate, had followed the ancient sun god from a weak stage until they slowly empowered themselves. The Wisdom Angel should be an outsider who joined later, and he might have been from an opposing faction in the beginning. When he heard Miss Justice's words, Klein suddenly remembered a name, the Dragon of Wisdom as mentioned in the City of Silver's myths, Herabergen. He then nodded, indicating for her to continue. After Snowman recited some related scriptures, he suddenly solemnly said, "Our diocese has cultists who believe in the Evernite hiding within it. These are the orders from the kings." Chapter 1064, Drawing Closer. Cultists who believe in the Evernite. Upon hearing Snowman's words, the 3 present were more or less thrown into an awkward situation. Klein, Audrey, and Leonard all had a certain relationship with the Evernite goddess. One was a standard cultist, another was a quasi-high-ranking member of the cult, and the other was even worse, a blessed of the evil goddess. Ahem. From the looks of it, the Church of Evernite appeared earlier than what the historical records stated. They can be traced back to a long time before the cataclysm. However, it existed in the form of a secret organization. Klein cleared his throat and did a simple analysis, breaking the sudden silent mood. Audrey pursed her lips and nodded, continuing to guide Snowman's dreams. Unfortunately, Snowman was only a Sequence 5 ascetic. Before the cataclysm, a Sequence 5 didn't enjoy such a high status, so he naturally knew little about the kings of angels and the ancient sun god beyond what was written in the various religious canons. However, Klein keenly noticed that he had mentioned something. There were traces of the remnant giants in the Northern Ridge mountain range. This mountain range's present name was Antares, located within Fysak. Seeing that there was no connection to the kings of angels, Audrey switched to guiding Snowman's dream into presenting what was most important to him. The majestic cathedral they were standing in began to shake. In just a few seconds, the cathedral's scale shrank, and outside was a square that had been renovated. Snowman knelt in front of the cross and divine statue, his body bathed in pure sunlight. A blurry figure in simple priest robes appeared beside him, speaking with a loud and solemn tone. Are you willing to choose the path of an ascetic, to give up love, to distance yourself from indulgence, to not wield power, to train your mind, and to temper your mind, allowing you to approach our Lord by entering heaven one step at a time? Snowman devotedly kissed the ground. I'm willing to choose the path of the ascetic. I'll give up love, distance myself from indulgence, not wield power, train my mind, and to serve the Lord. It will be so forever and ever from this day forth. It will be so forever and ever from this day forth. The more he spoke, the more resolute he became. This is the one thing that left the deepest impression on him, Audrey turned and said to the world and the star. Recalling how Snowman never gave up on his beliefs despite being stuck in the book world, Klein nodded gently and sighed. He is a true ascetic. Audrey retracted her gaze and, after guiding Snowman to present something that was more important to him, returned to the world and the star. There shouldn't be much left. Klein glanced at Snowman. Let's go to the next spot. Inside a house in Pessote City, Mobet, with his brownish-yellow hair and dark brown eyes, was wearing slightly furry pajamas. He laid on a bed, staring at the ceiling, muttering to himself, "Winter is much colder than usual. It's starting to snow. Although it's almost noon, I don't want to get up at all. Ciatus, why does an elf like you insist on sleeping in? You even pressed your hands and feet on me. I really miss being single." On the bed, elven songster Ciatus leaned her body sideways while sleeping comfortably, occupying nearly half of the bed and leaving a large amount of space on her side as her body clung close to Mobet. She left one arm and leg on him, squeezing him to a corner of the bed, almost to the point of falling off. After pulling up the blanket, Mobet sighed and closed his eyes, preparing to sleep again. Then he really fell asleep. In his dream, he sat at a bar counter, alternating between sipping hard liquor and gulping down beers. Is this the aristocrat from the Fourth Epoch? At the entrance of the tavern, Leonard glanced at Klein. Klein gave a clear answer. That's right. Mr. Starr's tone and actions suggest that he's more nervous than before. He seems to care a lot about this aristocrat. According to Mr. World, a certain person Mr. Starr knows might have seen the second blasphemy slate. This aristocrat is related to that person. Audrey grasped certain matters through fine observation. With this as a premise, she quickly came to a conclusion. Mr. Starr would step forward and suggest that he would guide the dream. As expected, the Fourth Epoch revered asymmetrical beauty, but such attire really made me uncomfortable, Leonard teased before looking at Miss Justice and the world. Let me do it this time. All right, Audrey replied with a brisk tone. This was a development that Klein was happy to see. That wouldn't be an issue. Leonard then tugged at his collar and walked to the bar counter in a few steps, sitting beside Mobet and ordering a local Sangan beer. He gulped and suddenly said, "You look like a member of the Zoroast family." "Everyone here knows that." Mobet took a sip of his alcohol, continuing to look forward. Leonard smiled and shook his head. "Let me introduce myself. I'm a student of Palais Zoroast. Indeed, the person Mr. Starr knows is also a Fourth Epoch aristocrat, a member of the Zoroast family. I wonder what level that person is." Audrey validated her guess. After hearing Leonard's self-introduction, Mobet finally turned his head and sized him up. He scoffed. "Student? More like the target of parasitizing, right?" Leonard's expression froze. Target of parasitizing, although Audrey was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but twitch her eyebrows. As for Klein, he had a hard time holding back his laughter. After laughing twice, Mobet looked at Leonard's slightly stiff face. "You aren't a member of our Zoroast family, so how can you become Old Man's student? You can only be a target of parasitizing." Having said that, he slowed down. "Don't worry, Old Man isn't too bad. He wouldn't really take over your body. After the parasitizing is done, he will at most take away a few years of your life. You're still young anyway, so raising your sequence would make up for it. Hehe, actually most Beyonders can't live till the end of their natural lifespan." "Why must he take a few years of my life?" Leonard subconsciously asked. Mobet raised his glass and gulped. "Since you've already been parasitized, something must be stolen, right?" Leonard snapped out of his daze. "You also call him Old Man?" "Of course, we all call him Old Man." "Heh. He doesn't seem to object to it," Mobet suddenly sighed. "He is my great-grandfather, and I haven't seen him for 1,000 years. No, 2,000 years. So the reason why Old Man tolerates me calling him Old Man is because it can remind him of the beautiful past. I wonder if his direct descendants are still alive. Leonard suddenly felt wistful. As for Justice Audrey, while she was finding the words "something must be stolen" funny, she was surprised at the word "he." This represents that Old Man, Mr. Palez Zoroast, was an angel. At this moment, Mobet sharply noticed a key word. Also? Why did you say also? Do you also call him Old Man? Leonard nodded seriously. Mobet was instantly puzzled as he sized up Leonard again. Don't tell me you have the bloodline of the Zoroast family? I don't know, Leonard answered honestly. Mobet shook his head. No, it doesn't look like that's the case. It might be that Old Man suffered a terrible blow and has changed to a certain degree. That I know, Leonard pondered. He was nearly killed by blasphemer Ammon. He hasn't recovered yet. Grossel's travels was currently above the grey fog, so it didn't matter which deity's true name was mentioned. The powerful and terrifying ancestor of the Ammon family, Mobet's voice unconsciously lowered. Leonard finally gained the initiative. The aristocrats of the Solomon Empire are all very cold and evil. Why isn't the Zoroast family like that? Chapter 1. 1065, Cosmos Wanderer. Mobet glanced at Leonard and said in puzzlement, They aren't that cold and evil. Don't you know that the higher the sequence, the greater the inclination is towards being cold and crazy? Which major aristocratic family in the Solomon Empire doesn't have an angel? That's why they're definitely different from normal people. As for the degree of coldness and evilness, it has to do with the choice of their anchor and the traits of their beyonder pathway. I don't know what my great-grandfather's situation is. I only know that he's very kind and amiable. In addition, the rules set by His Majesty have a key point: disharmony. If all the aristocratic families have the same style, he definitely wouldn't be satisfied. The first reason was something I expected, but the second is a little unexpected but quite funny, Klein thought, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. At this moment, Audrey turned her head to look at him and asked the same question she had as Mr. Starr. Anchor? To the deities, believers and faith are an anchor, Klein simply explained. So that's the case. Mr. Full also said that it's to stabilize one's condition. Audrey felt her sights broaden. At the same time, she thought in puzzlement, in the early stages of Mr. Full's reawakening, he shouldn't have many believers. Back then, what was his anchor? Leonard listened attentively, his expression turning solemn. He quickly focused his attention on Mobet. What kind of an angel is Palez Zoroast? What kind of habits does he have? Leonard is still very cautious. He still hasn't fully believed that the grandpa in his body is Palez Zoroast, Klein thought. Mobet was taken aback for 2 seconds before he drank a mouthful of hard liquor. Old Man appears to be an ordinary elder at home. He's a bit naggy and likes to throw blows at his descendants and enjoys life. If one didn't know it ahead of time, no one would have guessed that he is a Sequence 1 angel. When facing enemies, he is good at trickery and often likes to finish off his enemies by making them break down. This is quite similar to how Old Man has acted to date. Leonard nodded and asked, Do you have his portrait? How could I be carrying a portrait with me? Mobet shook his head in amusement. At this point, Leonard suddenly pointed to the side. Isn't that it? Ah? Mobet turned his head in confusion, only to discover that an oil painting had appeared in his right hand at some point in time. As he picked up the painting, the content on it gradually became clearer, revealing an old man with dark brown eyes. The man's hair was already completely white, but it wasn't very sparse, and it was neatly combed. His forehead and the corners of his eyes and mouth didn't seem to have any wrinkles. After Leonard memorized the contents of the portrait, he mentioned a few relevant questions related to the Zoroast family and received a satisfactory answer. The only exception was the names of the potion names of Sequence 3 to 0. Mobet wasn't too sure either. All he knew was that Sequence 1 was apparently Worm of Time. After ending this topic, he asked about the Solomon Empire. In your era, what major aristocratic families are there in the empire? There weren't many families with dukes. Mobet put down his cup and spread out his palm. Our Zoroast family, the Abraham family, the Zaratul family. In addition, although the Medici family and Lord Ouroboros didn't have any aristocratic titles, their standing wasn't worse than the major aristocratic families. Then he smiled. At that time, although Tudor and Trunshurst were the most loyal angels under His Majesty, they were still ranked beneath us. They were on par with Augustus and Castilla. The history of the Augustus family can actually be traced to the era of the Solomon Empire. While Audrey was surprised, she became even more focused on listening. Leonard thought and continued asking, in that era, what was the situation in the northern continent? All living creatures submitted to His Majesty. Even deities acknowledged His Majesty's rule in order to fight opposing factions. Mobet chuckled. They all have countries that belong to them in poorer places. In short, Evernite, god of combat and death, were at odds. The three deities of storm, blazing sun, and wisdom had a great conflict with each other. Earth's attitude was vague, but she was more inclined towards the god of combat. This made them unable to cooperate in a stable fashion, thus being unable to form an alliance to fight His Majesty and the true Creator. At this point, he sighed, and precisely for the sake of balance, His Majesty didn't attack the southern continent and allowed death to unite the plains and the ancient forest to build the Balam Empire. No, ultimately the 6 deities came to an agreement. Hence the Black Emperor perished. Leonard recalled Palais' mention of this phase of history and, for a baffling reason, felt how history was filled with vicissitudes. At that moment, Mobet turned his head. "Do you have cigarettes? These little devils that came out from the true Creator's believers aren't bad at all." Leonard immediately controlled the dream and conjured a cigarette, handing it over. "Is this an improved version?" Mobet took a deep breath. Seeing smoke coming out of his nostrils, Leonard asked curiously, "The true Creator's believers like to smoke?" "That's right. Even Lord Medici would occasionally smoke a few sticks," Mobet answered without hiding anything. Leonard nodded. "Which deity do you believe in?" "Of course, it's His Majesty. All the aristocrats in the Empire believe in His Majesty, other than Lords Medici and Ouroboros. They believe in the true Creator. Also, Duke Bethel Abraham might just be faking it. According to what I know, he only believes in himself," Mobet quipped. "Bethel Abraham?" A thought came to Klein. He was about to signal Leonard to ask further when he heard the poet ask, "Is Duke Bethel Abraham very powerful?" "Very powerful. Even Lord Medici and Ouroboros are afraid of him," Mobet said as he puffed out smoke rings. "In the Warring Era, he was publicly acknowledged as one of the angels most likely to become a deity." "Warring Era?" Leonard asked curiously. Mobet looked at the slowly burning cigarette. "This isn't thrilling enough. The Warring Era refers to the time after the Cataclysm ended, to the point when the Empire was established. It lasted about 112 years. Our Zoroast family's first angel perished in the Warring Era. Thankfully, we were helped by His Majesty before he became a god. Thus, we didn't lose the Beyonder characteristic." "Who did it?" Leonard immediately asked. Mobet shook his head. "I'm not Sequence 4 yet, so there are many things I'm not qualified to know." "Let's talk about Duke Bethel Abraham. I actually don't really know much about him, but I was very interested in their family and the Beyonder pathway they control. It's said that the apprentice can wander the cosmos once they reach Sequence 2. There are also rumors that it's at Sequence 3. Cosmos? Klein's pupils dilated slightly as he became more focused. At this moment, Mobet continued, they left behind lots of information regarding the cosmos, recording many interesting things. Unfortunately, I never managed to borrow them. However, I heard of the 3 laws that they concluded for wandering the cosmos. First, don't respond to any calls. Second, don't be reckless and approach unknown creatures or buildings. Third, endure loneliness. It sounds like the cosmos is vast and dangerous. I wonder if the current Abraham family still has the travel notes. I'll get Miss Magician to ask in the future. When Klein's gaze swept over, it happened to cross with Miss Justice's, and they immediately realized that the other party had also thought of Miss Magician. Leonard did the same. He nodded slightly and asked about other matters. During this process, the dream changed with Mobet's memories, and they saw the appearances of Medici, Ouroboros, and other high-level figures. Towards the end, Audrey grabbed both Klein's and Leonard's arms and jumped into Ciatus's dream. This elven songster was standing in the garden holding her stomach and frowning at Mobet. Can you steal the fetus in my stomach and stuff it into your body? It can be done, but even if it's stuffed into my body, I won't be able to give birth to him, Mobet replied fearfully. Ciatus thought seriously. Then steal the corresponding organs that are needed. If it's just the simple act of theft, then it might still succeed, but for what follows after I'll be at my wit's end. This is beyond my capabilities, Mobet said nervously. The conversation between the human and elf left the trio dumbfounded. After a few seconds, Audrey suggested, "Why don't I do it this time?" Chapter 1066, Familiar Name. Upon hearing Miss Justice's suggestion, Klein thought for a moment and said, "Guide the dream towards matters encompassing the Second Epoch's history, the Queen of Calamity Kohanim, elf habits, the most ancient language of the elves, as well as the legendary Western continent." All right. Audrey's eyes moved slightly, a thoughtful expression on her face as she digested the information Mr. World had said. She then walked to the elven songster's side. Under her guidance, Mobet's figure in the garden rapidly blurred, vanishing from Ciatus's dream. The ripples in Audrey's green eyes stirred once again as her lips quivered, and the entire dream world began to shake, the garden like a reflection in a lake smashed into pieces by an invisible stone. These fragments quickly gathered, restoring a scene that was no longer a garden, but a palace made of coral. Every detail in the palace was abnormally gorgeous, the entire structure tall and majestic, but due to the layers of blue seawater the sky couldn't be seen, making it appear dark and gloomy. Inside, coral pillars propped up an exaggerated dome, and the walls were filled with terrifying murals of the storm. Above the murals, silver bolts of lightning followed a certain trajectory, converging at the 9 steps that were inlaid with pearls, diamonds, and turquoise. Ciatus was standing there, with many elves opposite her. On the 9 steps were 2 huge chairs that seemed to be formed purely of lightning. One of them occupied the center, like the ruler of this palace. Sitting on the throne was a man wearing a simple loose robe. His ears were pointed, and his facial features were soft, his hair a mix of black and blue colors. However, he gave one a tyrannous impression, as though he wouldn't say a word before picking up the electric spear leaning on his armrest and throwing it. Sitting beside him was a beautiful woman with raven black hair, her hair tied up into a high bun, her ears slightly pointed, and her dark brown eyes as deep as the ocean. Without needing Ciatus's introduction, Klein and the others could easily determine that this couple was the elf king, the ancient god Soniathrym, and the elf queen, Queen of Calamity Kohanim. That traitor Ormir! Suddenly, a voice resembling loud thunder boomed, causing the entire palace to shake violently. This roar came from the ancient god. Ormir, isn't that the name of the giant king? I've recently been drinking red wine named after him. I have to say that its quality is indeed higher than anything else. As Klein listened, he had a random thought. He remembered that Little Son had once said that giant king Ormir, elf king Soniathrym, and sanguine ancestor Lilith, the 3 humanoid ancient gods, were allies. So the alliance eventually collapsed. Klein reined in his thoughts and waited for the subsequent changes in the dream. Due to Derek's existence, Audrey wasn't unfamiliar with the history of the Second Epoch. She directly made Ciatus's dream continue its development. Despite the terrifying roar, Queen of Calamity Kohanim wasn't affected at all. With a cold expression, she calmly said, "Wasn't this already long confirmed? His reputation is exactly the opposite of his physical build." At that moment, the ancient god Soniathrym had already been enveloped by bolts of lightning. He said in a thunderous voice, "I thought that, after centuries, he would understand the global situation even more. I've overestimated his intelligence. If he didn't sell out Lilith back then, how could she have perished? The sanguine ancestor Lilith perished so early?" Klein's eyelids twitched as he quickly focused his attention. After the Elf King finished roaring, Queen of Calamity Kohanim maintained her previous posture. That's not a bad thing. At the very least, Kvastir and Phlegria were dragged to the grave together with Lilith. All the deities no longer trust each other. Even if we don't form an alliance, we can rule the ocean, lakes, and rivers. Upon hearing these words, spectator Audrey couldn't help but feel alarmed, having to use placate on herself. This means that the sanguine ancestor Lilith, mutant king Kvastir, and the annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria perished in a battle between ancient gods. So the betrayal of giant King Ormir had nothing to do with the ancient sun god. This is why Lilith didn't fully die and is still able to occasionally deliver divine revelations. Klein increasingly believed that the history recorded in the City of Silver had many fabrications. Heh! If the moon Emlyn were to know of this, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. The star Leonard sighed as he thought. As their thoughts raced, the ancient god Sunyathrym scoffed. Recently, Ormir wanted to work with some secret sects that have sprouted from the humans to deal with us. Apparently, this matter is led by Harvest and Dawn. I'm even thinking of working with Ankiwelt to destroy the giants and the giant king's court. Unfortunately, every time I see that dragon, I have the urge to string it up on a grill. It's an attraction that's simply irresistible. Just as he said that, the ancient god suddenly vanished. The entire palace shook violently, causing a rift to appear. All of this had yet to subside when a bolt of lightning flashed. Sunyathrym returned to the massive throne, holding a spear made of pure lightning. "You went to the giant king's court?" Kohinam asked. "I taught Ormir a lesson," Sunyathrym answered without hiding anything. Siatas and the other elven attendants lowered their heads even further. The dream changed as Siatas recalled her interaction with other elves. With their conversations, Klein, Leonard and Audrey learned that Siatas lived in a relatively peaceful time period in the Second Epoch. The giants, elves, dragons, devils and phoenixes coexisted, splitting up their rule over the continents and the 5 seas. Vampires, demonic wolves, trents, sea monsters, mutants and humans were vassals of the different factions. This doesn't resemble the history recorded by the Church. Even the legends in the City of Silver aren't like this, Leonard sighed. Old man probably doesn't know this much. That isn't necessarily true, Klein shook his head. Many existences in the Second Epoch have survived to the Fourth Epoch, or even to this very moment. For example, the Wisdom Angel? Leonard asked with a guess. Perhaps. Klein didn't give an affirmative answer. He said with a smile, "When you were talking to Mobit, I thought you would make Miss Justice stand further away." Leonard immediately shot a glance at him and yawned. "You mentioned before that there's an existence behind me that might have seen the second blasphemy slate. Then when I was conversing with Mobit, wouldn't she be able to make the connection from me getting her to stand further away? Besides, you also mentioned that back when dealing with all of Ammon's avatars, part of the cleanup operation involved Miss Justice. To a Sequence 5 spectator, what she knows is sufficient. Once she understands the Zoroast family's matters, the truth is practically in front of her eyes. In that case, why waste time trying to avoid her? I might as well get Mr. Fool to be a witness, as everyone vows not to divulge each other's secrets." Klein nodded slightly. "If you were to get Miss Justice to stand further away, it wouldn't be easy for you to bring up the matter of making a vow." At this moment, Siatas continued, "After the death of the sanguine ancestor, the Annihilation demonic wolf and the mutant king, some of their subsidiary gods were killed, while others surrendered to other ancient gods. There were a few who vanished as they hid in the shadows." Having transformed herself into an elf, Audrey immediately asked, "Who surrendered to who? Who died?" Siatas recalled, "The Sanguine's goddess of life and the mutant king's god of war were killed. The Annihilation demonic wolf's god of the dead, Salinger, came under the Phoenix ancestor. The Sanguine's goddess of beauty, Auernia, came under us. The mutant king's god of spiritual creatures, Tolzna, and Annihilation demonic wolf's goddess of misfortune, Ammonisis, vanished." Salinger, Auernia, these two names made Klein's forehead twitch. He instinctively used his clown powers to maintain his facial expression. Auernia was the Blood Moon Queen, the wife of the Fourth Epoch's emperor, the empress of the Trunsoest Empire. As for Salinger, he was the founder of the Balam Empire, the emperor of the underworld, Death. Chapter 1067, the Elven version of history. The Second Epoch's subsidiary gods truly are hidden powers. There was Dragon of Wisdom, Herabergen, and there's God of the Dead, Salinger. They were all powerful figures that even reached the throne of Sequence 0. Of course, I can't be sure about the Dragon of Wisdom. It's just quite possible. Yes, and there's the God of Dawn, Badhail, and the Goddess of Harvest, Omabella. I can't rule out the possibility that they have lived quite well all the way to the 5th epoch. I wonder if the god of spiritual creatures Tolsna and the goddess of misfortune Amanices managed to evade the authority retrieval operation by the City of Silver Creator at the end of the 2nd epoch. After a moment of shock, Klein began thinking poignantly. Thinking back to the betrayal of the kings of angels in the 3rd epoch, he couldn't help but lampoon. You have to be careful of fire, theft, and subsidiary gods. At that moment, Audrey, who didn't know much about the subsidiary gods' true names or authorities, acted as different female elves in Ciatus's memories, constantly talking to her about her experiences in the 2nd epoch. According to Ciatus, in the history of the elves, there was no concept of the 1st or 2nd epoch. In the beginning, it was chaotic, dark, and crazy, and it didn't leave behind any texts. After the supernatural races obtained a certain level of intelligence, creatures finally had some knowledge of history. In that era, ancient gods appeared one after another, and the world slowly changed from disorderliness to orderliness. It was referred to by the major supernatural races as the Sprouting Era. After the Sprouting Era was the Early Era of Fire, in which the 8 ancient gods fought against each other in different camps. This was a time when quasi-humans fought non-humans, resisting the corruption from devils and demonic wolves. After the sanguine ancestor Lilith, mutant king Vastir, and annihilation demonic wolf Phlegrea perished during the betrayal, the early era of fire ended, and the war broke out. Due to the fact that the giants and dragons were relatively strong in this period of time, it was known as the Dual Era. By the time the 5 races formed a new balance of powers, the continents and the 5 seas had recovered some level of peace. This was when Ciatus was born and grew up, until she entered Grossel's travels. In the history she described, there were 2 important points. First, it proved the existence of the East Continent, where the giant king's court was. Second, after the Sprouting Era, the supernatural races had their own kind of civilization. They weren't completely irrational as their descendants believed. Of course, the inclination towards tyranny, cruelty, and slaughtering still existed, as though they were all in a half state of losing control. The East Continent seems to be the forsaken land of the gods. It was abandoned during the cataclysm? Similar thoughts surfaced in Klein's, Leonard's, and Audrey's minds. They were very interested in this, but it was a pity that Ciatus had always lived in the Elf King's court and lacked the required knowledge. Under Audrey's influence, Ciatus's dream began to show the traditions and language of the elves. According to the legends, Elvish was created by the king in the Sprouting Era. Every word was produced with the birth of a first-generation elf. The number of Elvish words meant the number of first-generation elves. However, the traditions of the elves weren't too unified. What they shared in common was that they believed in the king and queen. They liked to make food with the blood of their prey, and many of them had culinary methods such as roasting. They were close to nature, and were good at using all kinds of spices. They idolized the strong and were proud of being quick to act before thinking. With myths and reality mixed together, it's hard to tell what's real and what's fake. Klein listened with a stoic expression as he quickly analyzed every word Ciatus said. After figuring out the relevant matters, Audrey circled around the keyword of the West Continent and made Ciatus's dream change, reflecting some of her subconscious memories. The Coral Palace appeared before them again. Ciatus followed behind Queen of Calamity Kohanem and walked to a crystal window. She asked curiously, "Your Highness, are you looking west?" "Why do you think so?" Kohanem didn't turn back. "I just learned of a legend that our elves originated from the Western Continent," Ciatus replied. "Does the Western Continent really exist?" Kohanem's lips curled slightly. "The Western Continent may exist, but it may not exist either. Every race needs to give themselves an illustrious origin, a home for the mind. Ciatus, where is your home to you?" "My home," Ciatus repeated, replying blankly. "It's where His Majesty and your Highness are. It's this palace that can lead to the forest where my parents live." As she said this, her emotions gradually turned heavy, lost, and melancholic. It was obvious that she was influenced by her subconscious's corresponding memories. "Therefore, to elves like you, the Western Continent doesn't exist, but to some elves, it definitely exists." Queen of Calamity Kohanem calmly gave her final answer. Such a response made Klein increasingly confused and puzzled. Thankfully, from the second epoch to the fifth, the Western continent had zero presence, so it didn't have any important secrets related to him. After ending the guiding of Ciatus's subconscious, and since it was almost noon, without any other nearby dreams that they could leap into, Audrey left with Klein and Leonard, appearing in Mobet and Ciatus's bedroom. Looking at the fourth epoch Viscount whose body had been tightly bound by the elf, Audrey's expression suddenly turned gentle. They seemed to be doing pretty well. No, 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 it's terrifying to have such a violent, direct and imaginative wife. Only a person like Mobet would like and enjoy being with her. Leonard, who didn't have a poet's talent but had the liberal inclinations of a poet, shook his head as he kept his hands in his pockets. At this point, he muttered in thought, "On the contrary, it's true that an experienced thief needs a woman like Ciatus to rein him in. I wonder what kind of members of the opposite sex old man's other family members like. Sigh, they don't need our envy or objections. This is how they live together. Emperor Roselle once wrote a poem, saying, 'For my love, I'll sacrifice my life.'" As Klein listened to their discussion, he opened his mouth and closed it again. He didn't tell them that Ciatus and Mobet had actually died. The ones living in the book were just copies created by the book world. After leaving the couple's house, the trio headed to Grossel's blacksmith shop. Along the way, when they went past a street, Klein saw Frunziar, who was known as a philosopher, and Audrey recognized him to be Lernis at a glance. "Is that the soldier from 100 years ago?" Audrey slowed her pace and asked. Klein recalled Frunziar's longing for his hometown and fell silent for 2 seconds before nodding gently. "Yes." "Mr. World is feeling a little emotional," Audrey nodded indiscernibly. "Can we enter his dream? I want to get the judge and disciplinary paladin's potion formula." "No problem," Klein replied, glancing at Leonard. Leonard continued having his hands in his pockets, but his eyes instantly darkened. Sitting on the bench, Frunziar fell asleep. Right on the heels of that, 3 people appeared in his dream. This was a bustling city with buildings made from wood. The pedestrians were mostly lonies. The black-haired, blue-eyed Frunziar stood outside a house as he looked in without daring to approach. Only when a woman wearing an old long dress came out did he excitedly go forward and attempt to hug her. His hug went through the woman without them making contact at all. Frunziar stood rooted to the ground as he blankly shouted, "Mother!" Audrey, who wanted to guide the dream, quietly watched this scene. Then she looked around and discovered the iconic clock. Backland. She pursed her lips and turned her head, looking at Klein. "Can't they leave the book world? It's been too long. If they leave, they will grow old, die, or even be reduced to dust." Klein's voice was like a serene river. "I delivered one of Frunziar's items to Backland." This, as a spectator, Audrey acutely sensed the cruel reality behind those words. She couldn't help but raise her head and look out of the dream, looking at the location where Mobet and Ciatus were. Leonard wanted to ask what it was, but after looking around, he maintained his silence. Following that, Audrey seriously guided his dream. Outside of obtaining 2 potion formulas, she made Frunziar return home and live happily with his parents, brothers and sisters. It was a beautiful dream. After leaving Frunziar, Klein, Leonard and Audrey quickly saw Grossel's home. This was the last stop of their exploration. After obtaining information from his subconscious, they would enter the book world's sea of collective subconscious and seek out the secrets that might exist in this book. Chapter 1068. Illogical Details. Which one is Grossel? In the dream, Leonard looked ahead blankly. There was a huge bonfire there and more than 10 greyish-blue-skinned, single-eyed giants who looked no different from each other. To be honest, I wouldn't be able to recognize him without the ability of a faceless. To me, without their age, hairstyle, height, scars, clothes, and maturity, giants all looked the same. Klein mumbled inwardly as he looked calmly at Miss Justice, as though saying that it shouldn't stump a spectator. Audrey raised her hand and pointed at a giant who was gulping down alcohol, shouting twice from time to time to express his approval. "That's Grossel. It looks like in the traditions of the giants, clapping isn't a sign of affirmation and praise. Instead, it's a roar. The louder the roar, the higher the level of praise." Miss Justice is acting like a folk scholar now. Thankfully he's only shouting and not singing. If not, the noise would be worse. It's obvious that the giants here aren't adept at modulating their voices. That roar from before didn't have any rhythm to it. Klein nodded and said to Audrey, "Begin guiding him then." As Audrey went forward, Leonard stepped back. He raised his right hand and stroked his chin. "Tell me, in the second epoch, which supernatural race widely possessed the beyonder characteristics of the Evernight pathway? Isn't it the demonic wolves?" Klein glanced at Leonard, wondering if the poet had contracted the traditional disease of the Nighthawks, having a bad memory. "I know," Leonard maintained his original posture, a strange expression on his face. "Then how do they act as a midnight poet? Or should I say that the potion's name back then was called Midnight Roarer? There wasn't a potion name in the beginning." Klein's thoughts were accidentally led astray by Leonard. The scene of such fellows crouching on the ground and howling at the moon surfaced in his mind. He couldn't help but mutter, "This might be more suitable for you. There's no need to write poems, making it very easy." The corners of Leonard's mouth twitched as he said, "There are different types of poets. I'm a singing type." As the two idly chatted, Audrey's guidance attempt gradually pushed through. Grossel's dream began showing the waning forest, barren tunnel, the corner of the Giant King's court, Dawntown and the Nation of Gold. Grossel wasn't a subordinate of the deities, and was only able to occasionally see these high-level existences while on duty. Furthermore, he didn't dare look at them head-on, so he wasn't able to present the images of Giant King Ulmir, Giant Queen Umabella, and the God of Dawn, Badhail. They only appeared as portraits. Similarly, Grossel knew very few secrets. His grasp of history was completely incomparable to elven songster Siatas. However, an interesting point was that in the Giant King's court, the traitor was synonymous with Soniathrim. They claimed that his abandoning of the alliance had resulted in the sanguine ancestor Lilith's death. I strongly suspect that because of his bad temper, Soniathrim was obviously not good at such things. In contrast, Giant King Ormir being the traitor makes more sense. Klein did a rough analysis as Audrey changed the direction of her guidance. It was a pity that, shortly after the giant left the king's court, he obtained the book and entered it. He didn't know much about people from different regions. Currently, the most valuable piece of information is how to avoid the front entrance after entering the Giant King's court from Afternoon Town. It's through the waning forest and the barren tunnel. Audrey ended the guidance and walked back to Klein's and Leonard's side. "This is very useful for Little Sun and Company's subsequent explorations. Yes, we can tell him at the next gathering." Klein nodded. Just as he was about to suggest that they enter the book world's sea of collective subconscious, Audrey suddenly looked back. "There's one detail that's illogical." "Which detail?" Leonard seriously recalled what he had seen, but he didn't find anything suspicious. Audrey glanced at the world. "In the matter regarding how Giant King Ulmir's father and mother are buried in the waning forest, the rule that only the ancient god can enter is illogical." Klein didn't notice that there was something wrong with that detail, but after Miss Justice mentioned it, he immediately had some ideas. "The father and mother of the Giant King are equivalent to the ancestors of the giants. Normally speaking, they should be consecrated by the entire race." "That's right. From Grossel's dream, the keepers often make sacrifices to the ancestors outside the waning forest." Audrey nodded in agreement. "If there aren't any other factors, the Giant King should occasionally organize things to honor their ancestors, instead of making it a rule that only he can enter. Perhaps the waning forest contains immense danger. After their death, their corpses have corrupted the environment and affected the entire forest." Leonard gave his opinion. Audrey and Klein shook their heads at the same time. If it's only danger or corruption, Giant Queen Omabella and the God of Dawn Badhail can clearly withstand that. With the help of the Giant King, there are almost no problems. Yet they are also forbidden from entering, even with the ancient god by their side, Klein explained his thoughts. Perhaps what's buried inside isn't Giant King Ormir's parents. There might be some other secret. "That's more likely the case," Audrey nodded seriously. She wore a silver mask, and her green eyes darted around, faintly revealing a hint of curiosity. If that's the case, what would a secret that can't be known to his wife, child, or fellow members of the same race be? That's quite interesting. Leonard smiled. After another round of discussion, the three of them entered the giant king's court through the barren tunnel, the place frozen amidst the sunset. According to Klein's experience, this was the path to the borders of Grossel's dream. This time, Audrey directly influenced the dream and made the heavy door to the giant guards. Quarters flutter open like a piece of paper. Outside was a hazy world, no longer the scene of the giant king's court, but a cliff. After a brief exchange, Audrey made a staircase appear on the edge of the cliff. The staircase spun around, sinking deep into the dark, hazy, and bottomless mind world. The three of them stepped onto the staircase and walked down. In this lonely environment, Audrey used placate a few times every so often, not only for them, but also for Grossel's subconscious. The countless rotting giant palms that Klein had encountered the last time didn't appear. Even the unbearable feelings of loneliness didn't feel that terrifying thanks to being able to speak to each other. This is the mind world. The domain of consciousness is indeed different from the others. Leonard looked around. Audrey said seriously, "That's the essence of the environment that we can sense. The cliffs and the hazy world are a reflection of our subconscious." "I now find psychology rather interesting," Leonard said with interest after hearing that. Klein glanced at him and resisted the urge to say that, with his personality, he really wasn't suited to the spectator pathway. In this exchange, they lost track of time until they finally stepped onto the solid but hazy ground. Looking upwards, they could see the undulating shadows which overlapped and formed an illusory sea. Klein, Leonard, and Audrey were about to walk forward when a water spout suddenly surged over. A rather blurry figure stood up from within. It was a greyish-blue giant that was 6 to 7 meters tall. His chest was covered with dragon scales, and there were all sorts of indescribable patterns that went beyond what one would consider a normal language. His single vertical eye was filled with blood vessels as it emitted a violent aura, gnawing on a bloody human leg. This was a demigod-level giant, a projection left in the sea of collective subconscious. The moment he appeared, the madness spread towards Klein and the others like a plague. Chapter 1, 1069. Under the Sea. The leg-gnawing giant, whose vertical eye was filled with blood-red threads, wasn't actually real. He was, in essence, a strong emotion produced by a particular living creature. The emotions that originated from having a deep impression had entered the subconscious, spreading from one's island of consciousness to the surrounding illusory sea, before slowly settling and forming a mark. Only extremely intense and repeated experiences would remain, and once it formed a mark, it would be a drop of water in the sea of collective subconscious, which would then affect living creatures of the same species, a shared, ancient memory carved into one's pulse. Therefore, not only was the phantom image of the giant blurry, but it also had many mistakes caused by the subjective aspects of the mind. However, the madness that came with it, an extreme sense of horror, seemed also real. It could contaminate every living creature's body of heart and mind, astral projection, and even soul body. This was the essence of the danger in the sea of collective subconscious. It didn't stem from the strength itself, but from the emotions and feelings that were generated and imprinted there. All in all, in this sea of collective subconscious, the style of combat was different from the outside world. Sometimes, the more anxious one was at trying to destroy the illusory figure. The more likely one would be contaminated by their stirring emotions. It was precisely because of this that when Klein saw the 7 to 8 meter tall greyish-blue giant rush over, he immediately took the initiative to control his emotions. Then he used illusion creation. The target was Leonard and Audrey. In their eyes, the giant no longer had the madness and violence that left one trembling. Everything seemed normal. Therefore, before those extreme feelings could truly contaminate them, Leonard and Audrey remained very calm. Then, with one hand in his pocket, Leonard reached out with his right hand and slightly opened his mouth. Having become a spirit warlock, he originally wanted to use the first spirit, a terror banshee, that he had sealed, but he quickly remembered that he was in an astral projection form and had been cleansed by the grey fog. He had no choice but to use a soul assurer's powers, turning his green eyes deep and quiet. The giant shadow instantly slowed down as if it was soothed. At this moment, Audrey calmly spread her arms wide and used placate. An invisible wind blew past, and the giant figure seemed to pause as it instantly weakened the contamination around it. During this process, Klein took out the bronze cross that had many sharp spikes. As he opened the bottle containing his blood, he poured a few drops onto it and solemnly said, "Light." Brilliant, pure, and flawless light burst out, and amidst his fluttering black trench coat, the giant phantom was drowned by the light. It melted away almost immediately. One of the main powers of the unshadowed crucifix was to cleanse and purify lingering spiritual imprints. This was the reason he had brought this sealed artifact along. When he used the cross, Klein dispelled the illusion, allowing the star and justice to see the true appearance of the giant to enrich their experiences. Although it didn't even take a second before the phantom was drowned, Audrey and Leonard still felt dizzy. An irresistible sense of fear surged from deep within their hearts, and they almost broke down. This state didn't last too long, as Audrey instinctively used placate to calm her emotions before treating Mr. Star and Mr. World's psychological problems. How scary! Is this a giant at the demigod level? When the light dissipated, Audrey looked around and sighed. In that instant she had a deeper understanding of the sentence, "Do not look directly at God." Leonard was also experienced. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Sequence 4 is indeed a qualitative change in life's natural order. However, that wasn't very scary. It wasn't as intense as when I was facing a pregnant woman. Is the essence of a poet to boast? As Klein lampooned Leonard, it stirred up some memories as he sighed poignantly. Was that pregnant lady a demigod? Audrey asked curiously. No, Leonard shook his head, but she was pregnant with an evil god's spawn. Is that so? Audrey didn't ask further. She knew that wasting time wasn't an option. She then looked at Gem and Sparrow and said with a smile, "Thank you for affecting our senses. Where should we go next?" As an experienced spectator, it wasn't difficult to determine the fact that she had received Mr. World's help. Klein controlled himself from subconsciously furrowing his brows and looked around. Doesn't this sea of collective subconscious have a core region to it? No, Audrey shook her head seriously. Wherever there are living beings, there's a sea of subconscious. There's no such thing as someone who's more important. The situations within the different areas will depend on their actual surroundings. We call it a precipitating effect. To put it simply, the sea of collective subconscious of Lowen will be quite different from Intis, because it precipitates the strong emotions and feelings of generations of loners. In contrast, this will also affect the citizens of both countries, making them have different qualities and personalities. If that's the case, how can there be a general consensus of a core? Klein nodded and asked thoughtfully, in other words, you can't give any effective suggestions on where to go. Mr. World is so direct. As the thought flashed through her mind, Audrey saw his deep brown eyes, which were in no way crazy or cold, but calm and tranquil. She instantly came to a realization. She realized that Mr. World was doing such things on purpose so that she could experience the various problems within the details of a joint operation, allowing her to gain more experience. Yes, she nodded frankly, not feeling embarrassed at all. Klein secretly nodded and looked at the star. Don't look at me. My expertise isn't in this strange sea. Leonard immediately waved his hands. Then follow me. Klein looked away, moved the unshadowed crucifix to the hand holding the metal bottle, and took out a gold coin. Ding! As the gold coin tumbled, he grabbed it without looking at the results, looked in a direction, and widened his stride. This is a divination technique. Audrey was enlightened. She looked at the World's serious and calm side profile, black trench coat and bronze cross. For some reason, she felt like the other party was a preacher. Leonard suddenly recalled something from the past. It was the first case he had worked with Klein to find a kidnapped child. At that time, it was also a way for Klein to lead the way through divination. He had been beside him the entire time. Compared to his awkwardness before, it seems as if he had entered the mysterious world for more than 10 years now. Sigh. It's only been over a year. Leonard placed his hands in his pockets as he followed closely behind Klein. Audrey glanced at him and felt the change in his mood. Mr. Star and Mr. World not only know each other in real life, but they were probably rather close friends. As she made the judgment, she didn't slow down her steps. Combining what she had learned, she observed the surroundings and identified which spots might hide maelstroms and dangerous creatures. With her help, Klein's lead went very smoothly. Occasionally, they would walk straight and turn at other times. After some time, the area before the trio suddenly opened up. In front of them was a huge crater in the deep sea. In the middle of the pit was an island-sized city. The foundation of the city was greyish-white, and on it were several 100-metre-tall magnificent stone columns. They either stood there on their own or held up majestic ancient palaces together. They were bizarre and magnificent, unlike something built by ordinary creatures. Although Audrey didn't know the city, an idea instantly appeared in her mind. City of Miracles, Livseed. Chapter 1070, Maybe It's Real. Livseed was a floating city that the dragon of imagination Ankerwelt imagined out of thin air. No matter what, it was a miracle, a divine miracle. It was even more magnificent than the giant king's court, more rugged and unique. Every stone pillar was nearly 100 meters tall, like a throne for a dragon to rest on. It was a city that left a deep, unforgettable impression just from hearing about it. Therefore, although Audrey had never actually seen the City of Miracles, she instantly made connections from witnessing the scene. Of course, one of the main reasons was because she knew that Grossel's travels came from the Dragon of Imagination. As for Klein, as he had once divined the origins of the book and had seen the real City of Miracles, he was sure that the island-sized city in the middle of the deep-sea crater was identical to Livseed. All it lacked were the dragons that flew in every direction. Is this real, or is it a clone? Or is it a gathering of some special creature's subconscious in the book world? Klein was slightly surprised as he quickly analyzed the situation. According to his divination results and the contents of the dream from giant guardian Grossel and elven songster Ciatus, he was certain that, when Grossel's travels was created, the City of Miracles still existed. When it reached the giant king's court, the City of Miracles still existed. When Grossel began his adventure and when Ciatus was sucked into the book world, Livseed still existed. In other words, these facts were undeniable proof that the city in the middle of the deep-sea crater was unlikely to be the original Livseed. But very quickly, Klein remembered something. That was the answer that Erodes had once given him, certain that it first appeared among the dragons after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Livseed. This is interesting. What did the magic mirror rely on to confirm that? It wasn't even able to see matters related to Zaratul, so how could it pry into the origins of an ancient god's possession? I never expected my divination to completely overturn this point. Klein observed the tall stone columns and magnificent city as many thoughts ran through his mind. Suddenly, he grasped onto an idea. The last owner of Grossel's travels was Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, a member of the Church of Knowledge. They believe in the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The God of Knowledge and Wisdom can almost be confirmed to be one of the kings of angels who served the ancient sun god, the Angel of Wisdom. And from history, it's reasonable to suspect that the Angel of Wisdom is most likely the Dragon of Wisdom, Herebergen, the Dragon of Imagination, Ankerwelt's subsidiary god, a high-level member of the dragons. The appearance of Grossel's travels after the disappearance of the City of Miracles was thanks to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom passing it around through a certain method, which had convinced the magic mirror. If he really is a dragon of wisdom, his understanding of this matter definitely trumps Grossel and Ciatus. But how do I explain the scene I divined above the grey fog? What I saw was definitely the ancient god, Dragon of Imagination, himself. Klein cheered up when he managed to string all these matters together, but he also fell into a state of puzzlement. He tossed the gold coin continuously and quickly came up with some theories. Since the City of Miracles was imagined, couldn't it just be imagined again after it disappeared? The original Livseed was stuffed into the book by the Dragon King Ankerwelt. Then, the one that subsequently existed was one he imagined again? This could fool all the dragons, but not the one that was known for being intelligent. If this were true, Then there were actually two instances of the City of Miracles, Leaveseed. The one here is the oldest one. But here comes the question. Why didn't the Dragon of Wisdom enter the book himself? He has actually been here a long time ago, but didn't alert any living beings in the book. As thoughts surfaced in Klein's mind, the star Leonard, who had both hands in his pockets, looked at him and then at Miss Justice, who had also been looking down in silence for a long time. He took the initiative to break the silence. This city is grand and magnificent. It clearly doesn't belong to humans, but there's no need to stare at it for so long. You're not an architect, after all. Klein gathered his thoughts and glanced at Leonard. This might very well be Dragon of Imagination Ankiwelt's City of Miracles, Livzid. In a sense, it's the divine kingdom of an ancient god. Divine kingdom. Leonard's pupils dilated as he repeated the keyword. Audrey regained her senses and whispered, "Is it really Liveseed?" "It's only possible," Klein replied simply. "It's not floating in the air like the legends, but has sunken to the bottom of the sea of collective subconscious, so it's hard to tell if it's real or fake." At this moment, Leonard finally managed to control himself. He looked at the magnificent city in the deep-sea crater again and smiled self-deprecatingly. "I didn't expect the day when I'll come to the divine kingdom of ancient God." Frankly, if Miss Justice wasn't here, he wouldn't have been able to help but marvel at how rich Klein's life was. Ever since he reunited with his former teammate, he had met two sons of God, entered a mysterious book world, and found a city suspected to be a divine kingdom. This was many times more interesting than what he had experienced in the past year, though a lot more dangerous. Having said that, he looked up at the floating seawater phantoms and asked thoughtfully, "How do you know if the sea of collective subconscious is real or if it's imagined?" Audrey thought for a while and said with uncertainty, "There's no way to tell the difference, or rather, the sea of collective subconscious here is also real. In essence, collective subconscious is the accumulation and settling of strong emotions and feelings. Although the people in this world may be imaginary, their experiences, feelings, joy, anger, sadness, pain, and happiness, they all truly happened before." As she spoke, she stopped as she vaguely realized something. At this moment, Klein suddenly said, "The objects that he can imagine will be conjured. The kingdom he dreams of will surely descend upon the physical world." As his voice echoed, he put away the gold coin in his hand and jumped into the deep-sea crater, his black trench coat flaring up. "The future that he declares will definitely be carried out, becoming reality." As his figure glided down, the following words came out. Audrey's green eyes were dazed at first before they lit up. Then she jumped towards the City of Miracles. "Aren't you going to divine the level of danger? This might be the divine kingdom of an ancient god." Leonard looked at the two of them in surprise and blurted out, "When did you get the wrong impression that I didn't divine it?" "I just put away the gold coin. Also, I didn't get any warnings from my intuition for danger. Furthermore, if my theory is right, then the Dragon of Wisdom Herrebergen should have entered this place before. If there's any form of danger, it would have long been finished off by him." As Klein silently lampooned, he adjusted his direction and speed, passing through a few thick stone columns that stood nearly 100 meters tall. He descended one level after another, before stepping onto the grayish-white ground. He was in a spirit-body state now and could fly if he wanted to. About 2 to 3 seconds later, the silver-masked Justice Audrey landed beside him. She looked up and, after reeling from a few seconds of shock due to the grandeur of the stone columns and palace, said, "Looking from the inside and looking from a distance feels completely different. Perhaps this is how a rat truly feels in Backland." As she spoke, Leonard also glided over and looked sideways at Klein. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Klein, nor was he unaware of how cautious he was. He just needed to clarify such matters in a joint operation. "Currently, the indications don't point to much danger," Klein said truthfully. Leonard no longer looked around. "The City of Miracles is really big. For such a big city, even if we can fly, we won't be able to completely explore it without spending a few days here. Or perhaps, do you have a destination in mind?" Klein nodded and pointed to a huge palace that was more than 200 meters tall. "There. If I remember correctly, that is the Dragon of Imagination Unkiwelt's residence. This was what he saw in the dream divination. Seeing that Klein already had a plan, Leonard felt relieved. He looked at the greyish-white foundation on his feet. Is this a divine kingdom? I don't feel anything. At this moment, Audrey, who was observing the surroundings carefully, said with uncertainty, all the abnormalities here seem to be gathering towards that palace. She was referring to the place that Klein had pointed out to be the ancient god's residence. Chapter 1071, Hall of Truth. In front of the greyish-white grand palace that was more than 200 meters tall, there were a few thick stone columns that were slightly shorter than it was, as though they were a squadron of soldiers standing at attention there. Klein could imagine that, when the city of miracles, Levzid, was still floating in mid-air, these stone columns would definitely have powerful dragons crouching on them. These were the servants of the ancient god. He then looked up at the open door and said to Leonard and Audrey,
"Stay close to me. Once an accident happens, I'll immediately take you out of the book world and return directly above the grey fog."
This was the main reason why Klein dared to explore the area.
Okay.
Audrey and Leonard didn't try putting on a brave front as they walked to Klein's side and walked alongside him. Relying on their spirit body's flight ability, the trio passed the stairs and entered the palace through the exaggerated and magnificent door. The first thing they saw was a wide space that was enough for multiple dragons to roll around freely, as well as an ancient stone pillars that seemed to prop up the sky. On the two sides of the hall, there were colourful and beautiful murals. They kept extending forward and intertwining themselves with a huge pillar that was multiple arm spans wide. The giant pillar was in the deepest recesses of the hall right ahead of them. Without relying on anything else, just the pillar alone was enough to make people feel a strong sense of fear and make them experience the vicissitudes of time. It was like a fossilized deity. Almost instantly, a greyish-white figure appeared on the pillar. The figure was covered in scales, and every scale resembled a sturdy stone slab. Just the faint outline of the figure made it seem epic.
Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt.
Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he heard an oddly familiar voice echoing in the spacious hall.
Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt.
As Klein looked around in astonishment, he heard Leonard sigh emotionally.
The deep air listened round him as he rode, and all the low wind hardly breathed for fear.
This fellow still has the mood to recite poetry. I wonder whose poem he's reciting.
Klein turned to look at Leonard. Then he heard an echo.
This fellow still has the mood to recite poetry. I wonder whose poem he's reciting.
At this moment, Leonard's expression was one of shock. He shut his mouth tightly and shook his head in denial. But the next second, a voice sounded beside him.
"I didn't recite anything."
What's going on? Strange.
At the same moment Klein had this thought, he realized that the strangely familiar voice belonged to him, as it echoed again, repeating the thoughts that flashed through Klein's mind. Then, Audrey's gentle and mumbling voice sounded.
This hall is able to let our thoughts present themselves in our surroundings, and is even able to conjure them. When I saw that huge pillar just now, I was imagining what the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt looked like. It was based on the blueprint of the Mind Dragon I saw before. Why is whatever I'm saying? No, indeed, the hall articulates it.
So that's the case. Luckily, I didn't think of anything strange just now. Yes, reign in my thoughts, reign in my thoughts.
Klein began to use cogitation to focus his mind and not let his imagination run wild. At the same time, the corresponding words echoed around him almost in sync.
Reign in my thoughts, reign in my thoughts.
So that's what Mr. World's inner world is like. He's like a child who just started school, constantly emphasizing matters that he needs to take attention of. Also, the image for his cogitation is actually layers of spherical lights. It's so beautiful. No, I'm not thinking of this. I'm not describing you like this. Mr. World, I'm serious.
Thoughts kept appearing as she finally couldn't help but curl her lips. As for Leonard, the voices around him were already echoing with,
These two fellows. No, why am I using fellow? Be polite, be more polite.
As Klein listened to his thoughts, he sighed helplessly.
This place is very suitable for playing truth or dare. Perhaps it should be called the Hall of Truth.
What game is that?
Audrey didn't need to open her mouth to express her doubts.
It was probably invented by Emperor Roselle. I have to be careful not to think about things I shouldn't think about. Seriously, it's too difficult to rein in random thoughts without the use of cogitation.
As Klein replied, he habitually warned himself, only to have the hall ruthlessly betray him again. This time, Audrey laughed and said,
Mr. World actually has such a side to him. I actually failed to read it in the past.
To think you're experiencing such a day, Klein. No, what did I say?
Leonard suddenly raised his right hand and covered his mouth. Unsurprisingly, he heard Miss Justice's question,
Klein.
and a certain someone's complaint.
Perhaps only turning them into marionettes can stop these fellows from having wild thoughts. Wait, what was I thinking? Phew, calm down, calm down.
Klein took a deep breath and began to focus his attention on the matter itself.
Let's take a look at what the murals describe. In ancient times, murals were very important methods for recording memories. They often contain plenty of information.
At the same time he made the suggestion, he heard Audrey's inner thoughts laugh and think,
Klein. Is this Mr. World's real name? No, don't think too much about it. Mr. World will be angry. No, I think it's more likely for him to feel embarrassed. No, this is all Lie's fault. Mr. World, please believe me. Phew, calm down, focus.
Using the spectator pathway's ability to control her emotions and thoughts, Audrey gradually reined in her thoughts and cast her gaze on the mural on the right. Compared to them, Leonard's ability to control his mind was slightly weaker. There were still plenty of random thoughts resounding around him.
Turning into marionettes. Is this fellow that dangerous now? So this is what's truly on your mind. Miss Justice's reaction is very interesting. I haven't seen that fellow in such an embarrassing situation in a long time.
When Klein and Audrey began seriously looking at the murals and were exchanging their thoughts through the stirrings in their hearts, only then did Leonard gradually calm his thoughts and focus his attention. The mural on the right depicted historic developments. There was a scene of human construction, scenes of snow-covered plains, war and migration, various nations and cities, as well as towers and fruits that represented zero communication barriers. It was obvious that these murals started from the entrance and ended at the Dragon of Imagination's throne. Towards the end, Klein suddenly noticed a familiar figure. It was a gigantic dragon with bluish-blue eyes and ice crystal scales. It was the King of the North, Ulysson.
The book world's development is based on these murals.
As Klein's thoughts were exposed, he quickly looked back and found many blurry-faced adventurers hunting the frost dragon before opening a door to leave. The snow and ice melted before flourishing cities like Pasote appeared. They then discovered the weather turning cold, implying an end in which a new story was about to unfold.
The contents of the murals will become reality in this book world.
Audrey couldn't help but have such a thought.
This wall, this mural looks very ordinary. It's not even as good as the works of street artists. As expected of the Dragon of Imagination's residents, is this the power and authority of an ancient god?
Leonard similarly had poignant thoughts.
It's possible.
Before Klein could give a more tactful reply, he heard his own voice.
Let's look at the murals on the other side before putting everything together for analysis.
Leonard and Audrey didn't object and followed him to the other side. During this process, they realized that even their spirit bodies couldn't fly in the palace. As the murals were huge, it didn't take much walking before the three of them could see the corresponding content. The first mural near the entrance made Klein's pupils suddenly dilate. In the mural, a giant with blurry looks, greyish-blue skin, and a single vertical eye was holding a hard-covered book in his hand. Klein heard his own shocked and hesitant voice. In the subsequent murals, the common highlight was the goatskin binding. There was a dark brown-covered book. It was obtained by the elves. The words on its surface changed. It was being put into a collection. It was obtained by different people, and it kept exchanging hands until it flew above the clouds and came to the cosmos where it landed on a gigantic claw. In the next mural, the book seemed to have nothing to do with the scenes in front. It suddenly appeared over the surface of the sea and stayed inside a blurry ship. In the penultimate mural, it was taken away by a man wearing a top hat before he left that ship. The next mural was located behind the gigantic pillar suspected to be Dragon of Imagination Ankiwilt's throne. It depicted that the book from before met a classic quill. At this point, all the murals came to an end.
008?
Leonard's shocked voice echoed in the hall.
The Dragon of Imagination wants to create a set with the book and quill. What will happen? When dealing with Insang Will, this scene almost appeared. But ultimately, it didn't happen because the book landed in my hands before I sacrificed it to Mr. Fool. Otherwise, Adam was already prepared against it and deliberately provided some help. Oh right, previously while inside Grozel's travels, the moment the ascetic mentioned the Angel of Imagination Adam, the Frost Dragon attacked the camp. It was because the book itself didn't allow him to finish his sentence. Or had Adam heard his thoughts, which became a connection for him to see and cast his gaze over, stirring up a certain reaction?
Klein's thoughts wandered before sounding it out loud. During this process, he could only control himself to treat the fool as another existence. At the same time as he spoke, Audrey's thoughts appeared.
The contents on this mural will become reality in the physical world.
Chapter 1072, The Call from Behind the Door.
The contents on this mural will become reality in the physical world.
Be it Klein or Leonard, they couldn't help but repeat Miss Justice's words in their hearts. If the murals on the other side determined the history of the book world, then it was only considered rather amazing. However, the discovery on this side would be enough to shake everyone's hearts and bring about a huge upheaval throughout their bodies. The pictures you depicted would definitely show up on stage in the real world, not in an illusory world. This was the performance of a deity.
It's not that exaggerated, right?
After Leonard repeated the statement, he whispered in a low voice, finding it hard to accept. Klein, on the other hand, started his analysis out of habit.
Even if 008 can only affect a big city, making it difficult for it to exceed this range, a sequence 1 author of the spectator pathway should be similar, and the visionary's uniqueness has been confirmed to be in Adam's hands. Then what does this city of miracles rely on to guarantee that the contents on this mural will become a reality? The divine power of the Dragon of Imagination from back then. When this book was formed, the contents of the murals had already been branded into the sea of collective subconscious, sinking right inside and spreading its infection in every direction, so as to drive generation after generation to accomplish this without realizing it. If this is true, then the possibility of making another mural become a reality would definitely be nil, as the Dragon of Imagination has already perished, and there's no way to provide any more divine power, but we can give it a try. If the contents of the new mural really happens in the physical world, it means that this city of miracles really is Livseed, and it contains a huge secret. It also implies that matters regarding the spectator pathway goes deeper than what I had imagined.
Author, there's a potion name like that.
Hearing Klein's thoughts, Leonard couldn't help but mutter. Compared to how the name Dragon of Imagination could be stretched to make an inference to the name Visionary, the potion name of author was more eye-catching. It made one's imagination run wild. It felt more like walking from reality and into the realm of fantasy. Audrey, who had long known the name of the high-sequence potions of the spectator pathway, suddenly had another thought.
Uniqueness. Mr. World actually managed to link up and analyze so many things in an instant. Impressive. Did I praise him too directly? Mr. World has heard it all. This hall is really hard to adapt to. No, Mr. World, I really am praising you. I really mean it.
Audrey felt a little ashamed at first, but then she quickly adjusted her state of mind, trying her best to keep calm.
As expected of a psychiatrist, she adjusted herself really quickly.
A thought came to Klein's mind.
As expected, Mr. World isn't as cold as he looks. He's the type of person who will inwardly mutter to himself, I didn't say anything.
Just as Audrey instinctively thought of something, she immediately denied it. The same voice echoed around Leonard.
Klein's Gehrman Sparrow disguise isn't bad. Almost everyone who knows him believes that he's cold and crazy. Who would have thought?
Just as Leonard's thoughts were about to wander, a voice interrupted him.
Shut up!
Looking at the way Gehrman Sparrow was dressed, he spread out his hands and held back his laughter as he said,
Look, that isn't cold enough, right?
Cold. Then I'll directly press the unshadowed crucifix against your head. If you don't want your beyond the characteristic, donate it to the people who need it.
Without being able to use cogitation to control his thoughts, Klein instinctively retorted. Audrey looked at Mr. World and then at Mr. Star, and her heart skipped a beat.
So they have so much drama in their hearts. I could only tell that was the case for Mr. Star, but I failed to read what's under the world's poker face. Giant, boss, mini.
At crucial moments like this, the experienced Audrey forcibly manipulated her thoughts to begin reciting names so as to stop her thoughts from wandering off.
Who are they?
Leonard's attention was diverted.
They're the hounds and horses. My family rears.
Audrey replied politely.
A hound costs £450.
Klein suddenly recalled Butler Walter's suggestion of buying a batch of hunting dogs when he purchased Mager Manor.
Why's the first thing on Mr. World's mind? The price.
This question floated into Audrey's mind. Leonard pursed his lips. Even though he didn't say a word, he answered,
Isn't this normal? This fellow has always been a little picky about this, I remember.
Before he could finish, Klein coughed lightly and said,
We'll continue exploring the other areas, and when we have time, we'll perform experiments on the murals. This hall really complicates matters very easily. The main point is that everyone's privacy is brought to the forefront if we aren't focused.
Upon hearing the last sentence of his complaint, Audrey and Leonard couldn't help but laugh out loud, but not by their own will. Seeing that Mr. World clearly didn't want the situation to develop into chaos again, Audrey raised her head, looked up at the ceiling, and focused her attention and got down to business.
The mural on the right side controls the book world, and the left seems to affect reality. What if you draw the mural on the ceiling? What would happen?
Klein immediately made a connection.
The Dragon of Imagination's authority contains at least 3 aspects. An envisioned kingdom will descend upon the physical world, a declared future that will happen in the real world, and imagined objects that will be conjured. The first point corresponds to the right mural, and the second point corresponds to our guesses on the left mural. Then, could the blank spot on the palace's ceiling be related to the third authority?
As long as you draw an object you imagine onto the ceiling, it will be conjured and be usable.
Audrey easily understood what the world meant.
Then, what if I were to draw a dragon of imagination?
Leonard suggested. Klein glanced at him again.
First of all, you would have had to have seen the Dragon of Imagination without completely breaking down and losing control. Secondly, you need to restore the main details of his body. Finally, you have to know how to draw.
I might not know how to now, but it doesn't mean that I can't in the future. I can hire a home tutor to teach me.
Leonard grumbled in reply.
And what does the main details refer to? His body structure, or the symbols and labels depicted from godhood?
At this moment, Audrey pursed her lips and said with a brisk tone, controlling herself so as to not burst out laughing,
I can draw.
This was the basic skill for a noble lady, and Audrey was quite talented in this aspect.
Yeah, we can try it in the future when there's time.
Klein nodded and walked towards the giant pillar right in front of the main hall. His plan for this expedition was to first gain a complete understanding of the situation before considering how to venture deeper. At the same time, he thought of something else because of Leonard's question.
The symbols and labels from godhood. These contain plenty of Nick's knowledge. It can even let people learn the corresponding potion formulas and beyonder powers after surviving the impact from witnessing it directly. Then, before the first blasphemy slate appeared, what would one obtain if they survived directly looking at a demigod, or even an ancient god? There were no such things as potion formulas back then. Is it only through using a magic potion to advance one's mythical creature forms step by step that the godhood aspect is able to contain this portion of knowledge? Or perhaps after the potion formula appears, mythical creatures who used any method of advancement had the corresponding knowledge forged within them. If it's because of the 2 reasons I came up with, it means that the knowledge of godhood can change and it can increase. Do angels of the Marauder pathway have the ability to alter such knowledge or even delete them directly?
Mr. World's considerations are so deep and profound. They involve very high levels.
Audrey couldn't help but sigh. Leonard couldn't control the voice in his heart either.
There's such a thing. I should ask old man when I return. This fellow sure knows a lot. It's not entirely a pretense when he's acting as Gammon Sparrow. At least this sense of profoundness seems to belong to him.
Thank you for your praise. Stop!
With a small blood bottle in one hand and the unshadowed crucifix in the other, Klein forced himself to rein in his thoughts and cast his gaze at the ancient god's throne. They were in their spirit body forms now. Although they were unable to fly due to the restrictions from the main hall, their top speed was still much faster than their human form. It was only then that Klein realized that, behind the pillar that looked like the Dragon of Imagination's throne, there was a dark tunnel.
I can't see anything. If only there was light.
A thought subconsciously flashed through Audrey's mind. Then, in that tunnel, a pure and soft light shone out, illuminating the inside of the tunnel completely. Without needing to enter, Klein, Leonard and Audrey saw a pair of double bronze doors at the deepest end of the tunnel. There were countless indescribable symbols covering the door, like countless chains that extended behind them, as if they were sealing something. It gave off a heavy and mysterious feeling. In the city of miracles of the dragons, in the residence of an ancient god, there was apparently a sealed door behind his throne. Almost at the same time, the three of them seemed to look through the bronze door and into the darkness inside. Following that, they heard the loud thumping of hearts. It was from their own heartbeats. Yet, they were in their spirit body states now, so there was no such thing as a heart. After that, the bronze-green color on the surface of the unshadowed crucifix slowly peeled off, revealing a corporeal body formed from pure light that emitted a sun-like glow. As for Klein, Audrey and Leonard, they felt a baffling sense of coldness. It was as if every cell had their own sentience and wanted to form another self. In their illusory vision, in the darkness behind the bronze door, an eye opened. Its pupil was dark, filled with ghostly blue cracks. One after another, similar-looking eyes opened too. They were densely packed together and wore a cold gaze that stared intently at them. At this moment, Klein and the others seemed to hear a silent calling. It was an extremely attractive shout. Without any hesitation, Klein's spirit body burgeoned and enveloped Leonard and Audrey. He ended the summoning and returned above the grey fog. Chapter 1073. 3 Possibilities. As he returned to the world above the grey fog, Klein felt the coldness in his body rapidly dissipate. There were no more worms of spirit trying to give birth to new consciousnesses. A moment later, the mottled long bronze table appeared in front of him. He saw that Miss Justice's and Leonard's spirit bodies were gradually becoming clearer amidst the thin grey fog, although they still maintained a certain blurriness. After the grey fog swirled around them, Klein asked, "How are you feeling now?" He used Gammon Sparrow's usual tone, but he immediately recalled how his inner thoughts had been exposed. He was no longer able to maintain his image in front of Miss Justice. "It's all Leonard's fault." Sigh. As per the doctor's advice, not only did I not wear a thick mask this time, but I even removed the thin kind. This thought flashed in his mind unconsciously as he cut it off and warily glanced around. Luckily, this was no longer the place he had named, the Hall of Truth. It was obvious that Audrey and Leonard also had a similar trauma. One of them suddenly pursed her lips, while the other sat up straight, as though they had instinctively thought of something. After a few seconds of silence, they then remembered that the world had asked about their situation. I feel like something was being purified. I had the illusion that a consciousness that didn't belong to me was awakening inside my body. Yes, it's now gone. Praise be to Mr. Fool. Audrey rather professionally did a psychoanalysis on herself before sincerely expressing her gratitude. I can openly accept such gratitude. That was a dangerous thought. Klein's thought flashed as he seriously replied, "Praise be to Mr. Fool." Praise be to Mr. Fool. As a believer of the Evernight goddess, Leonard hesitantly echoed and quickly changed the topic. "There's nothing wrong with me too. Just now I felt something calling me from behind the bronze door. What about you?" Seeing that Leonard had confirmed his condition, Klein placed the unshadowed crucifix and the metal bottle containing his blood onto the long, mottled table. I felt the same way too, he answered with certainty. Me too. It wasn't an illusion, Audrey said in a very clear and certain tone. Leonard held his chin. What could that be? It actually needed an ancient god to seal it behind his throne. We can try analyzing this? Audrey carefully glanced at the world. She had a deep impression of his ability to gather information, make connections, and infer information in a short period of time. Klein thought for a moment and said, There are only 3 possibilities. 1, it's a powerful creature from the second epoch of the real world, at least close to sequence 0, and the dragon of imagination Ankewelt had sealed it behind his throne. However, I don't think that's very likely. This is because that ancient god definitely had his reasons for creating this book. It's unlikely he would place an unpredictable element in here for prolonged periods of time. Yeah, we all know that we have to eliminate possible accidents. What's more, an ancient god. Audrey nodded slightly and began to discuss seriously with the world. At this moment, Leonard chuckled. Perhaps an ancient god like the Dragon of Imagination had seen certain scenes of the distant future and believes that the sealed item will help him achieve his goals? That's why I said that it's not impossible, but it's highly improbable, Klein replied calmly. The second possibility is that the sealed item is key to the Dragon of Imagination Ankewelt's ploy. Once this book and 008 meet, the seal will be released and that object will return to the real world and bring about certain changes. I believe that this theory has the highest possibility. Audrey shared her point of view. Then what could it be? Mr. Fool once said that after Adam obtained 008, he is even closer to being divine. The times have changed as a result. Does this mean that Adam has gathered all the ingredients for visionary and is just short of the ritual? I'm not sure either. I'll pray to Mr. Fool and see if I can get a clearer revelation. Klein didn't want to give a firm answer. The star Leonard thoughtfully said, I'll try asking, old man. Sorry to trouble you, Audrey sincerely thanked him. From her point of view, this was a matter regarding the spectator pathway, and the person most concerned about this was undoubtedly herself. Then she said, The third possibility is that there is some sort of object or monster sealed inside the book world. Yes, it might be closely related to the book world, and destroying it might cause the book world to collapse. Therefore, all Ankewelt did was seal it. Klein shared his theory. Audrey thought for a while. I have an idea regarding this possibility. Seeing Mr. World and Mr. Star cast their gazes over, she slowed her pace. I'm considering it from a psychological perspective. Since that book world was created by Ankewelt's envisioning it, the sea of collective subconscious there would definitely be formed as a result of him. It would have his psyche, emotions and feelings branded into it. Perhaps the City of Miracles, Livseed, seals the most extreme parts of these things. They're the trauma or fears of the Dragon of Imagination. Some terrifying matters from his consciousness might be projected onto this brand. As long as he cannot defeat them, and if it hasn't been dealt with in the real world, the book world's sea of collective subconscious cannot be destroyed, and can only be sealed. Leonard was more focused than when he attended Red Glove's meetings. As an ancient god that ruled the sky and the mind, what could have left an irremovable trauma and create such an intense sense of fear? I don't know. Audrey shook her head frankly. If it's just a psychological analysis, since it's sealed under the throne and at the bottom of the City of Miracles, and is reached by a tunnel, it means that the source of the trauma and fear comes from underground. Therefore, the Dragon of Imagination sealed it. No, he isolated the mental projection coming from underground. Upon hearing Miss Justice's words, Klein instantly thought of what had happened to Miss Magician and Miss Judgment. According to the information provided by the Sanguine, they found an ancient castle. At the bottom was a bronze door that seemed to seal something terrifying that came from underground. Back then, I thought that it might be related to devils and that one needed to be a demigod in order to explore it. Could this be related to the seal in Livseed? On the way to the ruins of the Battle of the Gods on the future, he met a so-called deep-sea well. In a sense, this is also a tunnel that goes deep underground. Klein looked around and deliberated before saying, Do you remember the matter Miss Magician mentioned? Under an abandoned castle in Delaire Forest, there is a pair of doors that seals a powerful corruptive force. Ah, right. Audrey instantly recalled the past. Could it be that in the early days of the Second Epoch, in that ancient era, supernatural beings had some common, terrifying enemy that came from underground? Perhaps. Klein couldn't give an affirmative answer. He took the opportunity to say, it might also be like the many predictions of the apocalypse which state that the danger comes from the cosmos. Yeah, Audrey and Leonard didn't know much about such matters, so they couldn't discuss this too deeply. Let's end it here for today. After we have a preliminary understanding of the situation, we will try to experiment on the murals. Also, remember to keep this a secret. Klein shot a look at Leonard. Oh, after you return, pray to Mr. Fool and request that he be the witness to our vows to not divulge each other's secrets. Audrey didn't object and added, I'll use hypnosis here to forget certain matters here to prevent myself from remembering it when I return. Chapter 1074. The Answer to Questions. After Audrey and Leonard left the grey fog, Klein didn't immediately return to the real world. He was still sitting on the high-backed chair that belonged to the world, silent for more than 10 seconds. Then he beckoned for an item. It was a heart that was the size of a child's fist, one full of greyish-white wrinkles, a manipulator's beyonder characteristic. Holding it, Klein stood up and walked out of the majestic palace, entering the depths of the mysterious space. He arrived at the staircase of light that seemed to lead to a divine kingdom. Walking along the stairs, he walked up to the floating greyish-white clouds and stood in front of the strange door of light and the hanging transparent cocoons. Klein raised his right hand, lifting the brain-like, heart-like manipulator characteristic to his chest, and extended his spirituality, hoping to use it. He wanted to see if there were still any subconscious thoughts in the people inside the cocoons, to see if they had put together a miniature sea of collective subconscious. If that happened, he planned to use the characteristic to enter their consciousness and check on the psyche branding to figure out what they had experienced before their transmigration. This was the inspiration that the expedition today gave him. Of course, the characteristic might not be able to help him do what he wanted, as it hadn't been made into a mystical item. In an instant, the greyish-white and wrinkled heart, in his hand, started to beat slowly as it emitted thumping sounds. Klein then heard the synchronized heartbeats among the transparent cocoons. Thump! Thump! This meant that the people inside were still alive, only in a certain state of slumber. In his vision, their figures gradually evolved into several blurry islands beneath them, representing their consciousness. However, these spiritual islands were also trapped within the cocoons, separating them from the prying eyes of the outside world. Similarly, they were unable to integrate and create a sea of collective subconscious. Unless the cocoon is destroyed, there's no way to bypass them and enter the corresponding mind world, Klein muttered to himself and lowered his hand. After a few seconds, he sighed deeply and turned around to leave. In Empress Borough, in the opulent villa of Earl Hall, Audrey, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes. She then sat up, moved to the side of the bed, and prayed sincerely to Mr. Fool, asking him to witness her vow to secrecy. After she was done, she pulled a pillow over and placed it behind her waist, reminiscing over the experiences that she had yet to forget. The history of ancient times is really interesting and terrifying. Mr. Starr's performance is similar to my usual observations of him. He's more carefree and casual, and his thoughts easily wander. Yet there are matters where he shows his experience and acuity. He's rather reliable. Mr. World is indeed a gentle person. He doesn't seem to wear much of an expression, but he's secretly muttering something to himself all the time. His mental conversations with Mr. Starr can practically be adapted into a play. People call him a crazy adventurer who doesn't care about his surroundings. Well, at the last moment I thought he would attempt to approach the bronze door, but in the end, he fled. No, he broke away so decisively. Audrey's lips slowly curled up when she thought of this. She then made a conclusion. The facts have proven that, in the mysterious world, unless one has completely lost all sense of rationality, there will not be any beyonders who will really do crazy things. One has to be careful and cautious, not seeing things that shouldn't be seen, and not hearing things that shouldn't be heard. Audrey, you must remember this. At 7 Pinster Street, Leonard returned to his body. He quickly thought of how he should talk to Palais Zoroast before pretending like nothing had happened and saying in a deep voice, "Old man, I have something to ask you." In his mind, Palais' slightly aged voice immediately laughed. "You have to remember this. The more you ask, the more I can guess what you did tonight." "It's not like there's anything that needs to be kept a secret," Leonard replied habitually before getting down to the main issue. "Old man, what do you know about Ammon's brother?" "That depends on what you want to know." Palais tossed the question back at him. Leonard thought for a moment. "After Ammon's brother obtained 008, is he only short of the ritual to become a god?" "Probably." Palais didn't give an affirmative answer. Leonard wasn't too satisfied. "I remember you mentioning it once. In the early stages of the Solomon Empire, the two kings of angels, Medici and Ouroboros, were quite scared of Ammon and his brother. This means that they were already very close to being divine." "Heh! I've only said the first half of the sentence. I didn't tell you that Ammon and Adam are very close to being divine." Palais rejected his claim. "There are too many possibilities as to why Medici and Ouroboros are afraid. It's not just because he is close to being divine. Adam and Ammon wield unique authorities, and them being hard to deal with is another possibility. For instance, you will always have no idea that Adam is sitting beside you. You have no idea if what you're doing was arranged by him, nor do you know that you're walking into his trap by your own volition. As for Ammon, he has many different ideas and has a do-it spirit, making it hard for people to guess his motives. Besides, he is very good at deceit. There's always some conspiracy behind him. In that era, apart from the true deities, there was no one who wasn't afraid of him. Even true deities had to be wary of him, otherwise they might have certain authorities stolen by him at some point in time." Leonard nodded indiscernibly and diverted the topic. "Old man, do you think the spectator pathway is hiding any secrets?" "I don't think there are any secrets below the level of angel." "I'm not sure of anything above it," Palais said after pondering. Without waiting for Leonard to respond, he hesitantly added, "I heard from Medici that high-level beyonders of the spectator pathway are the hardest to lose control or go crazy, but it's also the easiest to lose control and go crazy." "Why?" Leonard asked in surprise. Palais scoffed. "I have some guesses, but I lack the necessary evidence. I don't want to tell you for the time being." "You actually don't have any ideas or theories, right?" Leonard habitually grumbled. "Don't try your little tricks in front of me." The slightly aged voice wasn't affected at all. Leonard didn't dare to ask further as he deliberated for a moment. "Old man, I went to a real dream this time. There were quite a lot of psyche remnants of people from ancient times in it. Do you know a viscount named Mobet Zoroast?" "Mobet." Palais' voice suddenly aged significantly before returning to normal. "He's a direct descendant of my bloodline. He vanished after a large-scale war, and I thought that he had been killed by Ammon or Jacob in passing. From the looks of it, things weren't that simple." "Indeed," Leonard gave an affirmative answer. "He's been dead for some time, leaving some of his psyche behind. In that real dream, he married a songster from the elves." After listening quietly, Palais said after a while, "That's good too." After witnessing Leonard's and Audrey's vow, Klein returned to the real world. He tidied up the altar in the room, took out a pen and paper, and drew a complicated symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. He wanted to summon a Rhodes to ask how it had confirmed that Grossel's travels had appeared after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Levzid. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the full-body mirror in the room lit up with a faint aqueous light. Silver words appeared one after another. "Exalted, benevolent, great master, your puny, loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, is here to answer your summoning. Do you have any orders for me?" Some questions. After giving his answer, Klein was in no hurry, intending to start with something less sensitive first. He thought and said, "Rhodes, there's an abandoned castle in Delaire Forest. In the depths of it is a pair of bronze doors. It seems to be sealing some power coming from underground. Do you know what it is?" The moment he finished speaking, the light on the mirror's surface suddenly dimmed and turned pitch black. In the pitch blackness, white liquefied words appeared. I came from underground. Chapter 1075. No response. I came from underground. Looking at the ghastly white words that appeared on the full-body mirror, a chill suddenly ran down Klein's back. His pupils dilated as he instinctively wanted to switch places with his marionette next door. In the room where the valet was, Enyuni, who was lying quietly, had opened his eyes. His stomach began to expand and contract as though he had a second heart, one that beat extremely slowly. At the same time, the scene of the magic mirror, Arodes, answering where it came from, flashed through Klein's mind. Large amounts of black, sticky liquid spewed out from an underground hole, writhing and expanding, with an uneven number of hands and legs that turned into numerous monsters. During this process, a speck of light was shot out along with the black liquid before landing on a rock, to which it rapidly fused, turning into a mirror with ancient patterns. It really came from underground, and this underground is the same as the one sealed by the bronze door inside the ancient castle. I didn't make the connection before. Klein controlled the urge within him and ignored the shock from Arodes' answer, saying with an unperturbed expression, "What's the exact situation?" The ghastly pale words changed and gave off a baffling feeling, as though it was almost crying. "Great Master, I'm not exactly sure what happened. I only came to the surface and became a mirror before I gained true sentience. I don't remember anything from before. Oh yeah, there's something that might be related. Do you want to hear it? Speak." Seeing that Arodes' attitude was still all right, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. The color of the words on the mirror's surface had slightly recovered, becoming somewhat pure white. "Didn't I say it before? I see support and dominance from you, and other than that special calling, I have similar feelings towards the underground. It makes me feel warm and makes me want to return to submit myself. This might be why I became your servant." "What? The things from underground give people the same feeling as the grey fog? They all involve support and dominance?" Upon seeing Arodes' answer, Klein jumped in fright once again. If not for his clown's ability, he would have lost his composure. At that moment, he suddenly recalled a Chinese joke he had seen in his previous life, and substituted himself into it. "What? The things that the ancient gods fear come from underground? What? Arodes also comes from underground? What? I also come from underground. This is really funny and scary. No, this might not be a joke. The original owner of the mysterious space above the grey fog, the creator of that strange door of light, the existence that pulled all the transmigrators over, might be related to the underground." Klein's thoughts wandered as he instantly thought of many matters. As an indescribable shadow loomed over him, he smiled and mocked himself. No matter what, there are new clues and directions for the investigation into the grey fog and transmigration. Klein composed himself and asked in deliberation, "What do the churches and secret organizations know about the underground objects that require sealing?" On the full-length mirror, the white words returned to their silver color. "It's almost unheard of. It seems to be concealed by some sort of power." "Isn't that concealment?" Klein frowned slightly and didn't say a word. The silver words on the mirror continued to appear. "However, there are some legends that exist within a group of secret organizations. According to the legends, the underground is described as the lair of devils and evil spirits, the source of humanity's decadence, the primordial sins and evil. The first one is wrong. The underground object that needs to be sealed has a high chance of having nothing to do with devils or evil spirits. Legends are actually similar to mysterious symbols. Don't look at what is said, but peel off its outer skin and figure out what it symbolizes. This symbolizes the fear of the underground, from the body to the spirit, from one's consciousness to one's feelings." Klein's thought raced as he said with a nod, "It's your turn to ask a question." "Great Master, your loyal servant, Arodes, has a small suggestion. Do you want to hear it?" Silver words appeared on the full-body mirror. "Speak." Klein could vaguely guess what Arodes was suggesting. "Before you return to being divine, try not to investigate anything related to being sealed underground." The silver words quickly squirmed, reforming into a new sentence. As expected, Klein sighed and calmly said, "Next question. How did you confirm that Grossel's travels appeared after the disappearance of the City of Miracles, Leipzig? The words on the surface of the mirror quickly distorted, merging into a clump, and then quickly dispersing. It's a revelation and information obtained from the spirit world. Since it originated from the dragon's subsidiary god, the Dragon of Wisdom, your loyal servant believes that it can be confirmed. Great Master, is there a problem with that? How direct, after sighing, Klein instantly thought of how the Dragon of Wisdom, Herabergen, should have entered the book world before and approached the bronze door, likely having some knowledge of what was sealed underground. Furthermore, he believed that the ancient dragon had hidden a deeper layer of secrets in Grossel's travels. No, he answered Herodes' question. Then he probed, why didn't you mention the Dragon of Wisdom's true name? It's because I don't dare to directly give the name of a god. Herodes gave a confirmed answer in a tacit manner. Klein nodded and didn't ask further. It's your turn. Great Master, do you have any more questions? The silver word rapidly reorganized itself. No, that's all for today. Klein shook his head. With that said, he remembered what had happened the previous time and added, I'll summon you again when there are new questions. The full body mirror immediately brightened, and the silver words sparkled. Yes, Master, your loyal and strong servant, Herodes, is waiting for you to call again. This time it wasn't a simple drawing but a white cat's paw with a red center. There's always something new. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he watched the mirror return to normal. He stood in the darkness, bathed in the crimson moonlight. After standing quietly for a while, he returned to his bed and quickly fell asleep with the help of cogitation. The next morning, Klein woke up 15 minutes earlier than usual. He led his valet Inuni down to the first floor and said to butler Walter, I had a nightmare last night. I want to visit the cathedral before breakfast. Although butler Walter was surprised, it wasn't too strange. He quickly arranged for a carriage and sent Dwayne Dantes to the door. When Klein arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral, the door wasn't opened yet. He waited until 8 before entering the main hall with the first batch of believers. He found a seat in the first few pews and sat down facing the dark sacred emblem. Closing his eyes, he focused on chanting the goddess's honorific name in ancient Hermes. The Evernight goddess, who stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are also the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, Mistress of Repose and Silence. After he finished reciting the honorific name, he changed to his normal Lonese and said almost soundlessly, There's an ancient castle in the middle of Delea Forest. There's an ancient bronze door deep within it. It's sealing a powerful corruptive force. How should I eliminate this latent problem there? This wasn't a test of a deity, but an open report. As for what reaction the church would have, that was a whole other matter. After repeating it 7 times, he began to pray seriously. Time passed. In the quiet and peaceful church, Klein stood up and walked out with his valet. During this process, he didn't receive any revelations, nor did he see the matron of the Evernight cloister, Ariana. The feedback itself meant something. He wasn't qualified to know about the underground seal. In an apartment in East Borough, Fours pulled up the blanket and covered her head. She abhorred the curtains here because they were too thin and couldn't block out the morning sun, seriously affecting her quality of sleep. I have to change it. No, we might have to move again soon. Just as her thoughts wandered, she heard the sound of the bedroom door opening and Shio's familiar gate. In a flash, her blanket disappeared and a letter landed on her. Your letter from Pritz Harbour, Shio informed her. Teacher's reply. Force sat up suddenly, opened the letter and quickly read it. After a moment of silence, she said, I have to go out for a while. My teacher's already reached Backland. This letter should have arrived 2 days ago. The postman over here isn't that responsible. Shio glanced at her friend. Will you be late? Fortunately, teacher said that he would wait 3 days for me. Fours hurriedly got off the bed and started changing her clothes. She had a feeling that she would be able to understand the Abraham family more deeply this time, and also receive the potion formula of Traveller and some Beyonder ingredients. Chapter 1076, Dorian's Request. Outside room 2016 at the Hat-Trick Inn, Fours directly walked through the wall without drawing anyone's attention. Then she knocked on the door in a rhythm that was previously agreed upon. Not long after, Dorian Gray Abraham, who was dressed in black, unlocked the door and turned the doorknob. The gentleman quickly sized up the area and made way for her to enter. "I really didn't expect you to become a scribe so soon." After closing the door, Dorian carefully examined the lock before turning around and sighing. Based on the standards of this era, he was considered a middle-aged man, but he was still a Sequence 7 astrologer with no hope of advancing. Yet, his student, Fours Wall, took about a year to go from Sequence 9 to Sequence 6. This comparison made him feel poignant and sad. The Abraham family's bloodline should have been noble and enviable, but now it was a heavy curse. "It's because you taught me well," Fours replied. Although she enjoyed staying at home, she would still be invited by nobles from time to time and wasn't clueless as to how to speak. Dorian looked at her and shook his head with a smile. "It's not like you're my only student. As far as I remember, this advancement speed can only be matched by one person." He paused and continued, "Next up, your target is Sequence 5 Traveler, and I have even higher expectations for you. I hope that you can obtain godhood and become a Sequence 4 Secret Sorcerer. Of course, I also have a request. When you truly become a demigod, try to pray to a hidden existence and listen to his answer to figure out what he is talking about. This is indeed a bit dangerous, but a Sequence 4 demigod would have sufficient power to withstand it." "Teacher, is this answer important to you?" Although Fours knew what was going on, she still acted curious. Dorian fell silent for a few seconds before sighing. "It's very important. My parents, my brothers, my sisters, my children, too many people have sacrificed their lives in pursuit of this answer, but to no avail. Don't worry. We paid such a huge price because there's an ancient curse on our family's bloodline, and you aren't related to us by blood. I don't expect to find a way to break the curse through that answer during my generation. However, I hope to know where it originates from and understand the cause of my death." For some reason, Fours could feel the weight of time that had accumulated over 1,000 years bearing down on her shoulders. She couldn't imagine how painful it would be for a person's ancestors, parents, brothers, sisters, and children to die from the same curse. Thinking of how well her teacher had been taking care of her, she lowered her head and nodded. "I'll try my best." Dorian held back his feelings. "The most praiseworthy trait of yours is your kindness." Fours felt a little embarrassed as she turned to talk about a phrase he had mentioned. "Family?" She remembered that he had never told her about the Abraham family. Dorian answered simply, "In order to solve the curse, everyone in my family joined that organization." He immediately changed the subject. "Why did you move out in a hurry this time?" "I was targeted by official Beyonders," Fours first said a half-truth before complaining a little about the mailman. Dorian didn't say anything else as he stepped away and set up a ritual. He summoned the music-loving void creature, Malmouth, and made it spit out 3 items. One was a transparent, nearly illusory crystal. The second was a piece of ancient goatskin parchment, and the third was a small hunter's backpack. This is a Beyonder characteristic left behind by a traveler. This is the Traveler Potion formula. This backpack contains the corresponding supplementary ingredients. If you don't have a good way to preserve them, try your best to finish digesting the scribe potion within half a year." Dorian handed everything over to Fours. "Thank you, teacher," she said sincerely. She then unfurled the goatskin and quickly skimmed through the formula before placing her focus on the ritual. Set up special coordinates in 4 completely different spots, deep in the spirit world, which are all set up extremely far away from each other. "The goal of this ritual is?" Fours asked her teacher. "After consuming the Traveler Potion, you will wander the spirit world chaotically. When you grasp some initial level over your powers, you will realize that you have lost your way. At that moment, you can use the 4 special coordinates to return to the real world. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the depths of the spirit world for a long time. Not only is it dangerous inside, but it will also assimilate you, making you lose your mind and become a living creature that is attached to the spirit world," Dorian explained. Previously, there was something in the organization that could allow people to instantly return. but it was lost. Without waiting for Fours to ask, he said, "If you really become a demigod and fulfill my wish, I'll hand over an important item that I'm in charge of to you." One of the powerful sealed artifacts of the Abraham family? Fours had a vague guess, but she didn't dare promise anything. "I'll try my best." Following that, she asked curiously, "Teacher, you mentioned that Sequence 4 is a secret sorcerer. What about Sequence 3, 2, and 1? Dorian immediately laughed. "You're only a Sequence 6. Yes, Sequence 3's name is Wanderer. Sequence 2 is Planeswalker, and the Sequence 1 is Key of Stars." "Haha, it's a good thing that you mentioned this. I actually forgot to organize a list of things to take note of in the spirit world. These are things that must be remembered after becoming a traveler. I'll stay for another night. You can visit me tomorrow for the documents." As Fours ruminated over the names of the high sequence potions, she agreed. "All right, teacher." After settling these matters, Dorian paced back and forth. The Beyonder characteristics of the same pathway have a certain attraction towards each other. It's not obvious at a low sequence, but the higher the sequence, the stronger it becomes. When you become a traveler, you have to pay attention to this matter. At this point, he paused. Not many demigods of the apprentice pathway are still alive. Among them, you need to be extra careful of a man named Botis. He is the saint of secrets from the Aurora Order and a traitor of our organization. I will give you his portrait tomorrow. Botis, Fours repeated the name in her mind. At the same time, she had a new understanding about the Aurora Order Oracle, Lewis Ween, over the previous chance encounter. Perhaps it wasn't a chance encounter, but the attraction force between Beyonder characteristics. Teacher had a sufficiently powerful sealed artifact from the apprentice pathway on him. Fours quickly suppressed this thought and began asking for advice on how to act as a scribe. In the Berg household in the City of Silver, Derek Berg recalled the information he had been shared by Mr. World above the grey fog. There's actually a path that can bypass the front of the Giant King's court and enter the interior from the waning forest and barren tunnel. This was very important to the City of Silver, as the early-stage explorations had implied that the closer they were to the Giant King's court, the stronger the monsters were. "I have to tell the chief." Derek abruptly stood up and rushed out of his house, heading straight for the spire. As he wished, he saw the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad. He followed Mr. Hangman's instructions and said that he had recalled some murals he had seen in the afternoon town's shadow. On it was a secret passage that led into the Giant King's court. Colin Iliad listened quietly. Finally, he nodded gently. "Good, you did well. What do you want to exchange for this contribution?" "A mature mind dragon's complete brain." Derek was prepared. Colin didn't ask why. He thought for a moment. If that secret passage is real, then the value will definitely exceed the brain of an adult mind dragon. You can pick something else. Are you interested in the potion formula for a relatively higher sequence of the planter pathway? This is a question for Mr. Fool. While Derek was enlightened, he said in surprise, "Do we have a relatively higher sequence potion formula for the planter pathway?" "Of course. You should remember that the Giant King's queen is the goddess of harvest, but the surrounding areas lack the corresponding ingredients. There's no rush. You can think about it again." Colin Iliad calmly changed the subject. "Are you skilled with your Priest of Light powers?" "Yes," Derek replied succinctly. Colin was silent for a moment as he looked at the adolescent child before him. "What kind of saint-level sealed artifact do you want to choose?" Chapter 1077, 4 choices. What kind of saint-level sealed artifact do I want to choose? Derek Berg subconsciously considered what he needed. Due to the fact that the sun pathway was rather powerful against the monsters in the darkness, and with Thunder God's roar, he didn't have the desire for sealed artifacts that provided offensive or supportive effects. Instead, the pain from being beaten up while making friends made him subconsciously hope to obtain a mystical item that could provide stronger defensive capabilities. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Derek suddenly realized that the question wasn't directed at the saint-level sealed artifact he wanted, but which one could be used to exchange for the Creator's Cross from Mr. Fool. He hesitated and frankly asked, "Your Excellency, do you have any suggestions?" Colin glanced at him and left his original position, slowly walking to the window before turning around. There are 4 sealed artifacts that are relatively suitable for you. The first item is called Sword of Silverdawn. It was left behind by an elder who died 1300 years ago. With this sword in hand, one can hide their malicious intent and certain actions, effectively interfering with divination and prophecy. They would obtain an exaggerated amount of strength and bring to their surroundings a dawn that can resist evil and degeneration. It can also stir up a powerful destructive hurricane of light and create an invisible and sturdy defensive wall around the wielder. Every time it connects to the land, its defensive strength will be unshakable. At the tip of the hilt is a single-eyed, huge-mouthed head engraving with living characteristics. Feeding the corresponding herbs, essential oils, and medicine to this engraving will give the Sword of Silverdawn different effects. For example, lightning strike, freeze, purification, decay, and exorcism. This sword has strict requirements for its usage. It's impossible to lift up if one isn't at least 180 centimeters tall. Below 200 centimeters, it will be hard to unleash its full strength. In addition, the head engraving at the hilt is very fond of talking. It's always talking non-stop. If the wielder doesn't respond, the Sword of Silverdawn might suddenly give up resisting at a critical moment and even attack its owner. If the wielder is willing to converse with the head engraving, they will be pushed to the edge of madness. This is what I want, a sealed artifact that's good at defense, Derek muttered to himself. He didn't interrupt the chief's explanation as he quietly listened. The second is Twilight Mask. This is from the first chief. It's a mask made from a skull. It can hide any malicious intent, thoughts, and inclinations, making the wearer feel like a dead person without any thoughts. As long as one puts on this mask, one will possess the power of a real giant and have control over the undead. Any living creature that looks directly into the eyes of the wearer will immediately die. Even those that possess godhood will be seriously injured. And even without any direct eye contact, the target of the wearer will slowly wither away as if they were floating across a river of death. The person wearing this mask can also create a terrifying twilight storm. Any item stained with the dim light will disintegrate, rot, wither, and die. Most attacks, aside from purification, are ineffective against the wearer. This twilight mask is extremely powerful, but it's extremely dangerous. Even if it's not doing anything, the people around it would suddenly die one after another for no reason. No matter who it is, once you put on this mask, you will hear the sharp shriek and howls that seem to come from deep within the underworld. At the same time, as long as you wear this mask for more than 5 minutes, you will permanently become its slave. This sealed artifact is almost useless. Although it's powerful, it can only be sealed. Only a mighty existence like Mr. Fool can ignore its negative effects, Derek thought. Colin Iliad continued, The third item is called Life's Cane. It can control beyonder creatures with low intelligence and reduce their insanity for a short period of time. It can use incomplete spirits and various materials to complete the ultimate alchemical life, creating an ordinary human that can exist for a long time, or different dolls that could be used for battle, including stone golems, mud golems, and steel golems. Any living creature lashed by this cane would have an increased tendency towards madness and losing control. Their bodies would also have a certain chance of mutating, producing watermelons, mushrooms, and wheat. As for the living beings touched by the cane's tip, they'll be healed no matter how seriously injured they are. This cane will fill the surrounding areas with a vibrant life force. Unfortunately, it is useless against this land that is cursed. The person carrying Life's Cane has a high chance of mutating. The longer one holds it, the higher the odds. Sounds very sinister. For some reason, Derek felt a little horrified. He finally couldn't help but ask, What's the fourth sealed artifact? It's from a demon which lost control. I hunted it and called it Fallen Flute. This is a plain-looking silver flute. However, once someone blows it, the living around it will fall into an unavoidable illusion. Their anger, sorrow, pain, greed, vanity, arrogance, and other desires would rapidly swell. Some would have their mind explode, others lose their sanity or experience a loss of control. Being in the vicinity of Fallen Flute, all sentient beings, other than the wielder, will significantly have their mental facilities deteriorate and will easily make mistakes. At the same time, the wielder of the flute is exceptionally sensitive to danger, sometimes predicting the possibility of a threat 1 to 2 days early. Wherever this fallen flute is, one's humanity will gradually degenerate, and all kinds of desires will enter center stage as their beliefs are cast aside. The wielder will also turn cold and be unable to have normal emotions again. After introducing the fourth sealed artifact, Colin Iliad's light blue eyes looked at Derek and asked, "What do you think?" "I need some time to consider," Derek replied rather skillfully. "Indeed, this is really important to you. You can't rashly make a decision," Colin nodded. 3 days later we will set off for the afternoon town camp. Tell me your answer before we set off, and reserve some time to familiarize yourself with the sealed artifact." "Yes, Your Excellency." Derek bowed seriously and left the chief's room. He wasn't in a rush to return home to pray to Mr. Fool. Instead, he planned on heading to the training field first to temper his various sun domain theurgical spells. This was a habit engraved deep within the pulses of every single person in the City of Silver. In a dark alley in the Backland Bridge area, Shio once again met the golden-masked MI9 member who clearly showed kindness to her. "The judge potion formula might take some time," the golden-masked man said. Shio pursed her lips and nodded, as though she had finally made up her mind. "I don't want that formula anymore." "You gave up?" The golden-masked man was surprised and couldn't hide his joy. Shio didn't directly answer as she turned her head to the side. "I'll exchange all my contributions for cash." After hearing her answer, the golden-masked man nodded, and a sense of relief washed over him. "It's best that you understand. Let bygones be bygones. You, your mother and brother will have a brand new future. Yes, if your contributions are exchanged for cash, it'll be about £2,000. I'll help you gain more. After that, you can continue being an outer circle member of MI9. Having an official status is very useful for unaffiliated beyonders." Shio was silent for a few seconds before her lips quivered. "Thank you." She could clearly sense the kindness coming from the man in front of her, so she sincerely thanked him. However, there was no way she was giving up. The reason she chose cash was because she had already reserved the judge potion formula from the world Gehrman Sparrow. The crazy adventurer had also claimed that the disciplinary paladin potion formula would subsequently follow. At the same time, giving up on the surface could effectively dispel the suspicions of MI9. After briefly explaining the progress of the previous commissions, Shio bade farewell to the golden-masked man and left the alley. On Tuesday morning, Fours went out early and came to the Hat-Trick Inn in Sherwood Borough, where she met her teacher, Dorian Gray. This is one of the things to take note of in the spirit world. This is a portrait of Botis. Dorian covered his mouth and yawned before handing a thick stack of paper to Fours. Fours wasn't in a rush to read the documents as she cast her gaze at the portrait. On it was a black-robed man who likely wasn't even 40. His brown hair was slightly curled, but it gave off an unusually firm feeling. His dark eyes seemed to contain countless objects. "This is the Saint of Secrets." Fours rubbed her fingers together and used her trickmaster powers to burn the portrait. "Not bad. Very cautious," Dorian nodded approvingly. He then carried his suitcase and said to Fours, "I have to return to Pritz Harbour. It will arouse suspicion if I come to Backland for too long." Fours knew that the situation in Backland had been tense recently, so she was eager for her teacher to leave as soon as possible. She didn't hold him back and watched him leave the room. Then, with the help of door opening, she walked all the way to the alley behind the hotel. Just as she got her bearings and turned into a street, she suddenly saw a man in a black trench coat walking over. The person swept a glance at her before looking away naturally. However, Fours' back muscles tensed up. Her eyes reflected the other person's appearance, a man who likely wasn't even 40. His brown hair was slightly curled, but it gave off an unusually firm feeling. His dark eyes seemed to contain countless objects. Chapter 1078. The Hidden Secret. Saint of Secrets Botis. Fours had experienced many things recently, so she didn't show any signs of abnormality. She retracted her gaze in a natural manner and didn't slow down her pace as she walked towards the man in the black trench coat. After a few steps, they brushed past each other. Did he happen to pass by here because of the attraction between Beyonder characteristics? Luckily, Teacher has already boarded the carriage and left the inn. Forz's heart calmed down. She took a few more steps forward and looked up at the sky, wanting to confirm if it would rain later. At this moment, a raven flew over and landed on a tree, facing the spot where she had just passed. Forz stopped thinking about Botis as she maintained her speed and left the street. It's best that I wait till I become a traveller. I might encounter him by chance before entrusting Mr. World with the corresponding mission. Now it's certain that the Aurora Order has saints in Backland, she thought, naturally considering seeking the world's help. From what she knew, this gentleman had killed 2 demigods with his own hands, and he had only become a demigod for 3 months. She walked to the street and boarded a rental carriage. Above the grey fog, there was a mini-gathering with the sun, the hanged man, and the world. Mr. Fool was present as the witness because the sun's main motive was to find out which sealed artifact could please this great existence, as well as to exchange it for the cross left behind by the Creator. Sword of Silverdawn, Twilight Mask, Life's Cane, Fallen Flute. These were all items that have outstanding powers and negative effects. This also confirms that the City of Silver doesn't have any Beyonders from the Artisan Pathway. As the fool Klein listened to Little Sun's description, he quickly analyzed the pros and cons of the different sealed artifacts. The first thing he did was eliminate the Twilight Mask because its negative effects were too great. Although he could let his marionette wear it and cut off the oral senses, his actual body might become a member of the dead who died suddenly for no reason. Following that, he similarly gave up the Fallen Flute. This artifact's ability to predict danger was alluring, but the negative effects were also not easy to avoid. If he used it with his actual body, he would gradually turn cold and lose his normal emotions, which would be completely contradictory with the concept of using humanity to battle godhood. And if he were to hand it over to his marionette, he would experience a significant decrease in his mental facilities and easily make mistakes, causing him to lose his main advantage as a seer. In addition, this flute will make the people around it give themselves up to degeneration. I can only consider the Sword of Silverdawn and Life's Cane, Klein mumbled silently before quickly choosing between the two. The Sword of Silverdawn's head engraving seemed to have a living characteristic. To Klein, this meant that communication was possible, and the negative effects could naturally be reduced. As for the height restriction, he could just ignore it. Regarding the problem of mutation with Life's Cane, he could avoid it by handing it to his marionettes. Since the negative effects of the 2 artifacts weren't too serious, he had to consider their effects. The Sword of Silverdawn was clearly from a demon hunter. Be it attacks or defense, they were both potent. As for Life's Cane, it was good at creating and causing mutations, which made it rather sinister. After a few seconds of consideration, when Derek asked for the answer, the fool Klein spoke unhurriedly. The cane. In the end, he decided on Life's Cane. In fact, the two had their own pros, making it a tough decision. Klein's final choice stemmed from an uncommon reason. The sinister Life's Cane could be described as bizarre, so it could effectively aid him in acting as a bizarro sorcerer and raise his potion digestion speed. Yes, Mr. Fool, Derek replied, unable to hide his joy. This meant that when he completed the sacrificial and bestowment ritual, he would obtain the cross from the Creator. He cast his gaze at the figure at the bottom of the long bronze table. Mr. World, other than the complete brain of an adult mind dragon, do you still need a relatively high sequence potion formula for the planter pathway? As the secret passage of the Giant King's court was shared by the world, he became the target of Derek's question. A relatively high sequence potion formula for the planter pathway, sitting at the end of the long bronze table. The fool Klein immediately had a headache and fell into an intense internal struggle. He could roughly understand the chief's thought process. On the one hand, this experienced demon hunter hopes that he can usher in a bright future through the exploration, while on the other, he's still cautious and doesn't hold much hope. He mentioned the planter formula to see if Mr. Fool has the corresponding authority. I don't know what the future holds. I'll just focus on what's in front of me. A Sequence 5 Beyonder who doesn't even have godhood wouldn't be able to do anything too serious. Furthermore, Ma'am Hermit is already a demigod. It's not a big problem for her to watch out for Frank. Klein thought for a moment and let the world say, Sequence 5. What if there's more? Derek pressed. Klein felt like he was being tested. After a few seconds of silence, he said, If your side is willing to give it, then that works. All right. Derek didn't probe any further. Instead, he asked the person beside him, Mr. Hanged Man, I have a strange feeling about this. Why did the chief suddenly mention the relatively high sequence potion formula of the planter pathway? The Hanged Man Alger looked at the world. This should be a test from your chief to see if the City of Silver can change its environment. I remember you mentioning that you only know that the goddess of harvest is the giant king's queen, and according to the records from the moon, the goddess of harvest is named Omabella. Your City of Silver originally believed in her. I was originally only certain that the name Omabella was real, so I didn't have any inclination towards other explanations. Now, with your chief suddenly taking out a relatively high sequence potion formula that you didn't know before, this makes me suspect that the moon is right. This means that your City of Silver hid the fact that they once believed in the goddess of harvest. They even deliberately didn't mention her true name. There must be a huge secret behind this. A huge secret. Derek thought seriously but couldn't think of any secret. Fortunately, this wasn't an important matter to him. He quickly ended the private conversation and returned to the City of Silver to prepare for the exchange of sealed artifacts. Chapter 1079, The Hard-Working Gardeners. Above the grey fog, Klein, sitting at the fool's seat, beckoned for the unshadowed crucifix. The bronze cross was tied together with an ordinary-looking button, and the surface of the latter was already covered with a layer of crystalline but heavy-feeling particles. This was the Hermit Catalea's judge button, reserved for Judgment Shio at a price of £3,500. Therefore, Admiral of Stars had sacrificed it to Mr. Fool in advance, requesting him to get an angel to shatter it. The purging should be almost done. This way I can trade the unshadowed crucifix with Little Sun without any worries. In the future, if there are other similar requests, they'll definitely be more willing to trade with him, instead of asking me for help. When Little Sun has the chance to become a demigod and transform the crucifix into a special characteristic, I should be a Sequence 3 and be able to use the power of this mysterious space to shatter sealed artifacts myself. After the disinfection process of the grey fog, Adam probably wouldn't be able to rely on the crucifix to lock on to Little Sun. As Klein separated the crucifix from the button, he looked at the Beyonder characteristic that had been purged while waiting for Little Sun to hold a sacrificial and bestowment ceremony. In the City of Silver, within the spire, Derek Berg had finished setting up the ritual. He watched as a black, mud-covered doll approached with a wooden cane, and he placed it on the altar. After a serious prayer, the illusory sacrifice and bestowment door opened and took away Life's cane, leaving behind a bronze, green and spiky cross. At the same time, the name of the cross suddenly appeared in Derek's mind, including information of its usage and its negative effects. He suppressed his excitement and first thanked Mr. Fool before ending the ritual. He walked to the front of the altar, picked up the unshadowed crucifix, and scrutinized it repeatedly. After tidying up, he left and went to a room opposite and knocked on the chief's door. "Come in," Colin Iliad's deep voice rang out. Derek turned the doorknob, pushed open the door, and openly revealed the bronze cross. "Your Excellency, this is the item left behind by the Lord I previously mentioned. It's called the Unshadowed Crucifix. The method is to let the spikes on it be stained with the blood of the holder." He had deliberately changed the term relic to item left behind. The white-haired Colin had already cast his gaze over when Derek took out the ancient cross. After listening, he walked towards it with heavy steps, took the item, and kept examining it. Finally, he placed his thumb on a thorn and allowed fresh blood to flow out. The mottled bronze green started to peel away, as the crucifix revealed a physical body formed from pure light, illuminating the entire room without any trace of darkness. After an indescribable sacred feeling filled the area, Colin released his fingers and sighed. This is indeed the Lord's item. Although he was born in an era more than 2,000 years since the city of silver was forsaken, this city still had quite a few things that were used to offer sacrifices to the Creator. Through a comparison, he could almost confirm the origins of the cross. Derek had wanted to give a response, but the heavy tone in the chief's words pressed down on his heart, preventing him from speaking. Colin Iliad didn't make any further comments and just stood there silently. After a few seconds, he broke the silence. The return of the Lord's item is a sign. We shall welcome the sign of dawn. I will hold on to this unshadowed crucifix for half a day. I want to gather all the elders in the city to present this item to them. Even I can't casually deal with a saint-level sealed artifact. Since I lost life's cane, I have to explain it to the other elders and request to be punished. You must remember that, as chief, you must have the courage to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. You can't avoid punishment just because you think that it's good for the City of Silver. You might be right this time, but you can't guarantee that you're always right. Don't worry, this unshadowed crucifix will eventually return to you. The chief's words are deep and profound. Derek instinctively wanted to scratch the back of his head, but in the end he endured it and informed Colin of the negative effects of the crucifix. At 160 Buckland Street, Klein sacrificed Winner Enuni above the grey fog to ensure marionette preservation. He planned on getting Earl of the Fallen Conus Kilgore to wear the Flower of Blood ring and wield life's cane. This way, Enuni had no way of using Flower of Blood to hide in Conus's stomach. Why does the action of placing a marionette in a preservation cabinet to keep fresh feel odd? It's not like I'm acting in a horror movie. However, this does fit the name of Bizarro Sorcerer a bit. After rubbing his chin, Klein stuffed the ordinary wood-colored cane into a specially made cane he bought through misjudgment. The cane was hollow and could be used to contain a sword. It was perfect for hiding life's cane. After he was done, he allowed the servant who looked like Enuni, who was actually Conus, to take away his cane and return to the room next door. He washed up himself before getting into bed. While sleeping soundly, his spiritual perception suddenly stirred. He abruptly sat up and cast his gaze at the attached balcony. The curtains weren't fully drawn, and he could see the situation outside. It was dark green outside the window with vine leaves, and flowers were growing all over the place in layers. This made him suspect that he had been transported to a forest. The corners of his mouth twitched as he vaguely guessed what was going on. He rolled out of bed and walked to the balcony, drawing the curtains open. What entered his vision was no longer the garden of his residence, but a lush forest. This is what it means to make the surrounding area become filled with a vibrant life force. Be it animals or plants, they're all flourishing and growing rapidly. Isn't this a little too fast? Klein's expression instantly turned a little blank. Previously, when he had divined the cane's negative effects, he had seen similar scenes, but the revelation was that it wasn't harmful. Thus, he believed that the growing process took a fairly long period of time and could be effectively controlled. With this thought in mind, he observed all the spirit-body threads in the surrounding area, realizing that humans weren't affected at all, but the number of rats and cockroaches was clearly increasing. This result made him heave a sigh of relief. He looked out the window at the forest and sighed silently. Indeed, there isn't much danger. It's just quite exaggerated. I still have to keep it above the grey fog most of the time. More than 10 seconds later, figures appeared within the forest. Some were thin, and others thick. They all wore black trench coats, and their faces were very flat. They had no eyes, noses, or mouths. These figures were either crouching or standing, busy burning weeds, cutting the vines, and removing the unnecessary flowers in the quiet night. The next morning, Butler Walter woke up as usual and opened the window. The garden outside was bathed in the morning fog, emitting a fresh scent. Better than yesterday, Walter nodded slightly and praised the two gardeners. The vibrant scene made him feel a little restless as he began missing his wife for no apparent reason, so he left the room to patrol the estate. Finally, he waited at the entrance of the dining room. Not long after, his employer, Dwayne Dantes, led his valet Enuni down from the 3rd floor. Walter went forward to bow. "Sir, I would like to take 1 day leave from the current month's allowance." As he spoke, he suddenly saw the mixed blood servant's neck split open, revealing a black eye. Walter was shocked and nearly tumbled backward, but in the blink of an eye, he realized that there was no strange eye on Enyuni's neck. "It must be because I didn't sleep well last night and had a strange dream, resulting in me being distracted and having hallucinations." He hurriedly gathered his thoughts and lowered his head slightly. In his heart, Klein apologized and nodded. "No problem. Have a wonderful day with your family." Chapter 1080. The Line of Thinking for Acting. After watching butler Walter leave, Klein entered the dining hall. As he looked around, he realized that the servants were much more energetic than usual, even a little agitated. Indeed, life's cane also affects humans, but it's at a rather normal level. According to this logic, the servants' reproduction abilities would definitely increase. The only problem is that they don't have spouses. Will Mr. Butler's act of returning home today result in him having another child in 9 to 10 months? His wife is almost 40. Of course, the effects of life's cane would pass over to them. There shouldn't be any problems. If my moving into Boakland Street causes one to have an increased chance of having children, my reputation will be doomed. Life's cane truly is very sinister. After breakfast, Klein brought his valet Enyuni to the first floor and prepared to take a stroll. At that moment, 2 chambermaids were cleaning in the main hall. "Good morning, sir." Upon seeing him, they immediately stood up and greeted him. Klein nodded and gave a simple response as he slowly approached the door. At that moment, the 2 maids suddenly saw a wheat head embedded in Enyuni's head. It was full of golden particles and was extremely attractive. Before they could take a closer look, the valet seemed to have sensed something amiss, raising his right hand and yanking off the piece of wheat. The 2 maids looked at each other in surprise and amusement. They imagined that Enyuni had accidentally gotten some wheat on his body when he visited Mager Manor, bringing it all the way back to 160 Boakland Street. It can't be that Enyuni grew a single wheat head, right? The 2 maids mumbled to themselves as they continued with their work. After exiting the residence, Klein and Enyuni slowly walked under the withered Intis parasol trees. As a neighbor, since they had met each other, there was no doubt that they would greet each other. When they walked past, one of the lawyers glanced at Dwayne Dantes' valet from the corner of his eye. He had raised his hand to cover his mouth as if he was yawning. When the mixed-blood youth put down his right hand, the lawyer suddenly realized something was different. His nose seems to be even higher. "Ha ha, I must have been thinking too much, causing me to hallucinate." As the lawyer thought about it, he raised his hand and rubbed his nose. After the stroll, Klein returned to the activity room on the 3rd floor and sent life's cane above the grey fog. Indeed, there's a certain effect. The main point of the Bizarro Sorcerer's digestion is actually to create shocking scenes to scare people, as well as use a strange method to make people horrified. This really does resemble a director, but it's just a horror flick's director. Yes, I don't have to really scare them. Peaceful daily life events can contain terrifying scenes, but the surrounding humans don't notice them at all. They only occasionally make the connection, and when they think about it, they would feel a sense of fear. That's also a horror film archetype. As Klein observed his condition, he summarized his experiences and summed it all up with the keyword horror film director. After understanding this, he had many ideas on how to quickly digest the potion. He had to turn his enemies into the main characters or important supporting roles in a horror film. This will be quite troublesome. I definitely have to give my all to the targets at the demigod level. I wouldn't be in the mood to waste my time on pulling some tricks. Well, there's no restriction for acting like this. I can teleport to the sea and find some lucky pirates to participate, creating some horror stories. That's right. Since I'm a director, I have to let my work spread. It seems like I have to let some of the actors escape successfully every time and spread the nightmare that they experienced. I can't feed them to creeping hunger. As he formed his plan, Klein suddenly thought of a question. In the horrifying legends of the people in the northern continent, how many of them were deliberately created by bizarro sorcerers? There must be some. Sigh. If Armon were to act as a bizarro sorcerer, he would probably be able to digest the potion in less than a month. His talent in this aspect is astounding, he thought, coming up with a plan for the supporting role. Hence, he carefully considered his targets. There's no way I can find an angel or higher. There are many saints that I have no idea about their whereabouts. Frightening the archbishops will easily cause unnecessary chain reactions. After eliminating all the possibilities, the most suitable target is the numinous episcopate's demigod, Patrick Bryan, as well as the councillors of Will Septon's Fate Council. After creating a name list, Klein decided to take some time over the next 2 days to visit Dr. Aaron Series to ask where the councillors were recently seen. If he wanted to frighten someone else's subordinates, he had to get the approval of the president. Klein was in a good mood after organizing his thoughts. He went out again and went to St. Samuel Cathedral to pray before heading to the Loan Charity Bursary Foundation. In the afternoon, he saw a few businessmen, behaving like a normal tycoon. After filling his stomach, he returned to his room. Just as he was considering whether to visit Dr. Aaron's house directly tomorrow, his spiritual perception was triggered. He turned his head and, without any surprise, saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 blonde red-eyed heads. One of them bit on a letter. Who sent it? Klein habitually and expectantly asked. Reinette Tinneker could only answer with 3 heads. King of Idiots. Patrick Bryan? This nickname has even evolved. Klein reached out and took the letter. When he opened it, he realized that it was indeed from the Artificial Death Faction's demigod. He wrote, I've already prepared the special ritual that will help my teacher, Hater, recover further. Your Excellency, I will hold it tomorrow at midnight, given your permission. The ritual that points towards the angel, Hater? There's no way to avoid the numinous episcopate's testing of Patrick. This can be interfered with using Paper Angel. Just in time, with a flick of his wrist, Klein burned the letter. He then took out a piece of paper and wrote an answer. Yes, you may. You must be careful. In the quiet night, near midnight, in an uninhabited clothes factory in St. George Borough, there was an open area that had been cleared. Nearly 10 black-robed figures were standing there. In the middle of them was a deep black coffin. Around it were many golden ornaments with mud stains, many flickering candles with pale white flames, as well as one skull after another. The hideous white skulls belonged to humans and animals. Some were extremely strange and had a deformed look. The skulls were piled the highest up at the front, with Patrick Bryan standing there. He had also changed into a black robe, but he didn't pull up his hood, revealing a deep outline. He had black hair, brown eyes, and a rather long face. This demigod hadn't done anything, but his surroundings had turned extremely cold, as though countless invisible creatures were celebrating. As Patrick Bryan raised his right hand, the hooded believers jumped up and twitched a little. It was a crazy and rhythmic dance. This was a spirit dance, a ritual that death loved. As the dance became more intense, a cold and formless wind blew out from the coffin. Patrick Bryan lowered his head and recited in a language that seemed to come from the underworld. The king from the depths of hell, an angel playing the music of death, the ruler above River Styx.